Ready. Unmuted. Yep. 30 seconds. I'll just point to you. Is that cool?
Oh, it's good.
Expletives, but I'm a gentleman. This is a family show. What am I talking about here? Actually, it's a dysfunctional family show. No, actually, it is not because Angel Martinez is in the house. His 76ers, they was wobbed, WOBBED, wobbed. Crazy night last night. I don't know what call was worse, the non-timeout acknowledgement. Maybe they don't speak English very well in Philadelphia. I find that hard to believe when 5 guys on the floor plus the coach are calling timeout. Or the play what happened in the Yankee game yesterday in Oakland when Aaron Boone got ejected for saying nothing from a fan, clearly a fan, which I'll have the audio for. Clearly a fan said something right in the front row behind the umpire. And this knucklehead, Hunter Wendelstadt, ejected Aaron Boone. It's very, very funny. Anyway, we got a whole bunch of stuff to talk about. NBA and Stanley Cup playoff recapping. 76ers got holes. We'll go through all of it in the NHL. My Bruins got outplayed last night. No question about it. Toronto deserved to win last night. Had nothing to do with the goalie. They just they played better and they won. And I know the Bruins will beat Toronto. I have no doubt about it. I never said they'd sweep them or anything like that. It's not going to be like what the Celtics are going to do to the Miami Heat. But that series will probably go at least 6. It usually does. Just in the end, the Maple Leafs will lose. But lots of other exciting things in the NHL and the Stanley Cup playoffs last night. We'll get to all of that. We got NFL draft news. Plus, Zach Wilson has a new home in Denver. Will the change of scenery or maybe the Mile High area, will it elevate his game? I think not, but we'll see. They're still going to need to draft a quarterback. So we're going to talk about that. Tom Brady, we find out, is going to get roasted live in May on Netflix. We'll tell you all about that as well. Also, there's a funny trailer that I might have. I'll try to punch up during the break as well on YouTube. Has a trailer for it. Kind of funny. And again, we'll do all the video stuff. I'll give you the rundown in a second as far as where to find us. But you already know that. NCAA board approves immediate eligibility for multi-time transfers. Yay! Of course they do. The new rule passed to help athletes find nil contracts as well. We'll get into all of that, too. Lindy Ruff is the new head coach of the Buffalo Sabres at Deja Vu from back in 1997. He coached them for a while. Last time they made the playoffs was when he was there. And so much more to talk about. And Angel Martinez, executive producer extraordinaire, and also the host of our Martinez and Defoe Unscripted, which debuted yesterday. It was awesome here on the Riptide Media Network. You guys are fantastic. Had a great crossover yesterday. And also want to let you know today, after Martinez and Defoe, coming up from 10 a.m. to noon right here on the Riptide Media Network. 4 o'clock today, Talk Spicy with Coach Gene Clemens. 6 o'clock, the Bleacher Brothers Show. And then at 9 p.m., the La Stella Report. So all going on the Bleacher Brother webpage and Coach Gene Clemens, all of his social media stuff, and also on 102.9, Sports Radio 102.9. You can also follow all of us here via Watch the Show on Twitter X. Follow me at PShep326. Also watch on my Facebook page, Broad Street South Facebook and YouTube pages, Rumble, LinkedIn, Spotify, and as I said, Sports Radio 102.9. Call or text the show. 727-858-6650, 727-858-6650. I'm finding out, Angel, more and more that more people are finding us through the video platform as well. Again, here at Riptide Media Network, we're going to have a brand new webpage. It will hopefully be up. I know I keep saying this for the last 10 days, but it's getting close. And President Brian Bruno and his CEO, his partner, Rick Calhoun, we want it done perfectly. We don't want it half-assed. So it's going to, all the shows and all the links to everything are going to be up there sooner rather than later. And we'll have a new app as well. But in the meantime, you can listen on the app on Sports Radio 102.9. And with that said, we welcome in Angel Martinez, executive producer, co-host, godlike person, the man, you are the man, the myth, the legend. I am going to try to build a statue of you outside of the Naples Well Planning Studio here because well deserved. I'm trying to think how I should make it. You've seen that statue, the picturesque of Bobby Orr flying through the air from winning the Stanley Cup in the early 70s. And I'm trying to think you flying through the air with a microphone and headsets on or something like that. after you fix something or whatever it is.
No, listen, I appreciate it. AJ, by the way, said for some reason he's hearing a little echo from your end. So I don't know if a settings change. Check on the see, we have to do stuff here on the fly, folks. It's just the way it works. But look under the on the Gears icon, that same one, where we talked about the camera earlier.
Yeah. Hang on a second.
Yep. By the way, good morning, everybody. And
okay.
I'll pull out my inner Stephen A. Smith here in a second. But
so where am I going? Where am I going?
You know where that Gears icon is next to the camera? Remember when we saw the camera, the mic?
Yeah.
Okay, there's a Gears icon that's there. It says settings.
Yes.
All right. If you pull that up under audio, does it have the echo cancellation on?
Where would that be?
So if you bring up settings, it'll have camera right below camera. Audio.
Oh yeah, audio. Hang on, audio.
And then
echo cancellation not recommended while using headphones. That's checked on. Yes.
Okay. Well, then I don't know why. Then all of a sudden you're getting an echo. I don't know. We'll fix it on the fly here for some reason. I don't know why it's doing it, but we'll kind of figure it out as we go along here. It's only on the radio side, on the app side. So.
All right.
Yep.
Well, that's odd.
Yeah.
That's odd. I'll get confirmation from other people as well today. Yep. Meanwhile, so how you doing? Boy, you guys got hosed last night. That was just absolutely ridiculous. The 76ers, we'll get to all the sound and everything else, but that was something. You did give up the last 8 points to the New York Knicks in a 104-101 loss, but you really... So it's kind of half. You guys shot yourselves in the foot or feet. But the fact that the referee did not acknowledge anybody that seemed to be wearing anything Philadelphia red uniform at all, I cannot believe that 4 people were calling timeout and nobody heard it. And to make matters worse at the end, Joel Embiid was hobbling going off the floor at the end of that game. That was he's got a couple days to rest up, but I don't know how much longer or what percentage he's going to be at come Thursday night. But the bottom line is the referees screwed this up last night, in my opinion. The Knicks to their credit, they kept fighting. They could have packed it in when they were down by 8 with, not only a little ways to go. And Philadelphia just shot themselves in the foot. And then the Knicks shot their way to a win. And then the refs, were just awful down the stretch. So it's a combination of everything that happened last night in the Knicks 104-101 win. We'll get to that. A little trivia for you. Denver, if you haven't, in case you missed it, buzzer beater last night over the Lakers, 101-99. The last time, can you tell me, Angel Martinez, a guesstimation, somewhere, I don't want to make it too easy for you, somewhere the number between 1 and 900, how many days it has been since the Lakers last beat the Denver Nuggets in any capacity, regular season or postseason?
All right. First of all, thank you, Jerry from Rhode Island.
900. How many last time the Lakers beat Denver?
Okay. First, Jerry from Rhode Island. Thank you for checking in. He said on his end, it sounds good. So I think it might just be a goofy setting I'll have to mess around with here during a break and that's on the radio side, on the app side.
Or maybe it's AJ's phone.
Yeah, that'd be something. Between 1 and 900.
I've had people call in. I've had people tell me one thing or another, and then other people are on the phone or on the video and say, no, it's wrong. So sometimes I do think it can be where, although it seems kind of odd, but
yeah, no, I heard it on my end too when I brought up the app. So, but I'll figure that one out. But between 1 and 900.
How many days has it been since the Lakers last beat the Denver Nuggets?
Let's go with 464.
No, but they're not bad. 493 days.
Wow. All right.
December, oh, what a night. December 16th, 2022 was the last time the Lakers beat the Denver Nuggets.
Good, and I hope they keep losing.
That pleases me.
Yeah, I hope they keep freaking losing because they're going to stand it. By the way, as Stephen A. said, I'm even going to make up words here because I am flabbergasted, bamboozled, and freaking when it came to that BS freaking call at the very end. You can tell Nick Nurse. Oh, you know what? Well, once you play the audio and we'll get into it. But geez.
I'll play this cut right now. Here's Joel Embiid. This basically says what we're all is unacceptable. Oop, hang on. That's my bad. Do that. Mouse, come over here. You go up there, and then you click there.
Unacceptable. Tyrese got fouled, a couple of times. We just had the same thing happen against Miami with Tyler Hero. That's just unacceptable to, put us in that situation. That's unacceptable to lose a game like this, especially in the playoffs. So,
Joel, did you think you guys set aside if you thought it was a foul? Did you think you guys had gotten a timeout in?
Yes, we did. Everybody on the floor was trying to call a timeout, myself included, Nico, coach on the sideline. But they didn't give it to us. But, forget about the timeout. There's a bunch of fouls. Like I said, that's unacceptable.
Buckled unacceptable. Yeah, I don't blame him. I do not blame him. Here's Nick Nurse post game as well.
They score. We take a look at getting it in quick. We don't get it in quick. I call timeout. Referee looked right at me, ignored me. Went into Tyrese. I called timeout again. Then the melee started, and I guess I got to run out onto the floor or do something to make sure and get his attention. But I needed a timeout there to advance it. Would have been good, but couldn't get it.
Yep.
Yeah.
No question about it. A couple of other highlights from this game. I want to go somewhat in order here. But, Philadelphia, this was in the fourth quarter, put the Sixers up 100-96.
Sticking with him, can't dribble himself free. Now Embiid takes on Hartenstein. Maxey for three. He got it! Tyrese Maxey gives the Sixers a 4-point lead.
Well, Embiid really unselfish. Hart coming to help. He just kicks it out.
See, I really thought right there that was going to be the dagger for the New York Knicks. I really thought that basket was going to clinch it for the Philadelphia 76ers, but the Knicks had other ideas.
Down 5. Here's Hart. Gives it back. The 2-1 Brunson. A lot of clock. Ticking here. Lowry got the pick. DiVincenzo comes out of the pack. DiVincenzo finds Brunson. Great defense here from the Sixers. Brunson gets a prayer of a bounce.
That was a ridiculous bounce. It was reminiscent of when Toronto won back in the championship, or was the Eastern Conference Finals. But again, thanks to TNT, that thing bounced on the rim 3 times and then fell in for a 3. That put was at that time 101-99 Philadelphia, but the Knicks were not done.
2-point game. Ball knocked loose, and Maxey gets knocked down. Hart takes it away. Out top to DiVincenzo. His shot won't go. Hartenstein the rebound. Hartenstein gets it out to Anunoby. DiVincenzo a 3. Bang! Bang! Knicks take a 1-point lead with 13 seconds remaining.
Oh man, yeah. I also got just AJ was just texting in saying the cuts are echoing as well, but I think that's just on the app, right? That's just on Sports Radio 102.9 app. Is that the case?
I think so, and I don't know. I know in the morning we were kind of doing a couple of different things, but either something got tweaked or something else. But it's only on the app. On the feed, it seems to be fine. So did my lady said also that it seems to be only on the app for some reason. So it's either I guess us restarting the computer decided to do something goofy, but anyways, it's just a little frustrating, but it's okay.
All right, we'll get it done. The video stuff is coming across good, so that's good. We'll get it done. All right, so it's 102-101, and then big defensive play at the end of the game by the Knicks.
Get the ball to Maxey coming on the fly from the backcourt. They couldn't, so they go to him.
Maxey drives. Maxey blocked by Hartenstein. Anunoby comes away with a board, and Hartenstein stands tall defensively.
Yep, again, thanks to TNT with the call. Isaiah Hartenstein with a big block on Tyrese Maxey right there. And the Knicks hang on a 104-101 win. Back to Joel Embiid. Says the Sixers are the team that should be up 2-0.
We should be 2-0, so we good. We're gonna win this series. We gonna win this. We know what we gotta fix. We did a better job today, so we gonna fix it. But we're the better team, and we're going to keep fighting.
Okay. All righty. Again, we're working on some of the audio for the app anyway. The video everybody seems to be. Mike says, good morning, Pete and Angel. Hey, Mike. How are you? Thanks for checking in. Cleveland and Orlando, this series sucks so far. I got to tell you, Cavs lead the series 2 games to none in this one. Early on, Banchero.
To make sure everybody touches the ball and gets quality shots. Screws out ahead of Mobley, spun around by the lunging Harris, who comes up limping. Banchero the other way in transition, and he muscles in a 15-footer on the right wing. Verge and a foul.
You see Banchero just getting right to that step in mid-range.
That thanks to NBA TV there. That made the score 10-10 early in the first quarter. Later on, though, the Cavaliers start to pull away.
Blocks it, brings it down. Sends it to Garland into front court. Challenged by the backpedaling Harris. Blow by. 2-on-1 down.
You see right here, Gary Harris reaching. Ain't nothing over there for you, my boy. And then he finds the pass. Mobley on the jam.
Yeah, thanks to NBA TV. Cleveland beats Orlando 96-86. They take a commanding 2-0 lead. When those two teams play during the regular season, they put up a ton of points, and so far both games have gone way, way under the total. Meanwhile, the game of the night took place in Denver, where the Nuggets continued their dominance over the Lakers. Wow. Jamal Murray, the hero in this one, got a whole bunch of versions of it. Here's a game-winning shot, as heard on TNT.
Just put this moment into words for me. This is the kind of stuff you dream of doing in a playoff game. How did this feel, and take me through that last shot?
Man, I just want to give all the credits to my teammates, coaches, pops. I told my teammates when I was struggling, like, I'm gonna look for y'all. I'm gonna look for y'all. And every single one of them told me to keep shooting, be aggressive, keep shooting. Even when I was throwing up that floater, they just told me to just stay aggressive and keep looking for it, keep hunting it. I had the ball with a few seconds left, and I knew once I made a couple, the next one should go down as well.
All right, that's Jamal Murray talking about his game-winning shot. Here's how it sounded on TNT.
Murray makes a move. Denver.
The Nuggets have won.
There it is. That's Kevin Harlan on TNT with the call there. Here's how it sounded locally on Altitude TV in Denver.
LeBron, no! Porter's got it. Nuggets, 12 seconds remaining. They're not going to call timeout. 9 seconds remaining. Murray's got to go. Murray lets it fly. Yeah! Oh my God!
Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. They are mobbing Murray in front of the Nuggets bench.
Little Sally Albright, Rick checking in said, when you play the clips, the sound goes lower and lower and becomes hard to hear. Yeah, we are endeavoring to work on that. Super engineer Ron is going to get his butt in here and tweak some of this stuff sooner rather than later. Let's put it that way, or changes are going to get made. I can tell you that. As executive vice president of Riptide Media, I have that authority. So I will make it very perfectly clear that if this is not perfected over the next 2 days, and it has nothing to do with Angel or myself or anything else, we'll get it done. But if it's not, if somebody doesn't want to come in here and fix it, that they're being paid to do, there's lots of other people that are lining up to go and come and work for this network that we will get it done. It's amazing to me sometimes that you have to be an a-hole to kick some ass and get some people to move off their collective asses and do something. In this case, one collective ass. But I will not have it. I won't tolerate it on this network or on this show very much longer until it's absolutely perfect, because mine is the only show, it seems, that has this issue where the sound is going lower and lower and lower. Unless Angel plays it, it's just weird how it's doing it only on one piece of equipment that I have and others. Not to make excuses, it has nothing to do with Angel Martinez or myself or anything else. It has to do with a digital board up here that we're trying to get the people to come in here and person to come in here and tweak this and fix this, because I won't tolerate it much longer. I tell you that. Won't. I will get somebody else in here tomorrow to do it properly. If the person who's hired to do it doesn't want to come in, then we'll make a change. That's what I do. That's what happens in this business all the time. But we're kicking ass. Angel's kicking ass. We're doing the best we can. I think we're putting together good shows and everything else. So we will just continue. I know the sound may come higher or lower at times. We'll try to remedy that as well. Meanwhile, so that was the Denver Nuggets over the Lakers last night, 101-99. Oh, and lo and behold, after the game, LeBron James wasn't happy with the officiating. When this guy complains about the officiating, it's embarrassing. The guy gets more calls than anybody in the history of the NBA. LeBron whining, bitching, moaning, kvetching about the refs.
I don't understand what's going on in the replay center, to be honest. I think I said it this year or last year, whatever. D'Lo clearly gets hit in the face on a drive. What the do we have a replay center if it's going to go? It doesn't make sense to me. It makes no sense to me. It bothers me. Sorry I didn't answer your question, but that is like And then I just saw what happened with the Sixers Knick game too. What are we doing?
Aw. Cue the violins, everybody. Cue the violins. By the way, Mike Malone, who also went to my high school at Bishop Hendricken High School in Warwick, Rhode Island, graduated a year ahead of me, on his comeback win versus the Lakers. By the way, the Lakers that I mentioned were up by 20. They blew it.
Oh, it speaks to a team that's got tremendous confidence in themselves and, more importantly, in their collective. I mean, we're a championship team. We're the reigning champs. And, we might get down by 20 points, but, not going to roll over. I mean, that's not who we are. That's not who I am. And that's never been a part of Denver Nugget basketball in these last 9 years. So it speaks to guys just trusting the process, staying with it, making the necessary adjustments, then guys stepping up. You got to make plays to get back in it and win a game when you're down by 20. And we had a lot of guys step up and make big play after big play. So, we did our job. Even though I thought KCP just said something to the whole room. Enjoy tonight. That was an emotional win, incredible win in front of an outstanding crowd, best fans in the NBA. Enjoy it tonight. But we just did our job. We won 2 games at home. There's a lot of basketball to be played, and we'll enjoy it tonight and get back to work tomorrow.
Mike Malone, and I will say the pride of my high school, Bishop Hendricken High School, it will be something once again if it's the Celtics and Denver Nuggets in the finals, and both coaches went to my high school. That's pretty cool. There's not a lot of guys on the air that can say that. Jamal Murray, meanwhile, back to him. How tough is it to repeat as champions?
Great shot, but now you're on a back-to-back mission. You won it last year. The energy level that it's going to take to win back-to-back, is it changing? Do you feel you guys understand what it's going to take, or what you have to do to maintain that energy to win it back-to-back?
We just know we're going to get everybody's best shot. And, we saw here first, they're throwing haymakers. They're playing free. They're playing loose, aggressive. They're playing with a chip on their shoulder. And we're not playing our best. It's as simple as that. We're not shooting the ball well. We're not playing disciplined enough. And we're still finding a way I don't even know my percentage. I don't want to know. But, we're just finding a way to get it done and just stick with each other. And that's exactly another prime example tonight.
Yep. And finally, before we go to break, Darvin Ham, head coach of the Lakers. It stings, Angel. It stings.
Darvin, I guess let's start with the last sequence. LeBron gets loose and gets a really good look. And then just take me through what you saw from there.
They came down and they wanted to get their 2 best players into action, which they did. And, Jamal Murray hit a tough shot. AD fading away the baseline to his right. AD outstretched arm, great contest. Kid hit a tough shot.
You guys now 2 games in a row offensively in the second half. They've turned up. They've gone to a different place defensively. What weren't you guys able to get to against their adjustments, and what needs to change moving forwards for you guys second half?
Once we watch the game, we'll figure that out. Again, we played a solid basketball game defensively through 3 quarters. That's a tough team.
All right, and you get the idea. The Denver Nuggets have up 2-0 in this series. Afterwards, though, again, this was one of the funnier cuts. James Worthy on Spectrum Sportsnet LA during the postgame. He wants to be at a bar.
Yeah, I wish we were at a bar right now so I could have a few drinks.
Yeah,
because this was a very tough loss right here. I mean, I think of losses in Laker history. This ranks right up there with it.
What?
And the way they lost was just, typical of what they've been doing. You have to value the possession of the basketball when you have a lead. And you cannot give 2 or 3 turnovers that will turn the game around and give Denver momentum. Rob's going to talk about Murray a little bit, what he witnessed, but this was very disappointing. Poor execution down the stretch that led to turnovers. I don't know what happens when we execute so well. AD before half, taking advantage of his ISO opportunities. D'Lo getting some good shots. I don't know what we turn into. I don't. It's always like we turn into we're scared to finish. scared to finish the game. Turnovers, miscommunication on defense. And then Murray, who was cold, Rob told us, Robert Ory said he hit a layup.
Yeah, tough layup.
And he saw one go in. And Rob said from that point on, he was going to be trouble.
Okay. I love James Worthy. Respected him as a basketball player. Not a Laker fan, obviously, but I respect him as an organization. I have a real problem with him saying that it was one of the toughest losses in Laker history. First of all, give me a freaking break, James. You're a 9th seed, 10, whatever it is. You're barely into the playoffs as it is. How about Gerald Henderson stealing the ball? I think it was game 4 in 1984. I could go countless Russells over Chamberlain back in the day. Those were some very difficult losses for the Lakers. And those were in the finals, by the way, as was Gerald Henderson stealing the ball. I go back to the Western Conference Championship back in the day when Ralph Sampson hit a buzzer beater that knocked the Lakers out. Kind of hung on the rim and blip. I think it was Ralph Sampson or Hakeem Olajuwon. I think it was Ralph Sampson that did it in 1986. That propelled the Houston Rockets into the finals against the Celtics. And I can, please, I can think of a whole bunch of others. This, in a first-round matchup against the Denver Nuggets, doesn't even go to lose a game like this. I know you're up by 20. That is nothing in comparison to some of the other losses, Laker losses I just gave you, heartbreaking losses. And they had many heartbreaking wins for other teams, too, with what way they played. From Jerry West making half-court shots to other people, doing some great stuff with Magic Kareem and Worthy, Michael Cooper, and all those guys back then. So please spare me the trials and tribulations of losing game 2 on the road at the buzzer to Denver after you blew a 20-point lead. That is nothing compared to what you guys have lost in some other games in the past in the postseason. You're a team that barely made the playoffs, and you're comparing it to some of the finals losses, which there are many, as many wins as the Lakers have. There are a lot of, heartbreaking losses in the finals for them. Stop it, James Worthy. You're better than that. You don't talk about almost like a playing series. I mean, really, you're a 7 seed. You lost to a 2 seed, a team that you have not beaten in 493 days since December 16th of 2022. Is not anywhere near close to some of the significant losses in Laker history. Sorry, be better. Off my soapbox. All right, Angel, I will do what you said. We will take a break, and when we come back, we'll do an NHL rundown, Stanley Cup playoff rundown.
Before you go to break, there's been a text up there on the screen, and I believe it came from Zay. I'm not 100% certain what it could be.
Yeah, Zay says, hey, Pete, it's been a while since I've been able to tune in. Just downloaded the new app. Are you done with TBSN, or is it just rebranded as Riptide? Well, let's just say TBSN is not going to be part. They had every opportunity to be part of the Riptide Media Network and chose not to. That's all I'm going to say. I'm not going to get into it because I'm not going to get into this name calling bullshit nonsense and stuff. I think AJ's addressed it very properly earlier. I'm not going to. So trust me. I don't want to go any further because I don't want to embarrass anybody. So I won't do it. But if the need should, it's like when a bat signal comes out. If the need, if it ever should arise again, call and I'll be there. How do we get it? He gave us a signal. I'll give you the signal. You don't want to know the stuff that if I wanted to be a big time asshole, I could be a big time asshole. I will not be. It's not worth it. We are doing great things here on this program and on this station and on this network, on Riptide Media Network. So there's no need to go down that path anymore. I'm not going to do it. It would have to be, if I did, I wouldn't feel great about it, but I also want people at some point may have to know the truth of what happened. And it's such immature silliness on the other party's part. That's all I'm going to say. So let's go to break. I'm going to try to figure this audio stuff out, get it back on track. When I come back, Stanley Cup playoff recap coming up. It's the Pete Sheppard Show live from the Naples Well Planning Studio on the Riptide Media Network.
Adopt US Kids presents What to Expect When You're Expecting. A teenager. Learning the lingo.
Today I'm going to help parents translate teen slang. Now, when a teen says something is on fleek, it's exactly like saying, that's rad. It simply means that something is awesome or cool. Another one is totes. It's exactly like saying, totally, just shorter. As in, I totes love going to the mall with Becca. Another word you might hear is jelly. Jelly is a shorter, better way to say jealous. As in, Chloe, I am like so jelly of your unicorn phone case.
You don't have to speak teen to be a perfect parent. Thousands of teens in foster care will think you're, rad, just the same. To learn more, visit adoptuskids.org. A public service announcement brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, Adopt U.S. Kids, and the Ad Council.
This is the story of a very special woman. In a matter of seconds, she turned herself into a great mathematician or an entrepreneur. Her knowledge was limitless and still is. She could also make monsters disappear, especially those that lurked in the shadows under the bed. Once, this woman put back together a teenage girl's broken heart, which had been shattered in 1,000 pieces, just by giving her a bear hug. She masqueraded as a regular person at work, but as a superhero at home. Everyone knows her as Gabriella. I still call her Mom.
Your hero needs you now, and AARP is here to help. Find the care guides you need to help, complete with tips and resources at aarp.org/caregiving. A public service announcement brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
Hey, Dad, your prescription will be ready in just a minute. Hey, Dad, your laundry will be ready in just a minute. Dad, your lunch will be ready in just a minute.
Hey, honey, why don't you take a minute?
When you help care for a loved one, you give them as much time as you can, making sure they're safe and comfortable. But it's just as important that you take some time for yourself. At AARP, we can help with information and useful tips on how you can maintain a healthy life balance, care for your own physical and mental well-being, and manage the challenges of caring for a loved one. Because the better care you take of yourself, the better care you can provide for your loved one.
Thanks, Dad.
Thank you.
You're there for them. We're here for you. Find free care guides to support you and your loved one at aarp.org/caregiving. That's aarp.org/caregiving. A public service announcement brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
All right, class, let's hear what everyone did this weekend. Jill?
Well, I raised my older sister to a big oak tree. It was at least 100 years old. My mom said I must have set a record or something. And then we went down by a stream and perched up on this huge rock and saw all of these little minnows swimming around way below us. And then I rescued my little brother from an evil slug king who was guarding him at the bush fortress. And my sister and I brought him back to our super twig fort for safety. And then we all laid out and told stories until it got dark. And the Big Dipper led us all the way home. Wow. Awesome. Where were you, Jill? Yeah. We went to the forest. It's not that far away. Anyone want to come this weekend?
Ask your parents to take you and your friends to the forest this week and find the fun, adventurous you. It's closer than you think. Check out discovertheforest.org. Brought to you by the U.S. Forest Service and the Ad Council.
Welcome back. Pete Sheppard Show continues on a cool Tuesday here in beautiful Southwest Florida. 60 degrees. How about that? Where's this non-mugginess? It was beautiful waking up this morning at 4 o'clock at 4:15, heading into my car and driving up lovely Route 75 this time of day here in Southwest Florida, where there is hardly any traffic. It is beautiful, unlike what it will be around 3:30 or 4 o'clock, particularly if you are heading north during rush hour on Interstate 75. Nothing like it. Reminds me of the good old days in the Northeast. Yes, where you will be stuck forever. Even we're getting close to being out of season here. All the snowbirds start to go home. I kind of get the feeling nowadays down here in Southwest Florida because everybody in the Northeast and the Midwest seems to want to move down here because they are sick of getting blizzards in April. Which is why we're here in the first place. Plus, it's great. And I've met some of the greatest people on the planet in the last over 7 years being down here. So it is great. Welcome back to the Pete Sheppard Show here on the Riptide Media Network. We are live from the Naples Wealth Planning Studio. Coming up at 8:30, Mick Calagio will join me. We'll talk a lot of Stanley Cup playoff action at 9:30 a.m. John Meter Perrell will join me. And he was very tight with Matt Ryan, who finally announced his retirement yesterday. Officially, we'll get Meter's thoughts on that and NFL, the draft, and a whole lot more coming up. And the nil money that was announced yesterday, the NCAA board approved, the D1 board approved immediate eligibility for multi-time transfers, and a new rule was passed to help athletes find nil contracts. We'll get into more of that as we go on here. Angel Martinez in the morning as well. He is here, exec producing, hosting, co-hosting, whatever. And you hear him coming up right after this show on Martinez and Defoe, Unscripted. They had their debut yesterday. Outstanding. And Angel must have taken off for a second. He'll be back. Okay, here we go. Let's do a Stanley Cup rundown, shall we? The Bruins and Toronto Maple Leafs went at it last night at the Garden. Bruins geeked out early. That's on my end. That's me. Hang on. Bruins geeked out early.
Down low behind the net. DeBrusk gave it back to Marchand. Back for DeBrusk. Marchand out in front. They score! Morgan Geekie, a power play goal. And a 1-0 Boston lead.
Thanks to Sean McDonough with the call on ESPN last night. However, in the Max Domi, yes, Ty Domi's son. Ty Domi was not a pleasant player to be around. He was the ultimate goon, but Max Domi at least can put the puck in the net, but he's still kind of a cheap shot a-hole. But that's okay. You got to have one on every team, right?
His first point of the series, Morgan Geekie. And the penalty killing woes continue. Sheldon Keefe, first thing he said to us, we need to stay out of the box. Bad bounce off the glass, and a shot off the post, and they score on the rebound. Max Domi has tied it for Toronto, and they're going crazy in Maple Leaf Square.
Yeah, I've seen that. That's always great in Maple Leaf Square. Everybody jumping up and down and everything else in between, except for the Raptors winning it a few years ago. It always ends in disappointment. Meanwhile, later on in the first period, Pasta gets it going for the Bears.
Earned the whistle. Centering pass, they score! Zaka to Pasternak! And Boston is back on top with 7.8 seconds to go in the opening period.
David Pasternak's going to get free at the end of the period. Geekie wins the draw. And Zaka, the spin-around backhand pass, is on the tape. And one of the game's great shooters fires this one-timer.
Yeah, that was a killer, too. That came with about 7.5 seconds left in the first period. I thought it might carry over into the second period in the typical Toronto. They hadn't beaten the Bruins in a long time. But that didn't affect them, and in the second period, they tied the game.
A minute 45 in the period. 35 on the penalty to Matt Grzelcyk of Boston. Shots now 26-17 for Toronto. Here's Tavares. He scores! And that one will count. John Tavares, a power play goal. And now it's 2-2.
Again, ESPN with the call in the second period. In the third period, Austin Matthews on a breakaway. Wouldn't disappoint.
8 minutes to go. Domi played it ahead. Matthews in alone. Matthews scores! And finally, Toronto has a lead against Boston.
Yeah, that would be the final 3-2. The Maple Leafs beat Boston at the Garden to even up the series at 1. It was a beautiful pass by Domi, little flip pass high in the air. Perfect. to Austin Matthews. There ain't a goalie on the planet that was going to make that save. So those of you already with goalie conspiracy theories, why'd they stay away from Swayman and play Linus Ullmann instead, yada, yada, yada. The goalies weren't the difference last night. They weren't. That was Toronto deserved to win that game. They outplayed the Bruins, outskated them, out-hustled them, and outshot them badly. It looked a little closer in the end than it was, but Toronto wins 3-2. And the game 3 of that series will take place tomorrow night in Toronto as the Celtics they play at 7:30, I believe, or at 7. The Celtics and the Miami Heat will play at 7:30 at the Garden. The Bruins play on the road. Within a half hour. I can't stand that. Meanwhile, Angel Martinez is back in the house. Angel, how we doing? Everything good? Everything hunky-dory?
I went back to the future and got the 1.21 gigawatts and
yes,
did this shake on the computer and did all this stuff and made it wobbly and everything else. So the echo is gone, at least for the moment. I think some of it may have come up from some of the stuff from this morning we're talking about. So I think once we get somebody in particular inside that studio, we'll get it fixed, because what's happening now is the nothing was clipping on the audio side. But then the funny thing is, it almost sounds like when you're talking, like you just walked out the room real quick and came back, but not in like lost the sound. It almost sounds like you're bouncing off the walls, but
I'm noticing that in my headset. I don't sound like I was sounding.
So
I don't know. Now I am. It was weird. But I kind of got that impression. I have not. Oh, I know. Hang on a second. I put the other. Do you know why? This is why. Okay. Now I should sound great. You know what I did? Like an idiot. The other headset is in front of me. I always keep it muted. But the dumbass that I am, I had it potted up by accident when we came back from the other break. So that's why you were hearing an echo. Well, not originally. Not the original echo. I don't think. Maybe I did. Maybe it was all my talk about a-holes. I'm the a-hole.
Well, no, because if the mic is if you're in the same room, and it would make sense, because if you were in the same room and you had it on there, unfortunately it could have picked up. But either way, it doesn't matter. At least it's gone from the app, and everything's good in the world.
Yeah, and normally I put the headset. I actually put them on the chair behind me.
Right.
I just messed with R2. Follow me, you. I feel like I'm being stalked. Hey. So usually I put the other headset even way far away from me, and I don't know why. I must have been doing something. I might have been cleaning something up. I don't know. I haven't spilled anything in here yet, which is a miracle.
No, but no, it's good.
Way away, and everything is muted. But for some reason, I had that mic potted up, and that's why you were hearing.
Yeah, that's fine. Because when like I said, I decided to reboot everything on my side. But the beautiful thing about this is, as we're live, it doesn't interrupt the show because you keep going, which is the most awesome thing in the world. As I work everything over here in the Tampa division and get it, third and bamboozled, and poof, here we go.
All right. Speaking of poof, that's what the Islanders did poop last night after getting up 3-0 early on. It was all Islanders.
Brock Nelson for the Islanders. We're still 20 seconds away from being 5-on-5. Across the line. Defenseman, veteran Riley. Pass in front, down low, point blank chance. Score! Kyle Palmieri and the Islanders break through.
Hey, up 1-0 thanks to ESPN once again. They kept it going in the first period.
Final 30 seconds of period 1 of game 2. Kyle Palmieri goal. And the Islanders working with a 1-0 lead. Zizekas on the forecheck. One-timer. Score! Bo Horvat! 2-0 Islanders.
Hey, right? Let's move on to the second period, and the Islanders added to their 2-0 lead.
Down in front by himself. Backhand score! Power play goal! Anders Lee! 3-0 Islanders.
Normally in the Stanley Cup playoff matchup, especially on the road, you would really seal a deal. 3-0 in the second period, but here come the Hurricanes.
Aho fakes. Jarvis on the puck. And fans on the pass, but kept alive by the Canes. Jarvis moving in. Shot saved. Varlamov. Loose goal! Teuvo Teravainen. gets the Canes on the board.
Thanks to ESPN, Travanen makes it 3-1 at the time. Islanders still over Carolina, but we continue now into the third period.
Riley scampers after the puck. Held in by the Canes. Cross ice to Jarvis. Moving in. Jarvis! Score!
Seth Jarvis fades away, kind of gets lost and unchecked. The Islanders are forcing him to shoot. He shoots above the screen, blocker side.
Oh, the humanity, and it got worse for the Islanders. Here comes the storm again. That is the Carolina Hurricanes.
And a face-off win for the Islanders. 6-on-5 with the empty net at the other end. Svechnikov, another block shot. Burns in the corner to Jarvis. One-timer, score! Tip in, we're tied!
And 9 seconds after that goal, Angel, yikes.
Thru re-enters the zone. Plays it in deep for Carolina. Loose. Score!
And he slams this one short side. Yeoman's work by Martinook, a big part of the Canes.
In the words of the Emperor Palpatine,
yeah,
regarding the New York Islanders, your failure is complete.
Man, I thought I couldn't freaking believe it. I tuned away and came back. I'm like, are you freaking kidding me? They can't get it done.
Oh, man. The Islanders up 3-0 on the road, lose to Carolina. Team that is favored to win by, they were plus 550 to start the Stanley Cup postseason. Yep. We shall see. Moving on. Vegas and Dallas. Vegas has owned this team lately.
Across to Eichel. Stone and Hurdle playing for the first time together tonight on the same line and on the power play, as this is a lineup that's never been played by Vegas so far this season. Stevenson off to Eichel, feeds the point. There's Hannafin. Long wrist shot. Score! Deflected in front. Guess who? It's the captain, it looks like, Mark Stone.
What a start for Vegas, and what an even better start for Mark Stone. Nothing gets you going when you get back into a lineup like a goal. You can see he's just floating in the middle here, and this shot's going to come through. Just a beautiful tip. Great screen in front of the net as well from Hurdle. Hannafin just floats it in there, hoping this could get tipped. Great tip there from Stone, but look at Hurdle in front of the net.
Yeah, you heard Jack Eichel's name in there as well. His parents lived about 5 miles down from us. He grew up about the next town over after in Chelmsford, Mass. Before I moved here to Southwest Florida. My wife will not acknowledge his name because he went to Boston University. However, the hypocrite sometimes that she is, only in this situation, I mean this very affectionately, is that she does acknowledge Charlie McAvoy, who also went to BU. My wife, of course, is a Boston College grad, so she hates BU automatically. It is ensconced in her blood. But nevertheless, Charlie McAvoy, fine now. Jack Eichel, not fine. Meanwhile, later on in the game, Brady McNabb, this could have been the SportsCenter #1 play of the night.
Yeah, absolutely, and I think that's part of it. And both teams, I think, feel that they need to be playing a little bit better defensively. Neither team wants to give up.
Shot from the point, score! McNabb! It may have been deflected in front. Roofed under the bar, and it's 4-2 Vegas. It's certainly redirected, but it looks like it might be Braden McNabb's goal.
Nice shot from McNabb from the point as his puck works its way over to him. He's going to play this off of the wall, just getting that puck to the front of the net. Screen in front of the net by Barbashev. And I don't think Ottinger sees this at all. You can see him, he just goes down into a butterfly. Haskin in front of the net as well. He's getting screened, and just a perfect shot from McNabb over the blocker's side.
Chara's mom says Charlie is from Chelmsford. I didn't say Charlie was from Chelmsford. I said Jack was from Chelmsford. I said, but you don't acknowledge him because you went to BU, but you acknowledged McAvoy, who, Jack Eichel was from Chelmsford. Charlie was not from Chelmsford, but they both went to BU. But you like McAvoy now because he plays for the Bruins. You still despise Eichel, even though he felt bad for him in Buffalo before he got hurt. Then he got traded to Vegas and won a Stanley Cup last year. But you will not acknowledge him because he went to Boston University. I think you should re-examine your life. I'm only kidding. Don't lock the door. Change the locks, for Christ's sake. Meanwhile, back in
that is the highlight of the day.
Another Star Wars reference. All right. Meanwhile, where was I before I was really interrupted? Okay. There was one highlight from the Dallas Stars last night.
Sagan knocked down by White Cloud. Away from the play.
Definitely at the point now where Dallas needs to start jumping their tee up in every single rush, start pinching it.
Marksman and Marchman's goal makes it a one-tally game.
This might be the break that Dallas needs, and Marchman, as he comes over the blue line, he just throws this on net. Logan Thompson misplays it, tries to play it with his glove. I don't know if he loses it as it's coming in.
Again, thanks to ESPN with the call, but it was not enough. Vegas hangs on for the 4-3 win. They have beaten Dallas, I want to say 5 in a row, 6 in a row, something like that. They just own them. Last one, Edmonton and LA in a shootout last night, but the Oilers came up on top. But early on in the game, Connor McDavid.
By the Oilers out to center with Hyman, just out of the reach of Henrique on the entry. McDavid spinning away. McDavid feeding. Score! Hyman second.
Putting the puck away and getting this game within one. Instead, the puck comes down the other end. And look at Connor McDavid. He draws everybody to that far side on his forehand. He's a left shot. Draws everybody to that side of the net. And then he's able to spin around and what.
All right, that made it 3-0 in the second period. The Kings, though, tried to make a little bit of a comeback.
The Islanders go up 3-0 and then a bit of a collapse in Carolina, but it'll be interesting to see.
Kempe threw this one toward the net and they score. Kopitar was backdoor, and Adrian Kempe put it toward the net, and the Kings cut it to 2.
Adrian Kempe has had a couple opportunities in close here tonight, and another one here, and this one makes it count. He's just putting the puck in, and it goes off a skate. So it's one of those plays. It's broken. It's not necessary. I actually think Kempe is trying to make a pass here, but he gets lucky.
Yeah, I'm sure bringing up to Boston and Edmonton goes over really well with someone. That's a great song, you know, Dropkick Murphys. But geez, don't expect to hear that song in Los Angeles or Edmonton. That would have made it 4-2, though, that goal by Kempe in the second period. But too much Hyman in the end.
That's what you got to do. You look at the belly button, the chest area of a player. You don't let that part of him by. It doesn't matter where his stick, where his head, any of that deceptiveness goes.
It's been a great season for Doughty, the 34-year-olds. McDavid, backdoor score! Hyman's got a hat trick in game 1. On this stage.
And Connor McDavid's never had 5 points in a playoff game either. Here's a look at it. The Kings win this faceoff. They're not able to get the puck back. That's what Edmonton does really well. They get the puck, they retrieve it, they beat them. It's just a foot race to get to the puck, and then they're able to set up. And then
thanks to ESPN with the call there. So Zach Hyman gets the hat trick, and Connor McDavid, Angel Martinez, how many assists? Not 1, not 2, not 3, not 4, 5. 5 assists for Connor McDavid last night in the Edmonton Oilers 7-4 win. That is outstanding. Not outrageous, but outstanding. All right, my friend. Quick break. When we come back, an MLB rundown, the most bizarre ejection, and I don't say that lightly, maybe one of the top 3 I have ever seen, especially when the man who got ejected turned out to say nothing. Tell you all about it. When the Pete Sheppard Show returns, we are live from the Naples Wealth Planning Studio on the Riptide Media Network.
To some people, the sound of a baby babbling doesn't mean much. But that's not necessarily true. By 6 months, they're combining vowels and consonants. By 9 months, they're trying out different kinds of sounds. And by 12 months, their babbling is beginning to take on some meaning.
especially if there's no babbling at all. Little to no babbling by 12 months or later is just one of the possible signs of autism in children. Early screening and intervention can make a lifetime of difference and unlock a world of possibilities. Take the first step at autismspeaks.org. A public service announcement brought to you by Autism Speaks and the Ad Council.
The following is made possible by Dad.
Why was the basketball court all wet? Because the players kept dribbling all over it.
The dad joke. Corny, groan-worthy, but also one of the simplest ways to share a moment with your kids.
Why do you have to be careful when it's raining cats and dogs? Because you might step in a poodle.
And kids that spend more time with their dads grow up to be smarter, more successful.
Can I tell you a cat joke? Just kidding.
And, with any luck, funnier adults.
Why didn't the skeleton go to the dance? Because he didn't have anybody to go with.
Dad jokes rule. So take a moment to make a moment and give your kid a laugh. It's as easy as going to fatherhood.gov. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services and the Ad Council.
That's really funny.
Okay, men, this is your time. Maybe you didn't choose this, but you're here now. You're gonna go out there and be an all-star caregiver. It's up to you. So what are you gonna do? You're gonna go grocery shopping, cook, clean, be there emotionally and physically. You gotta dig deeper. Drive them to physical therapy, doctor's appointments. Don't you forget about the pharmacy. I know you won't, because that's what caregivers do. Don't give up. Don't ever give up. This is your time to show the world, your family, and yourself that you're tougher than tough. Now go out there and be the best caregiver this world has ever seen. Caregiving is tougher than tough. Find the care guides you need at aarp.org/caregiving. A public service announcement brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
Hi, I'm Danica Patrick and proud aunt. Watching my nieces grow, play, and learn is amazing. But not every child gets to be carefree. 1 in 6 kids in the U.S. are hungry. 1 in 6. That little girl sitting alone at the playground, she can't play like the other kids. She doesn't have the energy because she's hungry. School lunch will be her only meal today. It breaks my heart that this is the reality in our country, but it's something that Feeding America is working to change. Each year, the Feeding America network of food banks rescues billions of pounds of good food that would have gone to waste. This food is then provided to families and children in need. Being a kid should be about using your imagination, learning, and having fun. These children shouldn't have to miss out on simply being a kid because they're hungry. To find out how you can help end childhood hunger in your community, visit feedingamerica.org.
Brought to you by Feeding America and the Ad Council.
Welcome back. It's hour number 2 of the Pete Sheppard Show, here live from the Naples Well Planning Studio on the Riptide Media Network. Text the show, 727-858-6650. That's 727-858-6650. That is the number. Also, you can watch the show and a plethora of places here on the Riptide Media Network video platform. Follow me on Twitter X at PShep326, on my Facebook page and the Broad Street South Facebook and YouTube pages, Spotify, Rumble, LinkedIn, and of course on Sports Radio 102.9. Some more funny moments last night, which I'll get to later on TNT. That were quite funny. Coming up at the bottom of the hour, Mick Colaggio will join me, NHL extraordinaire insider. So we will talk to him as well at 9:30. John Meter-Perel will join me. He kind of last week had a problem with his tummy, a little virus, but he is much better now. Anyway, Angel Martinez in the house as well. You'll hear him coming up. Also from 10 to noon today with Martinez and Defoe, unscripted. They debuted yesterday. Great job yesterday, Angel, as always. And you and Defoe are awesome together. It's been fantastic. And, of course, you're doing a great job here. Everything good over there in Tampa?
Yeah, everything is, everything is good. As my producer from my other show ends up walking in with some coffee. But everything is good. The one thing that I was going to mention was, did you see that Jacob Junis from Milwaukee, when he was over at PNC Park, got hit in a line drive? When
Yes, on the neck. I have that clip coming up in this segment. Yes.
Now, first of all, thank God he's okay. The other thing was, and there's two things. One is that I had no idea, because he's still a minor leaguer. He's not eligible for health insurance. I had no idea. I thought these guys automatically had it.
No, it's Major League Baseball has some bizarre rules, and there's a lot of people also don't realize. Maybe some of you do. Minor League Baseball, when you're in, majors, you get a stipend, you get meal money every day, you have first class accommodations and all that stuff. But in the minors, and I'm not sure in AAA what the insurance stuff is like, but I mean, it wouldn't shock me if in AA you had to provide your own insurance. I mean, single A ball is like being in an Army barracks. If you don't understand, when you first go, and a lot of these guys may sign, multi-million-dollar bonuses to go and end up only in when they start in single A ball, and they hope to progress to the majors in a short period of time. But if you're in single A ball, you're making probably less. You're probably making around $400 to $500 maybe a week, maybe less than that, maybe $400 a week. You're living in a barracks. A lot of times you're living in college dorms with a roommate. You get like $5 of meal money a day, whereas in the majors you get like $100. Believe it or not, there's a little envelopes for everybody when you walk in every single day. So while people may think that it's a great life to be able to play professional baseball, even at the single A level, it takes a lot. It takes a lot of endurance, and it takes a lot of drive. The AA is like now the new AAA, as most of you know. AAA is kind of like you're a tweener. You're sort of on the precipice of making majors, but it's not like back in the day where you really matriculated single A, AA, AAA, and then got to the majors. It's very much like AA right to the majors right now, and AAA is for like the 4A players. They're almost a major leaguer, but not quite there yet. But it's a tough life to live, to be a single A professional baseball player. I mean, if you're 18 years old and everything else, I mean, you have the whole world by the gonads and everything else. So you're not. But if you're in single A and AA for like Crash Davis was back in the day in Major League, I mean, when you're setting records for minor league home runs, it's tough. Still beats working, but it's not as glamorous as people think.
Yeah, well, there's another thing. Well, one is, and I'm going to bring up a picture. I'm going to put up there on the screen. Mm-hmm. I wanted to make sure he was fine. So before I flip it over, you end up seeing it. People kill me when it comes to some of these memes and stuff they end up doing. But this one is from Sports Sufferer, because I want to make sure I give him his dues there on Twitter. Sports Sufferer at Olsen PLZ win, as in Olsen, please win. And apparently he despises the Mariners. But and again, I double checked to make sure. But if you look on the screen, for those who can't see it, if you go on Twitter, it's LeBron James is laying straight on the floor as is, making it seem like it's Jacob Junis on there. But again, thank God he's fine. I just, for whatever odd reason, found that amusing when people end up doing stuff, because I was scrolling through to make sure everything was good. But the other thing was too, with as you were talking about the minor leaguers here in Dunedin for the Toronto Blue Jays, they're actually going to give them a brand new facility, because they've been putting them in an apartment complex. So is Clearwater Threshers, but they're going to make this brand new hotel. And then during the minor league season, half of the hotel will belong to the Blue Jays, the minor league team, and then the other half will be open to families and then people also who want to stay there. And then when the season's over, it'll open up completely to both sides so people can end up staying there. So they want to make sure they have, it's going to have a weight facility, their own, from what I understand, their own chef, so they can make sure they're properly, they have their proper nutrients. But they do have a curfew. So they can't go anywhere because there's a bar that's right across the street from there, which is Frenchie's, great place. But it's going to be, they're going to make it so they have transportation to and from the stadium, from the venue, so they don't have to worry about driving their cars and any of that stuff. But it's the place, I looked at it, the plans, it's going to be really nice.
Sweet. Fantastic. All right, let's continue with an MLB rundown here. Let's begin with the White Sox and the Minnesota Twins. The White Sox, this is one of the worst teams I have seen in a long time. Minnesota got it going early in the bottom of the second.
Kepler sends it to right center field, towards the gap and down, a base hit. Welcome back, Max Kepler. 2 runs will score. Kepler to second base, sliding, and the Twins get a big first inning swing and take a 2-0 lead.
Yep, thanks again to Bally Sports North, and it got worse for the Chicago White Sox.
Do that. Same spot, right center field. Jeffers, Larnach will round, head home, and he will score. So Kepler 2 for 2. He's knocked in 3, and it's 4-0.
Yes. Minnesota goes on to blank the White Sox 7-0. Meanwhile, I told you this is one of the most bizarre ejections I've ever seen in my life. Here's a courtesy of the Yes Network. We'll tell you. I'll play these 2 cuts, and then you can decide for yourself.
Aaron, how do you wrap your head around what happened in the first inning?
Hard to. Hard to. I really didn't even go after Hunter. I was more upset that, on the appeal, and I said, Hunter, you can call it too. And he came back at me pretty hard, to which I didn't respond. I just said, okay, went down, and it's embarrassing. It really is it's embarrassing.
I mean, everybody can see the video, but is that a scenario where you reach out to Major League Baseball about that?
Yeah. I mean, yeah, yes, but, just not good.
No, and here's a play on the Yes Network. Here's how it all went down in the first inning.
Got anything else to say? You're gone. Okay?
Oh, okay, Hunter. Wow. You know what? We're not going to need a John Boy breakdown of that one. We got a very clear. There you go. And now Aaron's saying I didn't say anything. Aaron's saying, hold on a second, I didn't say a word.
I don't care. I did not say anything, Okay.
Hunter Wendelstadt with some aggressive rabbit ears, one batter into this game. So the fan in the blue shirt is the one who says something to Hunter Wendelstadt. That's what he reacts to, and he kicks out Aaron Boone, who says, whoa, I didn't say anything. And Brad Ausmus is pointing, saying, it's a fan. And Hunter Wendelstadt, as we heard so cleanly on our audio, said, I don't care.
I don't care. Umpire Hunter Wendelstedt trying to become part of the game early on in the game ejects Aaron Boone for something that a fan said behind home plate. The fact that he didn't go back and just look at this, I mean, my God. Rob Manfred and company, your disciplinary office up in New York in the for MLB. This cannot happen. That is absolute BS that happened, and it's disgraceful. It's absolutely disgraceful that they didn't even go back and look at the replay just to make sure he didn't. And it was odd when you watch the replay on TV, it's obvious that the fan said it, and Aaron Boone said nothing. Unbelievable.
Yep.
Unbelievable. Meanwhile, in that game, in the top of the ninth inning, the score was no score.
2-2 against Gonzalez in the air towards right field. Soto turns, looks, and watches it out. First time in Yankee Stadium, and Zach attacks a home run.
You know the story. Fastballs in real estate. Location, location, location. Pack your bags, Zach Geloff. All aboard. Next stop, the Big Apple.
Oh, come on. Oh, come.
I got to have a bottle of... Stole that. I need a bottle of sriracha next to me so I can, just dump it on my face when I hear stuff like that. Woohoo!
That was so bad.
Good God. Something that wasn't so bad, Mason Miller yesterday for the A's, throwing a $103, Angel.
3 straight sliders here and an 0-2 count to Anthony Volpe.
Yeah.
And then that's it. 103 dotted. See you later. Here's the 1-2 to Soto. 103 later.
Doors blown. Batten down the hatches.
Wait.
There's the pitch, and there's the strikeout. 102 to get Aaron Judge. Volpe, Soto, and Judge had no chance against Mason Miller, who picks up his 5th save.
Was that 103? See you later. What the hell is that?
That is called NBC Sports California, my friend, and that is a professional broadcaster that somehow is allowed to call Major League Baseball games. What that person should be, and he's just as bad. I don't know who's doing it, but go back to Little League. I mean, but that's what happens when you're the Oakland A's. I mean, that's what you get when you have 5 people at the ballpark. By the way, Aaron Boone is having a hell of a time doing anything this year offensively for the Yankees. Rick says, who I talked about keeping Spencer Turnbull in the Phillies rotation and keeping Tayshaun Walker out. Well, you can call the Phillies. I don't have the number in front of me, but we'll get to that game in a second. Oakland, by the way, shuts out the Yankees 2-0. Detroit and Tampa Bay also went at it yesterday. Top of the first. Detroit got it going.
Mark Canha is at 1 ball, no strikes as the Tigers come in at 12-10. That ball is cranked to left field. Arozarena back at the track, and he can only watch it fly. Mark Canha with cannon fire for a 1-0 lead.
Yes, but the Tigers played some D also in this game in the bottom of the 5th.
2-2. Towards shortstop, Hobby, mid-hop on the throw. Got him! That's an outrageous play. Javi Baez with a brilliant effort and a big smile.
It's just a sick play here by Javier Baez. Could have came and got that ball, but he opted to wait back. And going back on flat-footed there, his ability to get rid of this ball quickly and get as much on it as he did. Wow, what a play.
That made it 5-0 Detroit in the bottom of the 5th, but the Tigers were not done.
Parker Meadows lays into this one, right center field, and away it goes. Almost a splashdown.
Oh, baby.
Onto the beach.
Parker Meadows. That's a big fly there. Whew.
Sriracha. Squirt.
Yeah. Holy Jesus.
Can't you come up with something? How about where the pitch was? What type of pitch was it? Something. Give me something tangible.
That's
That's so bad. Baseball broadcasters, so many of them nowadays are so bad. Vince Scully rolling over in his grave. Oh, my God. Meanwhile, the Blue Jays in Kansas City went at it yesterday, and Bo Bichette got it going early for the Blue Jays.
In the air, right center field. It's carrying. And it's going to be off the glove of Hampson. Kiner Falefa is in. Biggio's in. Here comes Vladdy. And Bichette with a 3-run triple.
Well, I tell you what, the Blue Jays work very hard on base running, and right there, it pays off.
Man, there were some bombs in this one. Dalton Varsho makes it 5-0 Blue Jays.
He got into this one, or did he? Did he get enough of it? Renfroe is back, and it is gone. Another home run for Dalton Varsho, as he just keeps hitting for power, and the Blue Jays now lead 5-0.
Yep, it was a 5-0 lead, but here come the Kansas City Royals.
Belted. Deep left field, and the Royals are on the board. So now he's driven in 15 runs. How about that? They're going to get production one way or another out of him.
Thanks to Bally Sports Kansas City and also Sportsnet for these cuts. And then Kyle Isbell later on.
Isbell hits it into the right field corner and off the screen for a home run.
And, you know, the fact that he didn't move at the plate told me he thought it was going to go foul, but, man, he knew he crushed it.
That's a final, though. Toronto gets out to that 5-0 lead. They hang on and hold off the Royals. 5-3 is the final. Baltimore in L.A., a bunch of bombs in this one, too.
Or James McCann. McCann down the left field line. That ball is crushed. Will it stay fair? Yes, it will. James McCann inside the pole. That's his first home run of the season, and that puts the Orioles on the board at the big game.
Yep, that was in the top of the second, 1-0 Baltimore. Later on, they would add to that lead. Top of the seventh, we go.
1 out. Kowser is the batter. He's 0 for 2. I saw a guy running around here earlier with a cow outfit on.
Oh, that is drilled. Oh, boy, did it sound good from Colton Kowser. And it looks good, too. Another left-on-left home run. Colton Kowser. And they're mooing from behind the Oriole dugout here in Anaheim as Kowser turns the bases with home run number 6.
Joe Adele added a home run, but it didn't matter. Baltimore hung on to win 4-2 thanks to Mid-Atlantic Sports Network there. Pittsburgh and Milwaukee yesterday as well. Andrew McCutchen got it going early for the Pirates.
Hit the air to center field deep. Perkins back and gone. There's 3-0-1.
Do it, Kutch. Talked about wanting to see this Pirates lineup with a skid like they're in right now. Get a pitch they can do damage on, and Andrew McCutchen on the third pitch of this ball game unloads on a slider down and away in the zone. Hits it to the big part of the ballpark. 1-0 Buccos.
It would remain 1-0 till the top of the fifth inning, and then the Milwaukee Brewers tied it.
And Hoskins unloads to left center field, and we are tied. 97 right down Main Street. 5th home run for Rhys Hoskins.
Sat on a fastball, 3-1 fastball, and got it. And listen, they know that he doesn't like to walk guys. So what do? You challenge the hitter. Hoskins accepted the challenge and deposited in left center field.
That was a bomb.
That tied the game at 1 in the top of the 5th, thanks to Bally Sports there. Later on, though, crazy play. Pittsburgh takes the lead.
Tune of 375. That's trouble. On the first, it is trouble. And here comes Hayes to the plate. He will score to give the Pirates the lead. Jared Jones now has that lead. E3, Bowers past Milner.
That made it 2-1. Pittsburgh bottom of the 6th. And how about this? Jared Jones, you just heard him talking about it. Crazy play.
Choked up on that bat. Whoa, did he go? He did. Wow. Look at that look.
I mean,
they're all there. They're just like, they can't believe this.
You can't do anything but laugh about that, even if you're
the guy that just went through it. Look at this.
But, I mean, he's thinking the same thing I was thinking.
Wow.
The fastball up, I'm probably going to see it again.
Oh, my gosh.
And you got to gear up for 100 miles an hour, and there's that slider that's just nasty.
Yep, crazy stuff when you see the video. Pittsburgh wins 4-2. Philadelphia and Cincinnati went at it. I'll tell you what, in this one, it was all Phillies.
Well, that's a fair ball down the left field line. That one's going to go to the corner. Schwarber's hustling to third. He's being waved home. And Schwarber's going to get to the plate. He'll score standing. RBI double for JT. And the Phillies lead it 4-0.
Yeah, pretty good placement here by JT. Doesn't hit this ball hard, but he hits it in the right place, and he stays inside it enough to get this ball down the line without pulling it foul.
Top of the 5th, 4-0 Phillies. It wouldn't need much more. NBC Sports with the call there, but Cody Clemens had other ideas.
And it brings Cody Clemens up.
Yeah, this really is a big add-on inning if they can push another couple across.
And a high fly ball to deep right field. It is gone. 3-run home run for Cody Clemens.
Wow, what a debut for that young man. He's just carried that spring training right here to Cincinnati and Great American Ballpark.
7-0 Phillies on top. And Cody Clemens with 2 extra base hits tonight.
Lucky 7, they win 7-0, and thanks to NBC Sports Philadelphia and the Philadelphia Phillies, your Angel Martinez Philadelphia Phillies and others have won 7 in a row.
C.
C for me. My beloved Red Sox, by the way, are making noise. They are climbing with the Yankees losing yesterday. I think they're only 2.5 games out, believe it or not. Not in last place, which is a good thing, but they have injuries up the yin-yang. Meanwhile, Atlanta and Miami yesterday.
Darno. Oh, gosh. Get out of here, ball. Down the line. It's off the pole. Another home run for Travis Darno. That is 5 home runs in his last 8 official at-bats. Unbelievable.
Absolutely in fuego right now. He does it, too, on an off-speed pitch. It is a changeup from Ryan Weathers, and there is no way to keep this guy in the ballpark right now.
Yeah, that made it 2-0 Atlanta in the bottom of the 4th. Meanwhile, a little bit later on, Ronald Acuna Jr.
There goes Ronald. Pitch on the way is high. Throw down by Fortes. Ronald is in there. And that is a notable stolen base for Ronald Acuna. It's a record breaker. Ronald Acuna now has more steals than anyone else in Atlanta franchise history.
190 career stolen bases thanks to Braves radio right there. The Braves also played well in the field.
And now he hits this weak lead, Austin Riley. Bare hands, got him! Excellent! Austin Riley making a fantastic play at the hot corner.
Absolutely fantastic. We actually did a demo with him in spring training about running in the barehanded plays and kind of got into all of the mechanics of it, what the plan is, when do you go glove, when do you go bare hand on those slow rollers, and he executed that one perfectly.
Atlanta wins 3-0. Couple more.
He'll be back.
Toward right center. Carroll on the run. He's going to turn. At long last, the drought is over.
And he'll be back. Pete's popping in and out, but he'll be back. Have no fear. Pete is here. He'll be back. So in case you guys are hearing a little bit of dead air at the moment, Pete, his window popped away. So
there from Paul Goldschmidt.
Yeah, I got an error on my screen and I had to refresh. Angel, sorry about that.
No worries. I got you.
We've encountered an error. God, I hate to see that. You hate to see it. St. Louis beat Arizona by a score of 5-3. San Diego and Colorado as well.
On the ground and gets through. Into left field. Here comes Wayne around. He will score. The Padres take a 3-1 lead. Quickly under the glove of Ryan McMahon, the third baseman.
Don Orsillo with the call there on MLB Network. Meanwhile, that was a final a 3-1 San Diego for Colorado. And finally, San Fran and the Mets.
Here's the 1-0. Chapman lines this one down the left field line. That is a fair ball. And it goes right by Nimmo into the corner. Wilmer's home. Here comes Lee. Hill scores standing. Chapman into second. The ball comes in and it's cut off by Jeff McNeil. But a 2-run double off the bat of Matt Chapman makes it 4-0 Giants.
Yes, it does. Thanks to Sports Bay Area. They were not done. Just for good measure in the bottom of the 6th.
Conforto hammers one to right. And out of here. His 5th, and he does it against his own team. And because of that, it felt a little bit better than normal. This is going to be the last pitch. Quintana throws. There's the hang, and there's the bang. And Conforto do it right away. From the splash camp.
There it is. Final San Francisco 5, the Mets 2. All right, quick break, everybody. And when we come back, Mick Colagio, one of the great NHL insiders in the country, is going to join me. We talk all things Stanley Cup playoffs. It's all part of the Pete Sheppard Show, live from the Naples Well Planning Studio on the Riptide Media Network.
Right now, our country feels divided, but there's a place where people are coming together.
I gotta tell you, I was nervous to talk to someone so different than me.
Me too, but I'm glad we are.
Love Has No Labels and One Small Step are helping people with different political views, beliefs, and life experiences come together through conversation, and it feels good.
Wow, your story is so...
Interesting?
Yeah.
When people actually sit down, talk, and listen to one another, they can break down boundaries and connect as human beings. At lovehasnolabels.com/onesmallstep, you can listen to amazing, life-changing conversations and find simple tools to start a conversation of your own.
I know one thing. This conversation gives me hope.
It gives me a lot of hope, too.
Take a step toward bringing our country and your community together by having the courage to start a conversation at lovehasnolabels.com/onesmallstep. A message from StoryCorps, Love Has No Labels, and the Ad Council.
People do some pretty cool things in their 40s and 50s. Why should saving for retirement be any different? I mean, they go back to college, learn new instruments, start skateboarding. Whoa! Okay, maybe that one's not for everybody, but saving for retirement is. With aceyourretirement.org, you can get on track with your retirement savings no matter your age. Just have a 3-minute chat with Avo, the friendly digital retirement coach from AARP. You'll get personalized recommendations based on your input that are easy to understand and work with your lifestyle. It's quick, easy, and free. Plus, it's sponsored by AARP, so you know they got your back.
Woohoo! Gnarly move, Dad.
Thanks, sweetie.
So wherever you are in your retirement savings journey, head to aceyourretirement.org and start chatting with Avo today. That's aceyourretirement.org. A message from AARP and the Ad Council.
Adopt US Kids presents What to Expect When You're Expecting. A teenager. Learning the lingo.
Today I'm going to help parents translate teen slang. Now, when a teen says something is on fleek, it's exactly like saying, that's rad. It simply means that something is awesome or cool. Another one is totes. It's exactly like saying, totally, just shorter. As in, I totes love going to the mall with Becca. Another word you might hear is jelly. Jelly is a shorter, better way to say jealous. As in, Chloe, I am like so jelly of your unicorn phone case.
You don't have to speak teen to be a perfect parent. Thousands of teens in foster care will think you're, rad, just the same. To learn more, visit adoptuskids.org. A public service announcement brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, Adopt U.S. Kids, and the Ad Council.
This is the story of a very special woman. In a matter of seconds, she turned herself into a great mathematician or an entrepreneur. Her knowledge was limitless and still is. She could also make monsters disappear, especially those that lurked in the shadows under the bed. Once, this woman put back together a teenage girl's broken heart, which had been shattered in 1,000 pieces, just by giving her a bear hug. She masqueraded as a regular person at work, but as a superhero at home. Everyone knows her as Gabriella. I still call her Mom.
Your hero needs you now, and AARP is here to help. Find the care guides you need to help, complete with tips and resources at aarp.org/caregiving. A public service announcement brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
That's how it sounded at the Garden last night in the first period a couple of times, but not good enough as the Toronto Maple Leafs, who deserved to win that game last night, despite the Bruins being up 2-1 at the end of the first period, and especially Pasta scoring late in the second period, less than 8 seconds to go. I really thought that would carry over and psychologically damage the Maple Leafs, but I was wrong. But it's only a matter of time before they get psychologically damaged. We all know that. But anyway, you tip your hat last night to the Toronto Maple Leafs. They absolutely deserve to win. They outplayed the Bruins. And joining us to talk about it is my man, Mick Colagio, one of the best hockey writers in the country, BostonHockeyNow.com, RinkRapMC.com, and a whole bunch of other outlets you can hear Mick. Good morning, Mick. Thanks for joining me. It probably was a little bit of a late night last night for you, although the game did start at 7 o'clock. But how are you this morning?
I am alive and well. It's a long haul. I expected this to be a long series either way. So here we are. I mean, what are you going to do? A strong response by the Maple Leafs. They checked better than the Bruins did. I thought the key moment in the game, if the Bruins were going to try to steal this one, I really thought the key moment was Tavares' power play goal. Jake DeBrusk in the slot went for a steal.
Yeah.
Tried to pickpocket Tavares and take off tried to sneak one out from underneath Tavares in the slot and run away with the puck, and Tavares fended off the attempt, and that left them all alone in the slot. And I felt like that was the fatal mistake of the game for the Bruins.
I agree. It was kind of in a sort of similar situation. It's how Pasternak scored his goal because what's his name went for the steal, and it should have been an absolute clear by the Blue Jays, the Maple Leafs, and then Pasternak put it in. I really thought that's the kind of goal, Mick, that you see at the end of a period in Stanley Cup playoff action that can carry over into the second period or the second into the third period. Last night it was the first into the second, but I'll give Toronto credit. They did not. They didn't fade. I thought that goal was going to do them in when that happened.
They won too many pucks. They won the battles along the sidewalls, up and down the rink. Toronto was the better team on the wall. They came up with too many 50-50s, and I'd say that was the opposite of Game 1. And the Bruins need to respond now in Game 3 Wednesday night and show that they're in it to win it. And if they defer and say, okay, you're better than us there, but we're going to figure out other ways to beat you, then Toronto will win the series. And it'll be nothing that we haven't seen from the Bruins for the last several years in the playoffs. Mm-hmm. So it's time for them to man up and win those battles, win their share of 50-50s. You're not going to win them all. You're not the most physical team in the league, but you got to play outside your comfort zone. And that's really going to be how this is decided. The acquisition Toronto made at the deadline of Ilya Lyubushkin, they played him up. They gave him more time. They gave him more significant matchup, and he denied the Bruins inside ice and got into some pretty intense battles in front of Lynette, including Charlie Coyle. So Toronto has taken and gotten some good hockey out of guys that brought in for this purpose.
No question about it. A real quick public service announcement, Rick. Thank you. This does not affect you, Mick, but it affects people around Southwest Florida and especially Angel. Stay away from the Tampa airport area today or get stuck in traffic. The president is coming into town to brighten everyone's day. There you have it. Doesn't matter who's in office. When the president comes to your town, everything gets shut down and you cannot get downtown. So you might as well stay uptown. Does that make any sense? Well, things could be worse for the Bruins, right? There could be the Islanders, Mick. 3-0 lead last night on the road against a very tough Carolina team. And then you absolutely implode. And, I'm sure you didn't get to see a lot of this game, but that regardless, give the Hurricanes a lot of credit. The Hurricanes remind me a lot of some of the Bruins teams we've seen in the past. They fight. They play hard. We've talked about this before. The new improved version of the New Jersey Devils from the mid to late 90s. And but the Islanders, you can't blow a 3-0 lead on the road against this team. Yikes!
I like Carolina. I think they're the quiet profile and getting overlooked is right up their alley.
Mm-hmm.
And people will eventually be forced to pay attention to them in later rounds of the playoffs. And that's probably how they like it. It allows them to focus on themselves. And they've been a good team all year long. They've just kind of flown a little under the radar because of the seasons that the Bruins and the Rangers, especially the Rangers, had all the way to the end. But Carolina's always been nibbling, right breathing down those necks.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
And they're right there now, and and they're exposing the Islanders for the Islanders' problems. And if there was a sweep in this first round, I'd say that's probably the best chance we have of seeing one. Is probably that one. Although I will say that LA, another team with defensive backbone over the last few years, really gave up a lot of goals last night. So there's a little bit going on right now that's a little funky.
Yeah, we'll get to that in a second. I want to get back to the Bruins real quick. I wanted to ask you about, we all remember Ty Domi. I hated him. And, he really, they love him in Toronto, and I understand why. Max Domi, his son, I must give credit where credit is due, even though he's a pain in the tuchus. That pass he made to Austin Matthews, first of all, the goal, but the pass he made to Matthews on that breakaway, that was something special. That really was. And no goalie in the planet was stopping that.
This is the second time in 3 years that Max Domi has impacted the Bruins in the playoffs. Game 7 in Carolina 2 years ago, Max Domi was the difference. He had a career game, and really was the spark plug that won Carolina that series. And now he seems to have found his home. We'll see if that really takes, because the guy tends to bounce around the league a bit. Everybody wants him, and then they don't want to keep him. But right now, it's a sweet spot for him with the Maple Leafs, and he's looking awfully good with Bertuzzi. And I noticed a few times last night that together with Matthews, the chaos that he and Bertuzzi create, Matthews is really masterful at turning that into scoring threats for himself. So they got some mix there that's different from the traditional Maple Leafs.
Agreed. Bertuzzi is a guy that I miss. I hated that the Bruins let him go. I know you can't keep everybody, but I forget the circumstances that were there. So they went with, they didn't want to re-sign. I can't remember why they didn't keep Bertuzzi, but despite what happened in the first round last year, when they got him, I thought it was a great pickup. And he's one of those guys that I thought might be a Bruin for the rest of his career, but apparently not, obviously.
Well, they had a terrible salary cap situation, and the free agents that they were able to acquire at that deadline last year, there was no way that any of those guys were going to be able to come in at prices that the Bruins would have had to put on the table to lure them to stay. Orlov was obviously going to be one and done, even though he did very well with the Bruins. Bertuzzi, they liked him, but they also, the funny thing is that because of everyone's cap constraints with the flat cap, Bertuzzi didn't get the contract that theoretically people might have thought they expected him to get, that the Bruins wouldn't be able to compete with. They could have paid him what he wound up getting. They just didn't know it in the moment. So he went to market, and Toronto signed him.
Yep. All right. Let's
out for Toronto.
There's no question about it. Let's head to the Western Conference last night. The Jack Eichel from Chelmsford, Mass. His parents lived about, I think, like 5 miles from us before we moved down here. Over the Stars last night, 4-3, and I believe that's what the 5th or 6th. There's certain teams that have certain teams' number, and Golden Knights, I think this 5th or 6th win in a row over Dallas. Good game, 4-3. The defending Stanley Cup champion, Golden Knights, and we'll see. We'll see what happens. You've talked about Dallas. You were not overly impressed with the Dallas Stars heading into the series.
Well, I like their defense. I think Heiskanen is a great player. Asa Lindell is a very solid top 3 defenseman. They're the team that signed Chris Tanev and got a shutdown guy with a right shot. But I really didn't love them up front. Jason Robertson has got a tremendous knack for finding offense without being terribly fast on his skates. He reminds me of like a modern day Luc Robitaille. He's big, he's strong, he's great around the net, and he snuffs out. He finds a way to be in the right place at the right time. That's a skill. And that said, when one of your other go-to forwards is Joe Pavelski, I mean, he's been around a very long time. And I think that the 82 plus 2 months of playoffs is a kind of a long haul for him. Similarly, the way it became a long haul for Patrice Bergeron at the end of his career. Those guys kind of break down a little bit at the end. And that was a factor in Bergey's decision to retire. Pavelski hanging in there. But how good are you going to be in that moment? We know Tyler Seguin is a broken down version of what he was, the fast car he was coming in with the Bruins as a teenager. He's no longer that player. He's a much better hockey player, but he's not the speed machine that he was. Jamie Benn has had a resurgence in his career. Rupi Hintz, I like him, but I look at them. They're kind of a hodgepodge collection up front that doesn't really scream championship at me. So when I look at them and I say, okay, they got to play Vegas now. Well, hey, the Nikita Kucherov Award goes to Mark Stone.
Well, that's what a story that is. We had the lacerated spleen a couple of years ago, whatever it was. Guy's been banged up, comes in against.
Well, actually, was this during the season?
During this season, I should say. My bad. But scores. They go on the power play early, and he gets the first goal. Booed, obviously.
Well, that's I didn't get to see any of these games last night, as I was obviously preoccupied. Yeah. But for them to do what they did at the deadline and stay aggressive and use the LTIR on the salary cap, long-term injured reserve, and now be able to bring back a team that is so far over the cap number, but it doesn't matter in the playoffs. The cap goes away. So they did what Tampa successfully did with Kucherov in 2021 when Kucherov led the playoffs in scoring and Tampa won the Stanley Cup. And right now, Vegas, because of the way they were able to manipulate the cap situation with Stone's injury and still acquire a stud on defense in Noah Hannafin, this is an amazing hockey team right now. Repeating is still a very difficult thing to do, and they've got 1 out of 16 W's that they need to get. So, but boy, they gave themselves a chance here with the way they were managed there. So, congratulations to Kelly McCrimmon.
Again, in Vegas, the defending Stanley Cup champion, they're the 8th seed in this tournament. Not that means a whole hell of a lot. We know 8s can do to 1s many, many times. Again, speaking with my good friend Mick Colaggio, one of the best NHL insiders in the country, writes for BostonHockeyNow.com, RinkWrapMC.com, and a lot of other places that you can catch him. The Edmonton Oilers last night, not 1, not 2, not 3, not 4, but 5 assists for Connor McDavid, and Hyman gets a hat trick. This was my pick. I did not pick a team in the East, which is very cowardly of me to go to the finals, the Stanley Cup finals. But I did pick the Edmonton Oilers, and I'm going to ride them all the way. And I know they've had the Kings number, I think, the last couple of years in the playoff series. But that was a great game. I watched some of that game last night. Connor McDavid is man, is he awesome. He is awesome.
Yeah, I was on the phone with my good friend Peter Betro, who was actually at the game that Bobby Orr flew through the air. Wow. And so I called him up because I got on the expressway to leave Boston, and without any signage, thanks Mass DOT, they had it was a crawl all the way down the expressway. Why? Even though the map apps showed nothing but green, construction. So they were doing some late night construction. And so then I finally decide, okay, now I'm at the end of the expressway and I got to choose right or left. Am I going to choose left, bear left on a Route 3 and hug the coast all the way down to the Cape? Or am I going to go inland? So I decided to go inland so I can take 24 south. 24 is blocked off.
Oh,
so now I got to go over to 95 and get on 90. So now I'm on 95 South, and I call my pal Peter Betro, and he's in the middle of watching this Edmonton game. And he's like, oh, that's right. I said, yeah, you got to watch number 97, McDavid, because he's always mourning that we don't have any Bobby Orrs anymore. We don't have any Yvonne Colliers anymore. We don't have Bobby Clark anymore. Yeah. I'm saying, get out of the past, Pete. Connor McDavid is a great hockey player. Number 97 in blue. Watch him. He gets on the phone. He goes, "Oh, what? Oh, they just scored again. Oh, they just scored again." He's giving me the play-by-play while I'm going down the highway. And,
Now,
anyway, that's how I found out about the Edmonton game.
I guess it's the lesser of two evils. I'm talking about either taking Route 3, which everybody knows. If you're down by, the Braintree split, you're going to go that way, or you chose. But 24 is always backed up at night. They're always doing something. They're always doing. Not that Route 3 is safe, is 100% safety, but
the thing that kills me is they don't tell you anything until you're trapped. That's the thing that drives me absolutely nuts.
And for those of you who don't know, Route 24 outside of Boston and Route 3 heading down to the Cape are just, they are traffic nightmares usually. And the worst is late at night. Sometimes even rush hours, they're better because they don't do construction in rush hour. But, would it take an extra half?
To go home.
An extra half hour to get home?
Oh, it took me an extra hour to get home.
Oh,
what should have been about $1.10 took 2 hours.
Oh man,
yeah,
that is
brutal. So anyway, I got some play-by-play on Edmonton's night and on McDavid.
Nice.
But yeah, I mean, I'm impressed with them too, and I think your pick of Edmonton in the West is reasonable. And the reason is because if you look at the rarity of anybody repeating the Stanley Cup, who else is on that side that doesn't have some sort of quirkiness to them, whether it's Colorado's goaltending, the fact that they've never really replaced their captain, Gabe Landeskog, who gave them a really heavy physical element in the top six that they really haven't been able to replicate in the years since his injuries that are career threatening. Will he ever be back? Who knows? But the fact that you got a Colorado team that's not the team that won it 2 years ago. You have a Vegas team that's trying to do something that's been done only once in the Cap era by the Penguins in 16 and 17, which is repeat. And now you have who else have we got over there? We have the Dallas Stars that we just talked about. Good team, great defense, good goalie. We'll see. I don't think they got the forward group to get this done. I think those wheels will come off. Then there's the Edmonton Oilers, and they used to be a fatally flawed team, but they got an internal solution in net with Skinner. Once they beefed up their defense, I thought a key acquisition for them was Matthias Ekholm, the former Dallas Star left shot defenseman, has really galvanized their group back there. So when you add it to what they have, with Nurse back there, and they got some talent back there as well, some skill, and then we know their forward group, and adding Zach Hyman up front, who used to play for Toronto. How'd they let him get away?
Oh my God!
I mean, McDavid has turned him into a 50-goal scorer. And and then you got Nugent Hopkins, who's an understated, great hockey player, who's really underrated. How strong Nugent Hopkins is on the puck, and how difficult it is to take the puck from him.
Absolutely,
he's a tough player. So I think Edmonton's a very reasonable pick to come out of the West.
All right. You just mentioned how they let him get away. What in the wild, wild world of sports is going on with Bill Nylander? I call him Bill. William Nylander. Where the hell is he? What is going on? Is it a disciplinary thing? Did something happen? I don't want to.
No. There's a late season injury. He skated with the extras yesterday morning. He did not come out for warmups. So we may see him in this series, but Maple Leafs were able to get the split in Boston without him, which is the ideal situation, which really takes the pressure off of getting him back into the series prematurely. But Nylander is the fastest player end-to-end on either one of these teams. And he is an elite skater in a straight line. He's like a modern-day Bob Gainey, except he plays offense rather than defense. And I don't mean from a position standpoint, but in terms of skill standpoint. But Nylander is an impactful player who Toronto would love to have in this series. But now with a win and going home 1-1, they can take a breath and know that they don't need to be trying to get him to save their team.
My man Angel Martinez has something for you, Mick.
Mick, so I'm
Hey,
wondering
Angel.
what was the worst collapse other than yesterday between the Islanders game and recent memory that you can think of? Who had the worst collapse in an NHL playoff game?
Whoa. Oof. Oof.
Can I go?
Well, I
Bruin?
mean, it's.
Can I go? Bruin? Can
I know.
Toronto?
I'm gonna tee Pete up here and say, Pete, take us back to 2010.
Bruins, Toronto. Right?
Well, that's 2000. That's 2000. All right, that's 2013.
No, 2010. I'm on a plane. I'm coming back from Aruba, and the Dominican or Jamaica, whatever the hell I was. It's game. The Bruins were up 3-0 on the Flyers. Your Flyers, 3-0 up on the Flyers. They take a 3-0 lead into the third period against the Flyers. By the time I got off the plane and was leaving the driveway, they lost. But I still put the Maple Leafs choke up when they were up by 3 goals, and I put the Maple Leafs ahead of that just because I can.
I'll tell you, when sitting upstairs watching that 2013 Bruins team, that was a short season because they had an owner's lockout for the renewal of the CBA. So it was one of those 48-game seasons that started in January. And the Blackhawks put up a great record during that year. The Bruins, not so much, but the Bruins were in the playoffs and they had home ice on Toronto. They were up 3-1 in that series because David Krejci scored overtime in Game 4. Toronto winds up winning Game 5 and 6, comes back to Game 7, and Toronto's up 4-1, and we're almost halfway through the third period.
In Boston.
And there was a point, and it's right, and there was a point at which a Bruin went down, and Toronto forward Leo Komarov gave the Bruin a pat almost like helped them up like they do in an NBA game, but he kind of like gave him a little pat on the butt, kind of like that little stick to the butt, kind of like a sportsmanship kind of a thing. Yeah. And I'm thinking, wow, he thinks this is over.
This is over, yep.
That was the moment that I realized that Toronto thought the game was over and the series was over. And I'm thinking, now listen, I'm not predicting anything here, but I knew that the Bruins will not go quietly. This is not the end of it. And sure enough, boom, boom, boom. and the way it ended, I think it was the first year that the camera was cutting away to that plaza in Toronto where all the fans were watching the big screen. Mm-hmm. that was just brutal. That was just brutal. But that was it. And my memory of 2010 was that's going to go down in infamy as a colossal choke for the Bruins. However, that series, those games were extremely tight. And what happened in Game 3 was Mike Richards for Philadelphia caught David Krejci carrying a puck through the middle of the ice on what we call a buddy pass, where you float the puck really slowly to the forward, and a defense or any checker on the opponent's side has all day long to line that player up and absolutely smash him to smithereens. Mm-hmm. And basically what happened was that Mike Richards deconstructed and reconstructed David Krejci's wrist on that hit at mid-ice. And on that play, the puck went over to Milan Lucic, who hit Miroslav Shatan, who scored. And that was Shatan's last point of that playoffs. So not only did the Bruins lose Krejci for that series, they lost Shatan because without Krejci, Shatan was one hand clapping. So, and then the next game, Simon Gagne, who was the Flyers goal scorer, came back from injury. So the seesaw kind of went from here to here. And now Flyers start winning all the tight games. Trent Whitfield, assistant coach of the Providence Bruins, had a breakaway in Game 4 in overtime. He scores, the series is over in 4 straight. He didn't score.
Well, it's like Marchand last year against Florida. He scores in that breakaway with 2 seconds to go. It's over in 5. But no.
Well, the one that killed me wasn't that one because I realized he knew the clock was running out and that compromised how much time he thought he had and what he could do, and what Bobrovsky could see the clock and knew what he could do. And so the one that got me was the Bruins were overpassing the puck a ton. And midway through the third period, the Bruins, I think, are already up by 2. And if David Pastrnak, who's on a 2-on-1, shoots the puck, the series is over. Same game. he passes to a covered teammate. And I'm thinking, okay, no Bruin is immune. They've all caught the virus. They're not going to score again, and they can't stop Florida. So there we go.
Boy, oh boy. All right, Mick, last point before we let you go. Buffalo Sabres have rehired Lindy Ruff. If I told you this, if I told you 17 years, if we had this discussion 17 years ago that he'd be back with the Sabres after getting fired by the Devils after 61 games or something this year. I don't know. How do you feel about this move for the Sabres? I mean, to me, it's going to come down to ownership. I think the Pagulas are going to sell some of the Buffalo Sabres I don't know. To me, they're great owners. They're great people. The Bills are, I know they haven't got to the Super Bowl.
And Jessica's a hell of a tennis player.
She's awesome. But this team can't get out of its own ways. Lindy Ruff, can he inject some magic into the Buffalo Sabres? Or is this kind of like,
I don't know. I don't know if he's the right guy for this team right now. I do know that the coaching changed. I'm a little surprised they didn't do it during the season. They waited to the end. Kevin Adams, I believe he was once a Bruins second-round draft pick. Never played for them. He is their GM. Bringing back Lindy. Now, Lindy, surprisingly to me, had the Devils playing really well for a good chunk of this past season. And the bottom fell out, and they let him go. But that Devils team was humming for a while under him. So I think that Adams is probably looking at that body of work with this hire. Is it the right move? It's a risk because I think if it doesn't pan out, I think it's a new GM too.
Oh, I agree. All right, they've gone 13 seasons without making a playoff appearance. Mick, you're the man. Thanks so much again. Mick Colaggio, you can read him on BostonHockeyNow.com, RinkRapMC.com. Where else? You're on a bunch of podcasts around the country. What else you need to plug?
The Pete Sheppard Show.
Always welcome. I love having you on, Mick. I promise I won't bother you unless something crazy happens the rest of the week. And I hate the fact that the Bruins and Celtics are both playing within a half hour of each other tomorrow night.
Well, let me, speaking of the Bruins and the Celtics, this is the 50th anniversary of the last time that they both made their respective league championship series in the same year.
Wow.
I was a senior in high school, 1974.
Celtics won.
Celtics beat Phoenix. Yep, Celtics beat Phoenix in 6.
Yep.
And
the Flyers beat us.
No, the Phoenix they beat in 76. Well, it was Milwaukee.
Yeah.
It was Milwaukee. It was Abdul-Jabbar
Yes.
hit a skyhook in the last second of game 6. So they won it in 7. Yeah, so they won it in 7 in 74 because they went back to Milwaukee and trounced them after Jabbar stole game 6 in Boston.
The Phoenix series was the one that went triple overtime, that classic triple overtime game.
That was the Richie Powers game.
Yes,
that was right. The Globe had an amazing headline because it was this picture of I think it was Rick Westfall pulling on JoJo White's shorts, and so the Boston Globe headline was "Sun and Moon."
Great stuff. All right, Mick, have a great rest of your week. And are you going to Toronto or are you sticking around here?
No, I'll be here. I'll be here. Maybe
right.
if the Bruins somehow survive this series, then there's probably a good chance I'm coming south.
Oh, sweet. All right. We'll definitely hook up. No doubt about it. All right, my friend. Thanks so much. Mick Colaggio joining me here. We're a little late, but that's okay. It's the Pete Sheppard Show. We are live from the Naples Wealth Planning Studio. Coming up on the bottom of the hour, it's John Meter-Perel. We'll get his thoughts. And I know there was a tearful for John when Matt Ryan retired yesterday. We'll talk some NFL and some other stuff with John Meter-Perel when he joins me next. It's the Pete Sheppard Show live from the Naples Wealth Planning Studio on the Riptide Media Network.
Hey, Dad, your prescription will be ready in just a minute. Hey, Dad, your laundry will be ready in just a minute. Dad, your lunch will be ready in just a minute.
Hey, honey, why don't you take a minute?
When you help care for a loved one, you give them as much time as you can, making sure they're safe and comfortable. But it's just as important that you take some time for yourself. At AARP, we can help with information and useful tips on how you can maintain a healthy life balance, care for your own physical and mental well-being, and manage the challenges of caring for a loved one. Because the better care you take of yourself, the better care you can provide for your loved one.
Thanks, Dad.
Thank you.
You're there for them. We're here for you. Find free care guides to support you and your loved one at aarp.org/caregiving. That's aarp.org/caregiving. A public service announcement brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
All right, class. Let's hear what everyone did this weekend. Jill?
Well, I raised my older sister to a big oak tree. It was at least 100 years old. My mom said I must have set a record or something. And then we went down by a stream and perched up on this huge rock and saw all these little minnows swimming around way below us. And then I rescued my little brother from an evil slug king who was guarding him at the bush fortress. And my sister and I brought him back to our super twig fort for safety. And then we all laid out and told stories until it got dark. And the Big Dipper led us all the way home. Awesome. Where were you, Jill? Yeah. We went to the forest. It's not that far away. Anyone want to come this weekend?
Ask your parents to take you and your friends to the forest this week and find the fun, adventurous you. It's closer than you think. Check out discovertheforest.org. Brought to you by the U.S. Forest Service and the Ad Council.
Okay, men. This is your time. Maybe you didn't choose this, but you're here now. You're gonna go out there and be an all-star caregiver. It's up to you. So what are you gonna do? You're gonna go grocery shopping. Cook, clean, be there emotionally and physically. You gotta dig deeper. Drive them to physical therapy, doctor's appointments. Don't you forget about the pharmacy. I know you won't. Because that's what caregivers do. Don't give up. Don't ever give up. This is your time to show the world, your family, and yourself that you're tougher than tough. Now go out there and be the best caregiver this world has ever seen.
Caregiving is tougher than tough. Find the care guides you need at aarp.org/caregiving. A public service announcement brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
Hi, I'm Danica Patrick and proud aunt. Watching my nieces grow, play, and learn is amazing. But not every child gets to be carefree. 1 in 6 kids in the U.S. are hungry. 1 in 6. That little girl sitting alone at the playground, she can't play like the other kids. She doesn't have the energy because she's hungry. School lunch will be her only meal today. It breaks my heart that this is the reality in our country, but it's something that Feeding America is working to change. Each year, the Feeding America network of food banks rescues billions of pounds of good food that would have gone to waste. This food is then provided to families and children in need. Being a kid should be about using your imagination, learning, and having fun. These children shouldn't have to miss out on simply being a kid because they're hungry. To find out how you can help end childhood hunger in your community, visit feedingamerica.org.
Brought to you by Feeding America and the Ad Council.
And no music.
Now that all of the children are growing up,
When you think about
how do we spend our lives if there's no one who lends us a hand?
Welcome back. It's hour number 3, the Pete Sheppard Show, live from the Naples Wealth Planning Studio on the Riptide Media Network. Please text us. So that was my bad, Angel, because I just hit the wrong mouse. I'm moused out over here. Sometimes I grab the wrong one. Anyway, it is the final hour of the Pete Sheppard Show. Text the show 727-858-6650. You can watch the show in a whole bunch of ways here on the Riptide Media Network video platform. This is awesome. With Twitter X, you can follow me at PShep326. Facebook page, mine, along with the Broad Street South Facebook and YouTube pages, Rumble, LinkedIn, Spotify, Sports Radio 102.9. That's the app you can listen to for now until the Riptide Media Network app, which is in the finishing stages of being completed, along with the web pages. President of Naples Wealth Planning, Brian Bruno, and partner Rick Calhoun, CEO, doing an unbelievable job of really perfection. We've had a couple of glitches along the way, like everything else that grows, but we are growing so fast here on the Riptide Sports Media Network. on the Riptide Media Network, I should say. The lineup for today after is Martinez and Depot, unscripted, coming up right after this program from 10 a.m. until noon. 4 p.m., Talk Spicy with Coach Gene Clemens. 6 p.m., the Bleacher Brothers Show with A.J. Johnson. And then Robbie has the La Stella Report coming up at 9 o'clock. I must say last night I had to, it was late. I usually don't do this, but I did have to do a shout out. We might have to play this, Angel, because there are hot takes, and then there are hot takes, and then there's,
boy,
I had to respond. And, I love Robbie. If you want, let me see. I'm going to play this here. This is last night on Robbie's show on the La Stella Report. Now, maybe you know these guys. I don't. I'm just getting to know some of the new people on the network, So I think it's great that everybody has differing opinions and all that stuff. Robbie does a great job. He had Christian Aprocia on, and Drew. I can't remember, Sculia, I believe. And they're having this discussion about NFL quarterbacks, right? Or potential NFL quarterbacks that are being to be drafted,
right?
So. There's only certain, this one I had to respond to. But here's how it went down last night on Robbie's show on the La Stella Report.
A healthy Jordan Travis is a top 3 quarterback in this draft class. That is my bold hot take that a lot of people dislike. Yes, Jordan Travis is 100 times better than Drake May. Drake May is Mitch Trubisky, but taller. Michael Penix is pro comp is Tua. He'll be an average NFL quarterback. JJ McCarthy is.
How do we mute Christian? How do we mute him?
Joe Milton is going to get a GM fired if he's taken on day 2.
I'll agree with that one.
Oh boy.
Uh-huh.
Now, Robbie and Drew are trying to. Drew's the one that said, "How do we mute Christian because he's digging himself a bigger pit?" Come on, man. Michael Penix Jr. is Tua. Come on. That's ridiculous. Now you want to talk about Travis? Okay. I don't know what he's going to be. I like him a lot. It sounds like Christian's a big Florida State fan and everybody else sucks. That's what it sounds like to me.
Right.
That could be wrong. I could be wrong. But anyway, it was good stuff yesterday. But I had to respond, and I said, "Is this a joke? How much college football does this guy watch?" And he says, "Too much college football, to be honest. You can't put Drake May in the same class as Mitch Trubisky. You can't." And certainly, I don't know how much of Michael Penix Jr. you've watched, but that guy, whoever gets him is going to be the steal of the draft. So much so, but I'm just having fun with them. And everybody has, look, you can go listen to First Take and get up on ESPN and hear some outrageous comments as well. I'm just having some fun with these new guys, but that one struck me a little bit. I usually don't respond to other people's shows and stuff, goofy stuff. So I hope they don't take it personally. It's just, it's all in good fun. But I thought that was outrageous.
Nah, I'm pretty sure they love it, but it's always fun.
Yeah, and you can hear them again tonight. You can hear, I don't know who Robbie's getting on the show on the La Stella Report tonight. I did do another poll today. I wanted to close out yesterday. I forgot to mention yesterday's poll, the closing numbers. 1,166 votes, Angel, and over 9,088 impressions.
Wow.
Which is very good. Right? Am I wrong? That's pretty good.
That is pretty
So
good.
my question yesterday was, what are you looking forward to most this week? Which was the Stanley Cup playoffs, the NBA playoffs, or the NFL draft. Well, obviously, voting is closed. But over 1,166 votes, 61.6% of you said the NFL draft, 22.7% of you said the Stanley Cup playoffs, and 15.7% said the NBA playoffs. So overwhelmingly, it was the draft. Today, I put a simple poll out. It hasn't got as much traction because I was late getting it out there. But nevertheless, I said, did the 76ers get hosed last night by the officials? So far, 73 votes, 53.4% say yes. Say no. 46.6% say yes. I think they got hosed. I think that there were timeouts called all over the place. And yes, the 76ers shot themselves in the foot by giving up the last 8 points. But there should have been a timeout given to either Nick Nurse or Joel Embiid or Maxey or somebody else who was on the floor that called timeout. So that was a big mess. We'll get to more of that in a second. Angel, if you could, on my Twitter page.
Sure.
I want to get to some funny stuff before we get to John Meterprell at the bottom of the hour. More shenanigans on TNT last night, and the Inside Crew celebrated Earth Day. But you got to see this video. It is quite funny. If you see it and you can punch it up, that would be absolutely fantastic.
Let's see here. Over here.
Got a couple of them. Yeah.
Got
Angel Martinez is sharing the screen.
Give me a second. I'm going to bring this back.
I will. Yep. I will. And
then I had a phone call that came in that was on my personal line. That was yeah. It was from which I have to get back to. It's from the Predators. So I have to get back to Sean.
Oh, okay. The Orlando Predators, not the Nashville Predators. Yes, okay. No. All right. So last night, here's what happened on TNT. They celebrated Earth Day. It's very funny.
Let me make sure the volume's up. All right, and here we go.
And so we figured we would do our part here on Inside the NBA. And our fine production crew has put together its own public service announcement, a PSA, if you would, about Earth Day.
Here at Inside the NBA, we do our part to celebrate Earth Day by adhering to a strict code of conservation and preservation, like Ernie becoming one with nature.
Hey, Shaq, I didn't think Ernie could get any whiter until I found out he feeds birds. He had a bird feeder. Gaga! Gaga!
Our guys also prefer to bike more and drive less, cutting down on air pollution and eliminating the need for pesky gas math calculations.
You're complaining about when it gets to 0, you spend 80, right? When it gets to half, you put 20. Then when it get back to half, you put 20. Yeah, but I keep stopping, putting 20 in, and it'll equal 80. No, you ain't gonna have to put gas in everything. Don't play me right now.
And to cut down on waste, Chuck insists on using his own cleaning products.
You know I travel with my own soap. You knew that, didn't you? No. Because I almost had a couple accidents with the soap at hotels. In what way? Well, when I was washing a part of my body, I almost had a little incident. Almost lose it? I almost lost it. And I was like, whoa, that was too close for comfort. So now I travel with my own big bars of soap.
As far as reducing their ecological footprint, our guys ain't no slack-jawed yokels. They choose more sustainable food options.
Studio J in Atlanta, known for its late-night menu.
I got a high metabolism.
Hey, Chuck, it's Earth Day, so some field greens and some kale for you.
I love kale. I'm not going to lie. Kale is not even a real thing. Y'all wasted a bunch of good food. I'll try it. There you go, Chuck.
This is not as difficult as I thought it was going to be.
You mean just pulling that little thing?
Just as important, our guys at Inside the NBA take a strong stance on water conservation.
It don't even taste like anything. It's water! It's water. We used to take a shower in our uniform because, you know, because we flew commercial my first few years. Wait, time out. There's no era where you did it. Yes, it is. Stop, you're making this up. When you played the night before and flew the next morning, when was you exactly going to get your uniform clean? You can clean your uniform without showering in it. You don't have to have it on. No, but it's easier to do it that way.
Inside the NBA preaches being kind to Mother Earth on Earth Day and every day, and to soak in all of Earth's natural beauty.
Oh, my God.
Just your civic-minded friends here at
that last shot.
Inside.
You gotta eliminate that last shot from the catalog.
Just unbelievable. Those guys are they're very creative.
Because when the season comes to an end, you know, that's a good group. I really enjoy that group, but unfortunately when the season comes to an end, so do they, and they don't really kind of get back together until the first quarter of the season.
No, it's terrible. And I wish, I mean, that is the show. If they made a movie of the best moments for 2 hours of that program, I would go pay it. Even in IMAX, I would pay $30 to go see that in IMAX. They just absolutely are so talented. They just crack me up. All of them have such great chemistry together, which is why they have such great success. I told you earlier about the Knicks and Philadelphia. And Philadelphia, yes, they blew it. They should have won this game. They took a lead. They allowed the Knicks to come back and score, but in the end, it was still terrible that timeouts were called or allegedly called. I thought they were called. Everybody on the planet thought they were called, but the referee didn't seem to think so. But in the fourth quarter, Tyrese Maxey. See, I thought this was going to be the dagger for the Knicks.
Sticking with him, can't dribble himself free. Now Embiid takes on Hartenstein. Maxey for three. He got it. Tyrese Maxey gives the Sixers a 4-point lead.
Well, Embiid really unselfish. Hart coming to help. He just kicks it out.
Yeah, that put him up 196. Philadelphia, thanks to TNT. But then the Knicks came roaring back.
Down 5. Here's Hart, gives it back. A 2-1 Brunson. A lot of clock ticking here. Lowry got the pick. DiVincenzo comes out of the pack. DiVincenzo finds Brunson. Great defense here from the Sixers. Brunson gets a prayer of a bounce.
Doink, 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 and it fell in. And that put the Knicks up 101 to 99. But then it was 2-2-2, 101 to 99. And then Dante DiVincenzo.
2-point game. Ball knocked loose. And Maxey gets knocked down. Hart takes it away. Out top to DiVincenzo. His shot won't go. Hartenstein the rebound. Hartenstein gets it out to Anunoby. DiVincenzo a three. Bang! Bang! Knicks take a 1-point lead with 13 seconds remaining.
Dang, thanks to TNT with the call. And then you saw Isaiah Hartenstein. You just heard him. He came up with the defensive gem of the day.
Ball to Maxey coming on the fly from the backcourt. They couldn't, so they go to him.
Maxey's right. Maxey blocked by Hartenstein. Anunoby comes away with a board, and Hartenstein stands tall defensively.
Oh, great block there. But then there were timeout. Later on, there was a scrum. That score at the time was 102 to 101. The Knicks were ahead late. Philadelphia, I thought, still had a great chance to win it, and then they didn't. The Knicks ended up winning 104 to 101, but there were a couple of scrums on the floor. Timeouts were allegedly called. Everybody on the planet thought that somebody had to call a timeout there. Joel Embiid, after the game, Joel Embiid says it's just unacceptable.
Unacceptable. Tyrese got fouled, a couple of times. We just had the same thing happen against Miami with Tyler Hero. That's just unacceptable to, put us in that situation. That's unacceptable to lose a game like this, especially in the playoffs. So,
Joel, did you think you guys would set aside if you thought it was a foul? Did you think you guys had gotten a timeout in?
Yes, we did. Everybody on the floor was trying to call a timeout, myself included, Nico, coach on the sideline. But they didn't give it to us. But, forget about the timeout. There's a bunch of fouls. Like I said, that's unacceptable.
Nick Nurse, head coach of the Philadelphia 76ers, he agrees.
They score. We take a look at getting it in quick. We don't get it in quick. I call timeout. Referee looked right at me, ignored me. Went into Tyrese. I called timeout again. Then the melee started. And, I guess I got to run out onto the floor or do something to make sure and get his attention. But I needed a timeout there to advance it. Would have been good, but couldn't get it.
Yeah, and again, thanks to TNT for all that. I'm trying to find out if there was a referee explanation at the end. And I'm sure their excuse is going to be, well, it was a loose ball. Nobody really had it. It didn't appear that way. It certainly appeared like the 76ers had possession on more than one occasion in some of these scrums, and I've yet to see any any official announcement from any of the referees about this. So, but you, as a 76er fan, my man Angel Martinez, you had to be frustrated, screaming at the TV, I'm sure, and God only knows what else.
It was frustrating because you can see, other than Nick Nurse, and it's clearly shown on TV. You can see him trying to call timeout, the players trying to call a timeout. How they allowed the Knicks to basically manhandle the ball out of Tyrese Maxey's hands, drop him to the floor, still snatch it, throw it back for the three. I don't get it. There was another time too where it should have been a jump ball, and you can just see them both fighting for the ball, and just rips it out of. I think it might have been even Maxey back then too. Just like in the third, and then nothing happened. I don't get it. I just don't. People hate when other people bring up about these fixed games, but come on, last night was just ridiculous. And people can call it fixed or whatever the case may be, but the refs just weren't into it last night. There were some calls that and it's blatantly obvious, not just for obviously for the Sixers, for the Knicks as well, and it wasn't called. A couple of times there was the one. I want to say Maxey was going for a three. This might have been towards the end of the half. And you can clearly see where the Knicks slapped his hand as he was making the shot, which should have been called a foul, and they didn't. But then flip it around to the fourth, same thing happened versus the Knicks had the ball. And then you see the Sixers player also slapped the hand as he was going for the shot. It wasn't called the first time, but in the second time, they decided to finally call it. So it's frustrating. I know they filed for a grievance, and not because of the game, because the outcome, you're not going to change. It is what it is. But it's frustrating. I was so upset because it made no sense the way that closeout was. But I hope the Sixers can pick up the pieces. I know Embiid you can see at the end of the game, he was just heartbroken because it shouldn't come down that way. But
he was also very hurt. He was hurt. He was hurting big time, and hopefully he can rebound on Thursday. Going to be really interesting. We do have a little bit of NFL news before we take a break, and then John Meter Perrell. Yesterday, after the show, the New York Jets finally dispersed with one Zach Wilson, former number 2 overall pick, is now headed to the Denver Broncos, along with a 2024 7th-round pick in exchange for a 2024 6th-round pick. Yesterday on SiriusXM NFL Radio, Rich Gannon talked about the deal.
He's 24 years old. He's a former 2nd overall pick in the draft. And a lot of people feel he's got some upside. I think a lot of people can look at the situation with the Jets, what happened to him initially, and, I think even last year, and not overlook, but say, hey, look, with some different coaching, a different system, maybe we can resurrect this kid's career. I think Daniel Jeremiah summed it up best. It's essentially a free look for the Broncos. When you compare him to the guys that are coming out, they may feel, hey, this is a guy who's got starting experience in the NFL. He's just 24 years old. We'll take our chances.
No. So he's going to battle out with Jarrett Stidham. No. That's not going to work either. The Denver Broncos are still going to be having to draft a quarterback. I don't think there's any ands, ifs, or buts about it. And finally, Matt Ryan, before we get to Meter, and he was very close to Matt, honestly. Matt Ryan formally announced his retirement yesterday.
When you think about, it being the end, there's so many people that help you get to this point. And 3 of them are sitting right here. I can't believe you guys came out today. So Todd, Jenkin, and Finn, appreciate you guys coming. But you guys were there from the start when I got here. And I'm so thankful to you guys and really to all the teammates that made such an impact on my career and on my life. There really is no team sport like football. You're completely dependent on so many other people. And I was so lucky to play with so many great ones today. It's exciting for me because, you never have control in this profession of where you're going to start. And I could not have been luckier, that it was a start here in Atlanta and it went for 14 years. And now I can bookend it and retire as a Falcon today.
Yep, former Boston College, great quarterback, and man, oh man, he had some great seasons. with the Atlanta Falcons, no question about it. All right, you mentioned the three people here in front. I thought for sure Mita would be one of them, but I guess not. I guess not. I guess family counts more. John Mita Pearl Angel is going to join us coming up after the break at the bottom of the hour. This is the Pete Sheppard Show live from the awesome Naples Wealth Planning Studio here on the more even awesomer Riptide Media Network.
To some people, the sound of a baby babbling doesn't mean much. But that's not necessarily true. By 6 months, they're combining vowels and consonants. By 9 months, they're trying out different kinds of sounds. And by 12 months, their babbling is beginning to take on some meaning. Especially if there's no babbling at all. Little to no babbling by 12 months or later is just one of the possible signs of autism in children. Early screening and intervention can make a lifetime of difference and unlock a world of possibilities. Take the first step at autismspeaks.org. A public service announcement brought to you by Autism Speaks and the Ad Council.
The following is made possible by Dad.
Why was the basketball court all wet? Because the players kept dribbling all over it.
The dad joke. Corny, grown-worthy, but also one of the simplest ways to share a moment with your kids.
Why do you have to be careful when it's raining cats and dogs? Because you might step in a poodle.
And kids that spend more time with their dads grow up to be smarter, more successful.
Can I tell you a cat joke? Just kidding.
And, with any luck, funnier adults.
Why didn't the skeleton go to the dance? Because he didn't have anybody to go with.
Dad jokes rule. So take a moment to make a moment and give your kid a laugh. It's as easy as going to fatherhood.gov. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services and the Ad Council.
That's really funny.
Right now, our country feels divided, but there's a place where people are coming together.
I gotta tell you, I was nervous to talk to someone so different than me.
Me too, but I'm glad we are.
Love Has No Labels and One Small Step are helping people with different political views, beliefs, and life experiences come together through conversation, and it feels good.
Wow, your story is so...
Interesting?
Yeah.
When people actually sit down, talk, and listen to one another, they can break down boundaries and connect as human beings. At lovehasnolabels.com/onesmallstep, you can listen to amazing, life-changing conversations and find simple tools to start a conversation of your own.
I know one thing. This conversation gives me hope.
It gives me a lot of hope, too.
Take a step toward bringing our country and your community together by having the courage to start a conversation at lovehasnolabels.com/onesmallstep. A message from StoryCorps, Love Has No Labels, and the Ad Council.
People do some pretty cool things in their 40s and 50s. Why should saving for retirement be any different? I mean, they go back to college, learn new instruments, start skateboarding. Whoa! Okay, maybe that one's not for everybody, but saving for retirement is. With aceyourretirement.org, you can get on track with your retirement savings no matter your age. Just have a 3-minute chat with Avo, the friendly digital retirement coach from AARP. You'll get personalized recommendations based on your input that are easy to understand and work with your lifestyle. It's quick, easy, and free. Plus, it's sponsored by AARP, so you know they got your back.
Woohoo! Gnarly move, Dad.
Thanks, sweetie.
So wherever you are in your retirement savings journey, head to aceyourretirement.org and start chatting with Avo today. That's aceyourretirement.org. A message from AARP and the Ad Council.
It being the end, there's so many people that help you get to this point. And 3 of them are sitting right here. I can't believe you guys came out today. So Todd Jenkin.
thought he was going to say John Meter Perel, but it did not happen. Unbelievable. I thought for sure Meter would fly down to Atlanta at the Emory Healthcare press conference and take part in Matt Ryan's goodbye officially from the National Football League. And with that, we do welcome the one and only John Meter Perel, voice of Boston College football, voice of college basketball and baseball on ESPN, the ACC network as well. In all serious, John, because you were close to this guy, you were close to this team, you broadcast some great games that he was involved in. Really, always so close to getting to the college football playoff back then at the time. But first of all, good morning. How are you? And that was quite the press conference yesterday, and ESPN did a nice little feature about him too.
Yeah, Pete, I shed a few tears. I was kind of hoping he would thank me, but he didn't. That's okay. It's okay. I know where I stand.
All you did after all you did for him. I mean,
after all I did.
You were. Yep. I mean, before he came along, were you even doing take a bow after the touchdowns, or did he start that? I forget.
Well, I started when Matt Ryan started, so back in 2005.
Boom! So you're connected.
Was his first year. Yes, we are connected. And no, of course, I love the guy. He's the best. I've told you this in the past. He's a genuine guy, and you don't meet many of those guys in pro sports or in college sports, for that matter. And he always was like that from day one. It's a large part of how he grew up outside Philadelphia. His father's a terrific guy. Parents are awesome. Family's awesome. And it starts there. Same thing. I say the same thing about Luke Kuechly, who will be a Hall of Famer soon. And I will be in Canton when that happens. But I just saw him last week, and it's like you saw him back in 2011. Not a day goes by. He asks questions. He asks about your family. Kind of cares about you, which is a unique characteristic of an athlete. So both these guys are just first class. And I hope Ryan makes the Hall of Fame. His numbers are there. I know he didn't win the big one. Had a great chance, but they couldn't come through. Thank you, Kyle Shanahan. But I think it's a large part of that was, his numbers, Pete, are top 10 in the NFL. So that's not a Hall of Famer. I don't know what is.
Yeah, he's led the NFL in completions twice in 2019 and 2020, and attempts in 2020, completion percentage once in 2012. In his career, 65.6% of his passes completed, which is fantastic. 62,792 yards, 381 touchdowns, 183 interceptions, and a quarterback rating of a very good 93.6. I mean, his fifth in NFL history in completions and attempts, seventh in yards, ninth in touchdowns, eighth in passing yards per game, 268.3, ninth in sacks taken, 488, and 39th in interceptions. I think overall, those are, to me, he should be in. He's
got to be in. He's got to be in. And there's going to be a lot of guys like him coming up. I mean, is Eli Manning in? Eli Manning's numbers aren't as good as Matt Ryan's, but Eli Manning's probably in because of the Super Bowls. So you got to kind of have to change the way you look at quarterbacks moving forward because it's such a passing league now. So the numbers are going to be staggering, unlike they were during the Joe Namath era or Johnny Unitas, for that matter. We had a debate about that all the time on WEEI. You remember those days about how the numbers were rising and how, you looked at Unitas and said, oh, he's a pedestrian quarterback. But then the old timers would call up and say, what, are you kidding me? He's the best that ever lived. So
it's hard to compare eras, and that's why. I mean, if you didn't ever see Joe Namath play, or even if you saw the early years of Terry Bradshaw, you would have said, how did he even make it past the second season? Chuck Noll, for that matter, and a lot of other quarterbacks that were in, that you didn't give up on people like that. You actually had to give them time to develop. I mean, Jim Plunkett got basically obliterated in New England after coming out of Stanford as a number one overall pick. How he made it to 2 Super Bowls and win them both with Oakland was a miracle in itself. But here's another great stat about Matt Ryan. 46 game winning drive, 6th in NFL history, 2 ahead of Matthew Stafford, his buddy, who becomes the active leader in game winning drives at 44. Ryan's 38 career fourth quarter comebacks, 4th all time, trailing only Tom Brady, Peyton Manning, and Big Ben Roethlisberger, and 3 more than the new active leader, Stafford. So that's some pretty impressive company to be in and some pretty impressive numbers, Meter.
I love it. And it is. And, best of all, I think you talk to any guy that ever played with him, and a lot of guys came out yesterday and said this, he's an unbelievable leader because he didn't have an ego. he could set everything aside. I mean, quarterbacks, they all have egos, but the question is how overwhelming it is. I think that's why Brady and Ryan and, I guess Peyton Manning to some extent, Joe Montana certainly, those guys were, maybe quiet leaders, and they knew they were good. But the question is, how do they treat everybody else? It could be you're the best player on the team, but you could be the 53rd best player on the team. They treat everybody the same. And that's who Matt Ryan was. So, or is for that matter. We're talking about like he's passed, but he's definitely, Hall of Famer in the true sense of the word.
I think one of my favorite moments with him was down in Death Valley when you guys were down, when BC was down there, you're broadcasting, and it was I don't know if they were huge underdogs, but it was one of those winning streaks that Clemson was on, right? They had lost at home, I don't know, 16 or 17 in a row. So I forget what it was. And I think BC got down early. He just came storming back. I remember that's when I knew. I said, oh man, this kid's got it.
That's also the game, you might not remember this, when he took one of the most vicious hits I've ever seen. It was by a linebacker. I still remember the linebacker's name, David Dunham, who did not play in the NFL, but he was a good linebacker in college. He smoked Ryan right in the sternum.
Ooh.
And we thought Ryan was done, definitely for the game, maybe for the year. A couple broken ribs. He came back after one play. He missed one play and came back. And that was good point on your part. That was the underrated aspect of Matt Ryan. He was tough.
Yes, he was.
He knew how to take a hit. He could take a hit. He rarely missed a play. He rarely missed a game. He was grit. And that, to me, is a huge, huge part of what makes quarterback great. So you're right, Pete. That was kind of his coming out party. Brian Toll scored a touchdown to win the game in overtime. You remember First and Toll.
First and Toll, baby. Yep.
You remember that back in the day?
And then they had then there was that same year they had the rematch for the ACC championship and close game at the end, but Clemson pulled away. Was that the same year or was that the following year? I forget.
That was Virginia Tech. Virginia Tech beat the Eagles in that game. BC won their division. Then they played Virginia Tech.
Okay, that's who it was. Okay.
Yeah, that was Jacksonville or Tampa, I think.
Yeah.
But the thing about Ryan's senior year, Pete, and you remember this, 2007, BC was loaded.
Yeah.
They were number 2 in the country after they beat Virginia Tech on that Thursday night in the rain in Blacksburg.
I was there. I was in the stands for that one. I remember waving up to you in the crowd. That was a rainy, crappy night in Chestnut Hill.
No, that was actually in Blacksburg.
Oh, well I was in that game the year before. I don't know. One year I was there with you there, and I was freezing my ass off. It was freezing cold in the rain.
But I should have come up to the booth. It was.
I don't want to bother anybody. I'm not like
you're
that.
Tough. You're a man of the people.
And I was by myself too. I'm sitting there, like, what am I doing? Why am I not at a bar? Why am I not at the Bell and Hand downtown watching this game? But no, I wanted to support at the time.
No, well, and you know what? That team finished 10th in the country. They were arguably the best team BC's ever had. You can argue Flutie's senior year when they won the Cotton Bowl. I think they finished 11th overall, but BC was 10th. That team really could have challenged and could have won the national championship. They were loaded. They had
people
forget all over the place.
People forget the Flutie. I mean, everybody remembers the Miami game. Obviously, he had so many other great games, and his record in Foxborough was. They beat everybody in Foxborough. Penn State, Alabama, Texas. It didn't matter. Anybody who came to Foxborough, he beat them, except for Penn State on the road, which is what happened. It was the day after Thanksgiving. The week before was the Miami game, I believe, and then the next week they lost to Penn State. Otherwise, it would have been like a top 3 team.
It's always been that. It's always been that. Like 93, I was sitting in Alumni Stadium. I was in college watching them play West Virginia. They could have gone to the Fiesta Bowl, and David Green fumbled inside the 20, and West Virginia came up. That was the Major Harris West Virginia team with Reggie Rembert. And that team was loaded too. But BC had them, and they lost the game. That was the year they beat Notre Dame. David Jordan kick.
Yep.
So it's always that one game, and hopefully that will change in the Bill O'Brien era. But it's that one stub your toe game that hurts.
And people forget too, in that Cotton Bowl game, which was very cold, the year that BC won the Cotton Bowl. That might have been one of Flutie's worst games. He did not play. The whole team did not play particularly well against Houston. And the guy was freaking. I remember it was like 30 degrees. I mean, of course, it was late December, right? It was late, or no, January 1st. January 1st, when all the bowl games, the real ones, used to be on January 1st. But that was not the best performance by him or the team that day. But nevertheless, they won ugly. It was like 25-11, something like that, if I remember.
You remember Lindsey Nelson's coach.
Lindsey Nelson. Oh,
that was Lindsey Nelson's last game for CBS. He called the game, I think, with Pat Hayden. And
the checker coat.
Yeah, I remember the checkered coat. I'm sitting in my living room as like a 12-year-old, and I said to my father, I'm like, what the hell is he wearing? Even at 12 years old, I can recognize that. But God love Lindsey Nelson.
All right. Again, John-Marie Perrell joining us. Let's talk about what's the buzz up there. What is the buzz up there? I had Glenn Ordway on yesterday, and we got into a little bit, we got into a little bit of the minutia between Kraft and Bill Belichick and Arthur Blank. I don't want to go down that road again. What is the buzz up there about the Patriots with the number 3 pick and what they're going to do? And they're a lightning rod for the entire draft. It's not just because you're up there and everything else, and we're talking about it. They're just one of the teams. But the number 3 pick, are they going to keep it, in your opinion? They're going to trade out of it? They're going to trade down and take J.J. McCarthy, which I will freak out at?
I can give you 2 opinions here. I'm going to give you 2 opinions. One, as a fan, I desperately hope they keep the pick. I think it's ridiculous that you have the 3rd pick. You need a quarterback. There's going to be one staring you in the face that's really good, and you're not going to take him if you trade out. Now, here's the smoke, and I live about 1.5 miles from Gillette Stadium, as you know. I haven't seen the smoke come out of the lighthouse yet, but that's a distinct possibility. I think the smoke is they're going to trade the pick, and they're going to – Ben Volen in the Globe today had this. Who knows how locked in he is. Has them trading to Minnesota for the 11th pick overall, the 23rd pick overall, a first-round pick next year, and a mid-round pick. So, and that has them taking J.J. McCarthy at 11. Now, if I'm them, forget about it. You know, you've followed this team your whole life. So have I. It's so rare you get the 3rd pick. Good, because you're a good team. When you get the 3rd pick, you swing for the fences. You take the best quarterback, if you need it, on the board. And that, in my mind, is going to be Drake May. So you don't hand Drake May to the Minnesota Vikings and take J.J. McCarthy, a game manager, who, as Kurt Warner says, do you want a game manager or do you want a game changer? J.J. McCarthy, God love him, did all he could do to win the national championship. 27-1, blah, 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 blah. We know it. You know what? Name me one spectacular throw he made all year. Name me one spectacular thing he did all year. I saw Drake May. You know I follow the ACC. He wowed me his not this year, but last year. This year he was good, not great, because he had a different team, a different program, a different system. He was running a different offense, yada, yada, yada. You know what? I'd still take him if I'm the Patriots. I don't trade back, Pete. I take the 3rd pick.
I would, 2 things. One, I don't take a lot of what Ben Volen says to heart about anything. Number 2, that same trade was really proposed. That trade was proposed by, or very similar to Mel Kiper earlier this week, or late last week, where he was with the Chargers, and the Vikings were going to make that type of a deal, and the Vikings were going to move up and. Or whatever. What they were going to take J.J. McCarthy. I don't mind the deal that Volen proposed because it's very similar, except for one thing. There is no way in hell I am taking J.J. McCarthy because of all the reasons you said that I've been talking about all week. However, I would, if I knew Michael Penix Jr. was there, I would take him. I understand that you're rolling the dice a little bit, but I also know what this guy is capable of. For me, Meter, I've been telling this guy, I think he's going to be the best quarterback out of all of them when it's all said and done. And here's what he said yesterday, which I love. Truth is, I'd be more worried if I had never been injured. We don't all come back the same. I know the storms. I'm prepared to weather. For most people, that'd be the end of their story. But there's more to my story, and I own every page of it. So I have no problem taking all the MRIs and X-rays you ask of me. Truth is, it's an EKG that will tell you everything you need to know about me. That's my guy. I've been touting him all year long. I think, my opinion, he's going to be the best out of all of them. And if he was there, they made that deal and he was there at 11, absolutely. But it doesn't sound like they would take him if they made that deal, Meter. It sounds more like that with the unknown with J.J. McCarthy, which I will be livid if that ever happens. But if Michael Penix Jr. was there at 11, they make that trade, I'm all over it. All over it because they get to steal. They should have had freaking Lamar Jackson a few years ago, and they passed on that. And
that was a big mistake. That was Belichick.
I know.
Belichick couldn't pull the trigger, and that's
others. There are others that passed on him too. I mean, he fell to 16 in that draft. So, but if Michael Penix Jr. is there, Patriots made some sort of a trade that he's there, and that's who I want.
Well, I'm with you over McCarthy, and here's the thing though about McCarthy up here, they're just sprinkling breadcrumbs all over the place. WEI yesterday had a report. They wowed him in his interview. They were overwhelmed by how good he was. I'm talking J.J. McCarthy.
Yeah.
I haven't said that about one other player. I think they like everybody. Of course they do. They like everybody. Everybody likes everybody this time of year. But first of all, a couple of things here. Elliott Wolf's singing for his dinner. He doesn't have a job after this draft necessarily. He's not the guy.
De facto
so he can't
GM.
Screw this up. Right. He's the de facto GM. Is Jonathan Kraft now your GM? A lot of people are up in arms about that because that report yesterday by Diana Rossini.
Yep.
So there's a lot of issues right now, and this is so uncharacteristic, Pete, of everything we've seen the last 30 years. Because it was always Belichick and Pioli and Caserio, and then Belichick who screwed up the draft many times. But you always knew what was going on. You always knew the line of demarcation for your personnel. No one knows what the hell they're doing. Yeah. So that's a problem, and especially when you're picking third. To me, I've said it since I was on with back in your past incarnations. It's the easiest pick you'll ever make. You need a quarterback, and you're number 3. You sit there and you take a quarterback. As long as you love the guy, take him.
Mm-hmm. I'm with you.
I don't understand why it's so difficult.
Because sometimes these guys some of these organizations just outthink themselves. I mean, there it is on a silver platter. I agree. And we don't know for sure. Nobody knows for sure who's going to be great. Maybe Drake May is the best of all of them. Maybe Caleb Williams sucks. Maybe Zach Wilson has a new environment in Denver. No, he won't. He'll still suck. But the Jaden Daniels thing is heating up. Is he going to spurn the Washington Commanders? I mean. If Jaden Daniels is available, I go for him first.
How can he spurn the command? It's not free agency.
Well, if he pulls one of those, I'm not playing for you type of things.
Oh, please. I mean, fine, go ahead.
It's out there.
Go ahead. You know what? I'm with you. If he's a 3, you either take May or you take Daniels. Period. Patriots. Do not trade back. Don't take McCarthy, who probably will be just a pedestrian NFL quarterback. The way I look at it is, you want a superstar? Trevor Lawrence, we thought that was going to be the case. I think he might be on the way. Who knows? It's going to take time. It's not going to happen in 2024, maybe in 2025. But you know what? I look at May. I look at Daniels. Obviously, Williams, I look at him too. Those 3 guys, I see they have potential superstar tag to them. I don't see that in McCarthy. I don't see that in Penix. I know you like him. I don't see that in any other quarterback. Bo Nix, Spencer Rattler, you name any of the names you want to throw at me. I don't see that. I see 3 potential superstars.
I will disagree with you about Michael Penix Jr. But I still, for the life of me, the big enigma for me is how J.J. McCarthy has just risen. And it's not his fault that they didn't have to throw the ball all that much. Not like the 2 running backs are averaging 6 yards a carry. We've talked about this before. I mean, it's not, I don't blame him, but how do you gamble on somebody like this who you don't know if he can lead you down the field? And I'm talking if Minnesota, anybody who drafts this guy high up and makes these, give up 2 number 1s and a possible number 1 next year for this guy, which is one of the trades I've seen proposed, that makes 0 sense to me, John. 0.
I totally agree. It's the wow factor, Pete. How many wow moments?
What
How many wow? Yes, the Ted Sarandis factor.
Take a bow.
Take a bow.
Yeah, he's great. He's great at doing this. Hey, here you go.
By the way, pretty soon, Pete, I'm breaking news here. Pretty soon to your vast audience and to your Riptide Media Network, you'll be able to purchase Take a Bow T-shirts. Yes, that is. And Angel Martinez is shaking his head as well. I know it's not Broad Street South, Angel, but Take a Bow is a close second.
Now, what will be the emblem on it? What would be the emblem? Sorry, Angel. What would be the emblem? I mean,
My
is it
design
you taking a
department-
bow? Is it you taking a bow?
No. My design department's working on this, but a high-level graphic design for Meet a Perel Inc. But it is right now we're thinking about a bowing eagle.
Oh, good Lord.
A bowing
Yeah,
eagle.
because he's a Philadelphia Eagle fan, so he's going to. So it won't matter. It could be Boston College Eagle, Philadelphia
You
Eagle.
can't have the BC connection because it's trademark infringement.
FGCU Eagles. I mean, there's a lot of Eagles. And Marquette Golden Eagles. I mean, there's a lot of
There
stuff
you
going
go.
on.
It's wide open.
See, I'm buying it. I am buying it. I'm advertising. Matter of fact, I will wear it proudly here on the show to let everybody know exactly where it came from.
I will.
Thank you, Angel.
You're welcome.
I appreciate that.
I might do the
Florida
same.
Gulf Coast fans, this one's for you.
Absolutely. All right, Meter. Great stuff as always. So, what's your gut feeling? Are they going to take May at number 3?
My gut says yes. It's probably more of what I want to happen. Like yourself, I'm going to tune in on Friday when, if they make that trade, Pete Sheppard's going to be must watch, much listen. That's going to really disturb me.
I will spontaneously combust if they take JJ McCarthy.
Yeah,
I will lose it.
Make the easy call. Like
Yeah.
they just run around in circles right now. It's whether it's Mayo, whether it's Wolf. Wolf's been okay, I guess, but his offseason's been uninspiring, and that's the Kraft's not spending money. But he's been uninspiring. He hasn't really done anything. They retain their old players. It's an uninspiring group right now. But at number 3, you could create some more inspirational moments. How about that, Pete?
That sounds awesome. And on that note, because you've been an inspiration for me in this program today, so go inspire, go mold and shape the young students of America back in.
We'll do that.
We got a text for Meter from Jerry from Rhode Island.
Oh, Jerry says, "Tell me I want one of those T-shirts if he puts the eagle on it." Yeah, the bowing eagle.
Done, Jerry.
Advertising works. That's why we do it.
Yes,
Absolutely.
it does. Thank you, Riptide Media and the Pete Sheppard Show.
Mm-hmm. All right, my friend. We will talk next week. All great stuff, and maybe we'll talk at the end of the week. I don't know, depending on what happens. If I'm not here, it's because my head exploded if they took JJ McCarthy. So, Angel will be here.
You will not be purchasing a McCarthy jersey.
No, I will not. I'd rather purchase an Andrew McCarthy jersey. Let's put it that way. And he hasn't had an act in a movie in how many years? Anyway, all right.
I'll take a Rob Lowe.
There you go.
Yeah, who could forget one of the most underrated movies of all time, Oxford Blues, out of UNLV, the famous rower. Yeah, good stuff. Anyway,
every
all right,
time
Meter.
you watch Youngblood.
Oh my God, you watch it because it's so stupid and funny to see Patrick Swayze and Rob Lowe skate together on the ice. Just hysterical. Anyway,
All right, before I go, trivia question. Angel, you can play as well. Name me the ex-NHL enforcer who was in that movie.
Oh, craps.
Oh,
he was no longer with us.
He was on not Tiger Williams.
Nope.
He was
Eric
on
Nestorenko.
Oh, yes. Yep. Yes, he was. All right, my man. All the best. Have a great day. We'll talk to you soon.
All right, gentlemen. Always a pleasure.
All righty.
Hickabah!
Hickabah! John Meter Perel joining me. Yes, the BC Boston College football play-by-play announcer. You catch him on ESPN and ACC Network as well, doing college hoops and college baseball. Joey B says, "Good morning, Pete and Angel. All men are locking their doors to protect their girlfriends, wives. The MILF Hunter is in Denver now. Zach Wilson Circus has arrived here in Colorado." Okay. Then Joey says, Peter Zezel. He played for the Flyers.
Sure did.
Yep. Along with one of my favorite names for the Flyers back in the day, and I think he played for Harvard too, Ilka Sinisalo. That was great name. Oh, man. Well, that's about going to... Was Defoe joining us for a crossover?
I think yesterday he popped in right at like 4 minutes till or so, 3 minutes till.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
We don't have to. So what do you want me to do on this side again before I forget?
On that side, I'm thinking Joey B, by the way, said Zezel was in Youngblood too.
Was he? Okay.
On your side is hopefully if everything goes correctly, you'll just have to be on standby until the show intro goes in. But you should be able to exit out and be just fine. I'll run the commercials, everything else from this side. But I think if you exit out, you should be Oakley's without any in any situations. We hope at least. If not,
all right, well, I'll hang around until you guys get it going here. So I want to make sure that that everything goes very smooth here. Also, I do want to say, because I forgot to. Here we go. I do want to say. Oh, darn it! Where is that? Oh, where is my my read that I need to do?
By the way, Joey B says Youngblood Cynthia Gibb, very underrated hot actress in the 80s. Pete.
Oh, she was, yeah, and yes, and young, yes, she was very. as was the landlady Miss McGill, who Rob Lowe went up and had relations with at one point in the movie, which the whole team apparently had their way with Miss McGill at one point, and she was a willing participant. Let's put it that way. She was the hockey Mrs. Robinson up in Medicine Hat, wherever the hell they were, playing that game. So you and Depot coming up, obviously. Martinez and Defoe unscripted coming up today, as right after the show. Anything good planned?
Andy Reid gets an extension, a couple of people as well, and KC. So as that puts to me, the thing that I kept saying was, is he going to retire? Apparently not, since he got an extension. So that I'm pretty sure we'll hash again, as Steve and I were going back and forth with the Sixers game with the Knicks. So I'm quite certain we'll go back and forth on that stuff. So yeah,
absolutely.
All
right. So we're gonna take a break, and then you guys we'll go a quick commercial break, and then you guys will do your thing. Is that how we're gonna do it?
Yepers.
Sounds good. All right. Thanks, everybody, for listening. This is the Pete Sheppard Show, live from the Naples Wealth Planning Studio. It is Martinez and Defoe Unscripted coming up next. Quick break, and then stand by for the new dynamic duo. It's Martinez and Defoe right here on the Riptide Media Network. See ya.
Right now, our country feels divided, but there's a place where people are coming together.
I gotta tell you, I was nervous to talk to someone so different than me.
Me too, but I'm glad we are.
Love Has No Labels and One Small Step are helping people with different political views, beliefs, and life experiences come together through conversation, and it feels good.
Wow, your story is so...
Interesting?
Yeah.
When people actually sit down, talk, and listen to one another, they can break down boundaries and connect as human beings. At lovehasnolabels.com/onesmallstep, you can listen to amazing, life-changing conversations and find simple tools to start a conversation of your own.
I know one thing. This conversation gives me hope.
It gives me a lot of hope, too.
Take a step toward bringing our country and your community together by having the courage to start a conversation at lovehasnolabels.com/onesmallstep. A message from StoryCorps, Love Has No Labels, and the Ad Council.
People do some pretty cool things in their 40s and 50s. Why should saving for retirement be any different? I mean, they go back to college, learn new instruments, start skateboarding.
Whoa!
Okay, maybe that one's not for everybody, but saving for retirement is. With aceyourretirement.org, you can get on track with your retirement savings no matter your age. Just have a 3-minute chat with Avo, the friendly digital retirement coach from AARP. You'll get personalized recommendations based on your input that are easy to understand and work with your lifestyle. It's quick, easy, and free. Plus, it's sponsored by AARP, so you know they got your back.
Woohoo! Gnarly move, Dad.
Thanks, sweetie.
So wherever you are in your retirement savings journey, head to aceyourretirement.org and start chatting with Avo today. That's aceyourretirement.org. A message from AARP and the Ad Council.
Adopt US Kids presents What to Expect When You're Expecting. A teenager. Learning the lingo.
Today I'm going to help parents translate teen slang. Now, when a teen says something is on fleek, it's exactly like saying, that's rad. It simply means that something is awesome or cool. Another one is totes. It's exactly like saying, totally, just shorter. As in, I totes love going to the mall with Becca. Another word you might hear is jelly. Jelly is a shorter, better way to say jealous. As in, Chloe, I am like so jelly of your unicorn phone case.
You don't have to speak teen to be a perfect parent. Thousands of teens in foster care will think you're, rad just the same. To learn more, visit adoptuskids.org. A public service announcement brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, Adopt U.S. Kids, and the Ad Council.
This is the
Hey guys, so about 2 years ago I uploaded a video which asked a very simple question to you, the audience, which was, how was your day?
Ooh, yeah,
Don't make unnecessary journeys. Don't take risks on treacherous roads, both today and yesterday.
Oh, hi, how was your day? And I think,
I'm tired of being told what to do by people.
Excuse me, I believe you have my stapler.
Stop arguing. Arguing is just not worth it.
ooh, yeah, I'm gonna have to go ahead and sort of disagree with you there.
I will be dancing until I see everyone go home in a box.
You know what I'm saying, dog? Like cats and dogs, it was raining. It wasn't raining, we were raving. And I don't know whether he was really saying it. And all he kept saying was eat, sleep, rave, repeat, eat, sleep, rave, repeat, eat, sleep, rave, repeat, eat, sleep, rave, repeat.
Eat, sleep, rave, repeat. Eat, sleep, rave, repeat. Eat, sleep, rave, repeat. Eat, sleep, rave, repeat.
Eat, sleep, rave, repeat, eat, sleep, rave, repeat, eat, sleep, rave, repeat, eat, sleep, rave, repeat.
Eat, sleep, rave, repeat. Eat, sleep, rave, repeat. Eat, sleep, rave, repeat. Eat, sleep, rave, repeat.
Eat, sleep, rave, repeat, eat, sleep, rave, repeat, eat, sleep, rave, repeat, eat, sleep, rave, repeat.
Eat, sleep, rave, repeat. Eat, sleep, rave, repeat. Eat, sleep, rave, repeat. Eat, sleep, rave, repeat.
Suddenly I think I'm on the phone. Suddenly I think I'm telling a story, but I'm not. I'm just dancing.
And with that, we say good morning, folks, as it is the continuation here on the Riptide Media Network. But this time it is Martinez and Nifo here, unscripted, at the Tampa division of the Naples Wealth Planning Studio. I am Angel Martinez. He is Jeff Nifo DeForest here with us on this lovely Tuesday morning. It is about 10:04 in the morning here, 80 something. Nope, excuse me, 65. I went way too far ahead. It's going to get up to the 80s, 65 degrees. But Defo, how are you, sir?
I couldn't be better. I mean, just a sensational evening of sports viewing last night. Now, it was a Jewish holiday of some significance. The Jewish people, like myself, celebrating Passover. And now it's a very sensitive thing. So I'm a little reluctant to go into this, but one of my favorite things about the Passover ceremony is, and I would imagine, Angel Martinez, I'm thinking the likelihood of you being Jewish is right around a Blutarski number. No big fat round number, 0.0.
Yes.
Okay, so you're unlikely to understand what I'm about to say here because I'm going to delve into a little bit of Hebrew, and it happens to be the very minute amount of Hebrew that I retained from Hebrew school. I did have a bar mitzvah in 1964, which is like the kind of communion type of thing, where you pass into manhood there. Although I had already achieved that status and areas of self-satisfaction that far exceeded anything that was going to happen with my transfer religiously into manhood, courtesy of my bar mitzvah. And the bar mitzvah was a pretty good thing. I mean, and as I said, I want to put a parenthetical around this and maybe even a disclaimer, Angel, and sort of leave you out of this in case, because it's remarkable, isn't it? We're here. This is our second day.
Yes.
I mean, it's not like the time you were trying out for the basketball team and, even though you were 5'6" and unlikely to make the squad, it hit you right in the heart when you saw that piece of masking tape over the name Martinez on the locker. And you thought, whoa, I'm fucking cut. But the bar mitzvah was largely also about how much capital could you make, from the family and friends that you invited. So you had a tendency naturally to invite a lot of people. And one of which was my rich Uncle Harry, man, who had made like millions of dollars in the development of Long Island. This guy went from nothing. I mean, you talk about rags to riches, Angel. That's what America is all about. My Uncle Harry is like an electrician working for a couple of bucks an hour. Next thing you know, he owns half of Long Island. It's amazing. So we're figuring he's going to make a big contribution. And the reason that we wanted it so badly was because my friends and I had designs on, this was taking place in the afternoon, slipping out to Roosevelt Raceway for that night's action at the harness track, where most of my bar mitzvah money went up in smoke. But that was probably the last time I was in shul. But I do retain this, and I need like maybe a Shohei Ohtani interpreter, but I'll go ahead and do like a Freddie Pacheco and interpret it myself here, being bilingual. You have to bow your head in prayer, and it's a great question that's being asked here. And this is where you get stuck, like a big matzo ball is right in the middle of your Adam's apple, and clean. And the question is, Angel, why is this night different from all other nights? And if you ask yourself that question, it's because we had a sensational night of compelling action in both. Now, the NHL always kicks it out of the park, right? Isn't it like the NCAA tournament? They always say that. Well, the tournament always delivers. And it does. I mean, this year, again, upsets up the ass. It was amazing. Your bracket was totally destroyed by day number one, midway through. Like the 12 o'clock games haven't even been completed. And you're already tossing this piece of shit, worthless paper into the garbage. Unless you're Pete Sheppard, man, or A.J. Johnson. I mean, we have some stone degenerates on this network. I really like that aspect of things. So it was a great night. I mean, this night, the translation is, why is this night different from all other nights? And the answer is, great night in the NBA. 2 of the 3 games, I mean, were lights out. And fortunately, the one that was a dud was relegated to NBA TV. Do you ever turn on NBA TV to watch a game? It's an afterthought, is it not? Even for a diehard fan like yourself.
Oh, yeah. No, you really, I mean, the only time you really watch NBA TV is like if they have something prior to any games, like anything else, your pre or post game game shows. But I've never tuned it in per se to watch the game. But it was Orlando and Cleveland, I believe, last night on NBA TV, because TNT and was it TBS?
TNT had the other 2 games.
Yeah. In True TV. So I didn't turn it on, but yesterday it was good. It was frustrating as you and I were kind of going back and forth.
Oh, well, you're a Philly fan too with your Broad Street connections. My God.
Yeah, it was.
What did you think of this? When did they finally? I mean, on those last couple of possessions, you would have thought that never mind Adam Silver, that somebody was about to scream, "McMahon, I'm coming for you." I mean, what was that? No calls or anything. I mean, it was nuts.
Yeah, and plus I'm getting tired of the whole thing. Everybody's taking a Euro step. They said in the very
Euro step. My God.
Like, come on.
What was that with Brunson? I mean, Brunson did everything that you were railing about yesterday on the show, our initial offering here, where he drops the pass as he's receiving the ball, which essentially to me, I mean, by any fundamental standard, I grew up in New York, and I'd have to say this, Angel, I don't know where you played most of your basketball, but it was a valuable education. This isn't some New York uppity snobbery about the game, but people understood the fundamentals of the game. Even the worst player, the worst piece of shit that was out there, understood at least what he was supposed to do.
Yeah.
Even if it was just, hey, listen, Fatso, run to the corner and stay there, like the chief in Cuckoo's Nest. But you knew the fundamentals. I mean, if you threw a pass over here, you're sending a pick away from the ball. It's like, holy Bobby Knight, this is working in perfect symmetry. But the rest of the country, I don't know. I mean, you said you were in northern Massachusetts. I would imagine the fundamentals of the game were fairly standard there, and common to most players. But if you travel somewhere else, like you go to Missouri, you get in a pickup game, and it's like, oh, what the hell are you doing, man? When I moved to Florida, same thing. I mean, it seemed like nobody had the fundamentals. But did the rules change? What happened? Did I miss that, Angel? Did Adam Silver issue an official memorandum that the rules have changed and now 11 steps is to be taken into consideration before you even begin to bring the whistle to your mouth and blow this guy for a travel? Because Brunson, he took enough steps to cross all of Europe on foot
Yeah, no, he did. I don't know when they decided to change it, and it's driving me bananas because it's been throughout the season. A lot of fans keep talking about the same exact thing. Is that when did it all change? Because yesterday you saw Joel Embiid got loose ball, had it up in his hand, wasn't looking for as much as a foul, but only took the one step, ball in the air, and they called it travel. I'm like, wait, what? So you guys will let these guys travel 5 or 6 steps, and there's nothing wrong there. But Joel Embiid has the ball. It gets flung up in the air. He takes one step, automatically the whistle comes out, and they call it travel. So I don't understand when the rules change. You can't speed up basketball. It's the same thing. Baseball, okay, they kind of tweaked a little bit. But with basketball, if you're going to a game, everybody knows this, as an athlete when you're growing up, you go to play the game, you go to win the game, and on top of it's the fundamentals of the game. But no one is doing that anymore. So I mentioned on Pete's show, we mentioned yesterday as well.
Is Pete screaming about this too? I mean, all the other guys on the network, they're all screaming about the same thing.
Oh, yeah.
Because it's ridiculous. It actually has become laughable. You didn't see moves like this when the Globetrotters were taking on the Washington Generals. And I mean, Meadowlark Lemon never got away with as many steps. No. They'd call it travel on Marcus Haynes. It was insane. But yeah, that was part of it. And then see. Now, was this Western Massachusetts neighborhood? What was it? Kind of a tough neighborhood that you grew up in as Angel Martinez, a young Angel Martinez?
No, Philly was much tougher. In Springfield, Massachusetts.
Philly, yeah. I mean, look,
Springfield, Mass was there wasn't anything bad. They would say that West Springfield was bad, but it wasn't bad. And if it was, it wasn't even a block. It was just a piece of the corner, only because you're going to trip over it as you cross the street. There was nothing bad about Western Massachusetts out there, Springfield. Now it might be a whole different story because I don't live there anymore, but it was never a bad thing. But we grew up playing ball out and mostly at the schools because there wasn't really many parks around where we lived at. And there was.
Did you hate the double rim? I mean, absolutely hate the double rim and the chain nets.
Oh, that sucks.
Yeah.
It's the worst. And then when they put the new one up there, of course, it makes it even tighter. So now the ball takes a couple of extra seconds of not getting stuck in between.
Yeah, the half-moon backboards that were always a little unstable.
Yep.
That was troubling for an outside shooter like myself, but yeah, I mean, I get it. It's funny because last night's game reminded me of my youth. Again, here I go back to my bar mitzvah days, shortly after my bar mitzvah at 13. Were you impressed at all that I remembered this Hebrew? I mean,
yes. That was really good.
It wasn't bad. Yeah, it wasn't bad. I mean, it was like I got a piece of gefilte fish caught in my throat there at the end, but which I am repulsed by for some reason. So, and again, a qualifier. Angel has nothing to do with these statements because there's a lot of sensitivity, as there should be, about anti-Semitism and Israel and all of this other stuff. Well, we're not trying to get into that. We're just talking about last night's Knicks Philadelphia game. But one of my first jobs, probably my best job that I ever had. I was a vendor at Shea Stadium for 5 years, from 1964 to 1969. Those were great years. You had the Mets were pathetic at the beginning, and then, of course, won with the Miracle Mets in 1969. They won the World Series, so I was able to witness that whole thing. And then the Jets, of course, won the Super Bowl in 1969 after a tremendous 68 season. And Joe Willie, with a finger in here. How many fingers did he have up there? He had one, right? One finger up there. Yeah, we're number one. That was a classic. And, those were great times. I couldn't have had a better time. But one of the drawbacks of the job was, for the first 4 years of it anyway, I didn't have a driver's license. Because why is it you could get a driver's license in Florida when you're like 9 years old? And then, in New York, you had to be like hardcore 18. Wow, you have Nick Nurse up there, huh?
Yeah.
Look at that. He could not have been a happy man last night. My God.
Yeah, he wasn't.
Wow. I would imagine he had some comments that were borderline finable after. I mean, he probably was in more jeopardy than Donald Trump is when they start really examining whether or not he's violated this gag order they placed on him. But, they can't criticize the referees. But that was a disgrace last night. I mean, I thought it was. I had, a betting interest in the game, Philadelphia getting 5 and a hook. But so that turned out well. And it seemed to be such a cinch when Lowry was at the line with a chance to make it a 6-point lead with 40 some odd seconds to go in a game. And you're thinking, how can I get fucked here? The only thing that could kill you is overtime. A pair of threes made by the Knicks, which seemed unlikely because momentum was all in Philadelphia's favor at that stage. And then what happens? The Knicks rattle off 8 in a row, and the referees literally looked like they were on the take. Did they not?
Oh yeah, they did. And we got to. I'm trying to find something here. I'm gonna play the Nick Nurse cut here in a second, but no, it was. Oh.
But I was going to say, I mean, one of the drawbacks of that job at Shea was I had to traverse some territory to catch. I lived on Long Island, which had to take this Long Island Railroad, ride out to, and it was late at night. These were night games. I was like 16 years old, and you had to change trains. Take a subway, which was already perilous in New York City at that time of night. And then I had to run. I went from being one of the slowest runners, Angel, that you had ever seen. I mean, I literally was like Fridge Perry trying to run a 40-yard dash to being, just like dangerously fast, because I used to run from the subway station to the Long Island Railroad Jamaica station. And it was probably, it was a good mile and a hook, maybe more. And I sprinted that thing because the neighborhood was so bad. And I think that was less of a rough ride than the Philadelphia 76ers got last night in New York City at Madison Square Garden with the just blatant. When do you have a call in an NBA playoff game? Lowry's head is rolling. They thought it was the basketball. They were about to call a loose ball foul, and it was Lowry's head was rolling towards midcourt.
It was,
and there was the thing with Maxey. They essentially just hit him in the balls and knocked him down,
right?
And the balls, somehow knocked loose and gets back into possession of the Knicks, and they swish a three, for Christ's sake.
Yep, and refs paid no mind to it whatsoever. Just they let it, they just blew it off like it was nothing. And by the way, Jerry in Rhode Island says, "Oh, Angel, now that you mentioned Springfield, Massachusetts, all I can do now is taste all the delicacies of the Big E." So the Big E. If for those who didn't know out there in Western Mass, the Big E was in West Springfield, and it was like every year it was kind of like carnival-esque, or what's the other thing they talk about, the local, when they bring the local amusements to the neighborhood type deal.
Yeah, little carnival, right?
Yeah, so you had
the fair. They have the the fairs here, various fairs.
Yeah.
You ever wonder how safe the rides are though? When you see the people that are running them.
Yeah.
They look like the guys that came out of that Jamaica OTB parlor that I was talking about on a show yesterday, where you're thinking, my God, these are the worst dregs of the universe, and I'm one of them. The carnies are something. So this gentleman is familiar with your roots in your childhood, Angel?
Yeah, it looks like it. Jerry probably, because he's from Rhode Island, so he may have gone out there to the Big E. It was those who lived in Western Mass and even towards the Central Park. I want to say it became a thing as a teenager. We all went out there when it would come around, and I want to say it was maybe, I'm trying to think, it was early fall or might have been early spring. It was warm. I know when it came around. It was rare when it got cold, which was nice. But everybody came out, and it was a nice sized park. But when the fair was there, it just seemed 10 times as bigger. And the park wasn't that huge, but just with everybody there,
yeah,
it made it even better. But it was good because all the high schools, if you were a rival high school, that was probably the best time to come around. And some people would talk the biggest smack ever. And then some other ones didn't care. They were just there to kind of hang out. And then of course you had now again, as for those who get to know me on this side of the house, because I was a nerd and I didn't speak to girls.
I don't see that. And you're a strapping young man. What are you talking about? You were a nerd as a kid?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I wouldn't. Are you kidding me? Me and the Commodore 64 were best friends. And that's when everything was MS-DOS, when you didn't even have what you have today. That's when you had to build your own.
Well, it was different. I wondered how this impacted that particular generation where, we used to have to go outside and play and invent games.
Yeah.
That's why it's better to be an old fart. No, I wish I had the years back, trust me. But I would have to say that the eclectic mix that I dealt with, including the degenerate gambling introductions with the various games that we played, everything was for money. Or some kind of possession that would have some value, like baseball cards or bottle caps or that kind of thing.
Yeah.
And but at least you were outside, like using your imagination and interacting with people. You weren't just staring at. My grandkids right now, the phone is like pinned to their face.
Yep. No,
and they're under restraint, where they can only do this a certain amount of time. I don't know there's any way around the problem, because it was good to grow up in that kind of environment. I have to say, looking back.
Yeah, well, you look at it, default. I mean, how many? It was the easiest part of communication because if you didn't talk to somebody, no one would read your mind. It was just you walked up to someone and just even if didn't matter whether you knew them or not, as long as you weren't some creep. But that's how the conversations were. When you talked to girls back in the day, in order to get to know them, you had to approach them. Now, whether they said yes or no, you had a high pitched voice like me. When the first time I think I said anything to any lady.
No, you have a very distinctive voice. I would think the women just melt like butter.
No,
from the first time you utter a sentence in their direction. No?
Not at all. Not at all. It used to be.
Right, I'm misjudging the situation very badly then. Maybe like I did. Although no, I ended up cashing on that Philadelphia bet, so that wasn't so bad. I mean, had it gotten any worse, overtime was a thing that you're freaking out about. That worked out okay. But anyway, I can't imagine that there was an aversion on the part of any woman when approached by one Angel Martinez in any kind of a situation. But, well, I mean, it's a whole different society. I mean, my favorite thing was getting like some, attractive young female's number on a napkin. Whereas now, I mean, how absurd would that be if you ask her to write her number down? Probably wouldn't even know it, right?
Yeah, I got that one time at a restaurant, and of course my lovely fiance who's in the other studio listening in. But it was funny because we were at a place called Fit Snuggies, which was also in West Springfield, and we were sitting there eating dinner. It's me and I want to say like 2 or 3 of the nerd herd that used to hang around in high school, and this girl slips a napkin. And I thought she was giving me an extra one. So I'm ready to clean my mouth. And she gives you one. Like, no, don't do that. And I'm like, all right. So she's giving me and I'm trying to describe for people listening in on the digital radio app, but she's giving me the hand folding type deal. So I look at her.
Like she was slipping you a 20. You were walking into a restaurant to get a good table. Sure.
But this is how silly I am back in the day where I'm not thinking about what is in the napkin. So she does one of these things. And so I just kind of look at her and I do the same thing, give her the folding napkin with the hands deal. And she shakes her head like, no. And finally I figured out like, oh, there must be something in the napkin. So we get up, we walk away and I look and it has her number up there. It says, call me. So the guy said, what are you going to do?
Sweet, man. An aggressive female. I mean, I hope you capitalized on that.
I called. Unfortunately, her dad picked up the phone, and I didn't know what to say, so I just told him I was with the Commodore 64 computer system, and I just wanted to make sure the Commodore was working fine. Hung up the phone. So yeah,
good thinking on your part, Angel Martinez. I mean, your nerd tendencies; those are very hard to separate yourself from, too. I mean, coming out of your shell if you're in one of those situations. All right, so we thought it was a travesty of justice yesterday. Philadelphia now down 0-2. Are they finished, in your opinion, Mr.
No.
Philadelphia fan? No?
No, not at all. I think they go back home, they regroup, they figure out what they did wrong. With Nick Nurse putting in the grievance, and like he said, it wasn't because you're not changing the outcome of the game yesterday. He knows it.
You imagine Adam Silver, says, hey, you know what? Those guys really fucked up. Yeah. Let's go back and play the last 40 seconds of this ball game and give you guys a chance to win it. We'll do that, during the off day here at Madison Square Garden. Not happening, right? Did you play Little League Baseball?
Yeah, oh yeah.
Every Little League game I ever played in was under protest for some reason. I had no idea or understanding why the manager, whatever it was, what was bitching. And it wasn't even over birth certificates. This was not one of those things like the Staten Island Little League or something where they come in and they got Fernando Valenzuela as one of their starters at 38 years old. But for some bullshit reason, they immediately, somewhere in the middle of the first inning, one of the managers was, this game's under protest. But it was always to no avail. So what is the point of going? I mean, it's like petitioning the World Boxing Council, to have a decision reversed. It's not happening.
No, that's true. Very true. They're gonna go back and regroup. And again with Nick Nurse, and I'll play it after the break here, but he's tired of how, and it wasn't just from the playoffs. He's talking about throughout the regular season as well. And that's why you keep hearing people reiterate over and over again. And I try to find that one clip of this guy, very reputable, and he talked about the same thing. He goes, you guys think the NFL is fixed? Watch this. And he had a couple of clips that started making sense. Now, of course, everybody would have their conspiracy theories, but it made sense on the way he was talking about it and as he was describing it, and then watching the notions coming off the bench, not from the players, but you could see as the reps were coming around and basically skirting around certain things. So I
they had to run out of the building. I hope they had protection when they left the building. Well, no, they had to be happy. I mean, the New York fans were happy. If that game was in Philadelphia, forget it. They wouldn't have made it to the bus.
No way.
Yeah.
No way at all. And if anybody caught a glimpse of Stephen A. Smith, by the way, towards the very end, even Stephen A. was kind of shaking his head like, what? Did that just really kind of happen? But, it's
those kind of games, I mean, how deflating is that? You did everything. You're in a position, it's almost insurmountable to think. I mean, holy Reggie Miller, what are we talking about here? 8 points in like 40 seconds. It was unbelievable. So what did Nurse say? I mean, I can't imagine that this was going to be, some comment, along the lines of, I'd really like to have those three guys over to my house for dinner because they did a fine job today.
Yeah, no, not at all. Not at all. Not what he said.
But you have to have Pete Sheppard kind of money to tee it up. I guess he does, obviously making millions of dollars. So the fine is what, $25,000 for going out and, condemning the referees for being totally incompetent.
Yep.
Which the league will later admit that they were. That's the good part about that. But you don't get your money back. Yeah.
No, they'll admit it later on, but they're God forbid they actually admit it during the season. That's never going to freaking happen. But nonetheless, the game was played and it sucked.
I'm still counting the steps in my mind here. I'm visualizing the number of steps on that non-double dribble Euro step, traverse the continent, step all the way across like England. That Jalen Brunson had, and then he's in the lane for like an hour and a half.
Right.
I mean, he could have got a parking ticket in there. And I don't think Billy Pauls, the Whopper, spent that much time in the paint when it was much more permissible on defense. But nothing. And then they end up with the ball, and he hoists a brick up there that hits the top of the wiring over the backboard, and it goes in. And then, of course, DiVincenzo hits the shot, and you thought, oh, fuck. If you're a Philadelphia fan, you're done. All right, now fire this thing up here. Let's hear a little Nick Nurse.
All right.
On the program. Nick Nurse, ladies and gentlemen.
Before the break here. Oh, hold on. The volume's got to be... There we go.
Well, the first thing is...
he's stunned.
Obviously, they score. We take a look at getting it in quick. We don't get it in quick. I call timeout. Referee looked right at me, ignored me. Went into Tyrese. I called timeout again. Then the melee started. And
the melee.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I got to run out onto the floor or do something to make sure and get his attention. But I needed a timeout there to advance it. Would have been good, but couldn't get it.
Wow, he soft-sold that, Angel Martinez.
There was no time to talk about it.
Yeah.
You can ask him if you want to.
He was a little more angry earlier on.
Did he gargle with embalming fluid before this press conference? I mean, this guy is depressed. My God.
Yeah, well, because he was adamant. Apparently, somebody had said that as they were heading back to the locker room. Of course, you're going to say whatever you want, kind of away from the cameras, because God forbid you say something now and it could be sped up, taken out of context, all the good, stuff that goes along with the world.
You didn't need it. Any context would have worked there. I mean, please. I don't know that the game, was a total robbery. I don't mean to imply that, but certainly those last few possessions were of a very curious nature, no doubt about it. And then, I mean, why is this night different from all other nights? Continuing our religious theme on the show here, Angel Martinez, and I'm going to make you an honorary Jew.
All right.
I think I have that capacity as some kind of ordained rabbi to go ahead and make you an honorary Jew. So you're also celebrating because it was different because the Lakers in Denver also provided wild fireworks throughout the game. Well, not so much throughout the game, but certainly as you saw Denver begin to chip away, and you're thinking, can they do it 10 times in a row? Amazing. Right. Somebody I was talking to on another show today, a guy that really is an astute basketball mind, a gentleman named Ethan Scoop Skolnick. He used to write for many organizations, including Bleacher Report. He was with Bleacher Report for a while, and they had him following, believe it or not. There was such an obsession with LeBron James after he left the Miami Heat that they had assigned a guy to go ahead from the local paper and cover LeBron James' tenure in Cleveland. Imagine that. So they sent this guy, they exiled him to Cleveland for a year just to, what are we talking about here? Brian Windhorst? But he was saying that there was a stat out there on X that somebody put out, and he naturally questioned it because this guy is a real stickler for detail here. He's not going to just throw out a bunch of falsehoods like I would, and expect you to believe them, or consider that really did illustrate the point. I mean, we like to exaggerate a lot to illustrate our points here on the
Right.
program. You guys will come to find out. But he said that since the current Denver configuration was put together in their starting lineup of, you got what? You got Jamal Murray, you have Jokic, Nikola Jokic, you've got what's it? The forward, Gordon. Okay.
Yeah.
Gordon does a terrific job. You got Contavious Caldwell Pope with the little hyphen in there.
Mhm.
And then, of course, Michael Porter Jr. Since they put this five together, that was good. It took me a while there to come up with that one. I can speak Hebrew, but I couldn't come up with a starting lineup for the Denver Nuggets here off the top of my head without hesitating. That's the detriment of oncoming dementia there, Angel Martinez. But since they put this lineup together, this starting five, they are 38-0 against Western Conference rivals. So this guy, Scoop Skolnick, who is really a dynamite reporter and does a great job. He has a thing called 5 Reasons Sports Network, where if you're a fan of Miami sports, they have like 50 guys covering stuff. They've kind of taken over for the coverage. How's the Tampa Bay Times and Tribune? Are they still in publication?
Partially.
Oh yeah, I mean, what are they, like a weekly now? I mean, the Tampa Tribune was a big time paper back in the day. No.
It was, but now it's because everything is sold. It's digital now, and everybody down in Tampa is, for the most part, super young. So a lot of folks don't pick up the paper. It's still around. It just doesn't get as much for the publication for people to read as much as possible. Yeah, it's almost just about down to once a week.
Yeah, well, this guy, saw what was happening with the local newspapers. He used to be, a big time writer here, and then, probably the people around the country might be familiar with his work on Bleacher Report, where I think he had done some magnificent piece that was like considered for, I don't know if it was Pulitzer worthy, but, some kind of prize, whatever they were giving away, a gift coupon to a local Cleveland restaurant. But he had put together a great piece on Pat Riley, who he has a good relationship with. And he was saying that his daughter, when she was, questioning him about his career, he said he was a big time newspaper writer. And she said, "What's a newspaper?" I think his daughter's like 10. So, definitely, part of an obsolete, way of absorbing your sports. But so they don't have a big time sports section anymore there, because we get like zero coverage. And I wanted to mention that if you're a fan of South Florida teams, that this 5 Reasons Sports Network is really good at covering virtually everything. I mean, they get into levels of minutia that I would never consider when it comes to analyzing, especially the Miami Heat. But he thinks they're finished. Angel, absolutely an abomination. We got a lot of stuff to get into, right? And but it would be a disaster if the people, unfortunately, were consuming the water that came out of Camp Lejeune out of their faucet right now, right?
They would be. They would be devastated if that's the case, and hopefully those who, maybe we can recommend the Palm Beach water purification system out there in Camp Lejeune to make it a little bit better. Although they said it's getting better, but we'll see.
If it was around at the time, we wouldn't have this problem. You wouldn't be watching all those commercials.
Sure, it wouldn't be. No, you wouldn't. If they would have had it hooked up, that'd have been just fine. But hey, good luck with the lawsuit and hopefully making a water system over there better. But for here locally, and for those who are listening nationwide, and even our international friends, the Palm Beach Water Purification's whole house water filters are ideal if you want water filtered throughout your home, including for showers, bathroom sinks, and running appliances like your washing machine and dishwasher. Even if you only want filtered water from the sinks in your home, a whole house system can be cost-effective and time-efficient versus purchasing several under sink or countertop filters that need to be installed to maintain. A whole house water filter system from Palm Beach Water Purification will reduce or totally remove contaminants in your water, give you healthier skin and hair, improve the flavor quality of your food and drinks, provide healthier water for your pets and your plants, give you brighter, longer-lasting, softer clothes by removing chlorine, and allow you to breathe easier by removing the chemicals that evaporate in the steam. Call South Florida's top-rated water guys today and schedule a free water test. Yes, a free water test and consultation at 561-801-7337. 561-801-7337 or visit them at pbwaterpure.com. That's pbwaterpure.com. And make sure you tell them that Deep One I sent you, and you can get 10% off your first visit.
That's nice, man. Is that 10% for each of us or total?
I'm going to go, I say each of us.
So that'd be great. I mean, if your water is coming out of your sink, your faucet there, and it looks like it came out of the New York sewer system, which was, what most people thought of the officiating in that game. Are we, I mean, you're just overdoing it with that, Angel? I know you brought it up yesterday, and I thought he's absolutely right, this kid. With the traveling. And everybody would agree that Adam Silver decided that you needed to see high-scoring games. And I don't know what instructions these officials are under, but we know that Stevie Wonder, could call a better game than most of the. I mean, is that just routine? Though, is that ridiculously like cliche to do? Is complain about officiating? But I couldn't believe that those last couple of possessions last night in that game, and then the Lakers to blow a 20-point lead. We have a lot to discuss, my friend. And then what's just around the corner? I'm feeling a little fever here. Are you okay, Angel? I'm feeling a little draft fever. This is something that I never gave a flying one about for years and years of my life. And then I was forced into it like everybody else, where people are, I'm looking at a series of prop bets on the draft that involve trades and all kinds of other crazy shit. I mean, holy Mike Tannenbaum. Who's gonna be able to decipher this? So, we got a lot to get into on the program.
That we do. So don't forget, you guys can call and/or text right here into the studio line at 727-858-6650, 727-858-6650. Like Jerry and Rhode Island does, we appreciate it. So after the break, we will get into it because the draft, I don't know who in the world comes up with this stuff. It's beyond me and beyond Evo. And so we'll just pay attention like everybody else. But we'll be back. It's
Putin. Putin is behind the interest in the draft.
Yeah,
I believe. Yes. I think it's a Russian...
There was something.
Conspiracy.
What was the thing he was involved with? Someone said something about yesterday. Was it a game or something? They try to make some analogy with some game or some crazy nonsense. I'm like, come on, you guys, really? You have nothing else better to do?
Yeah. There was a plot out there that there was Russian involvement in the outcome. I forget what it was. I think it was a basketball game, but
I think so.
May be wrong about that. But yeah, I mean, why else would be interested? I mean, the draft are going crazy. I just saw Mike Tannenbaum on ESPN before we came on a show here, and I keep wondering whose idea was it to hire this guy. He has buried more people than Sam Bankman-Fried in terms of franchises and drafting personnel. I mean, he made several stiffs very rich, and this is the expert analysis that you're going to get. Nobody could have screwed up more franchises than Mike Tannenbaum, and he's the guy that you're going to as your expert. To try and figure out what's happening. But we'll get into that too, Angel. I know you got to fire up some spots here because we got to make some money.
Yep, we do. So don't forget also, after us is Coach Gene at 4 o'clock from 4 to 6 p.m. You guys can watch all the shows here on BroadSCSouth.com. Of course, download the app and you guys can hear Coach Gene, who's doing a fantastic job all by him lonesome between 4 and 6. And of course, Bleacher Brothers are on from 6 to 9 p.m. Robbie did a nice job last night from 9 to 10 p.m. with the LaSalle Report. So all the shows you guys can see, you can not only watch it on BroadSCSouth.com, also on BleacherBrothers.com. And if you're a degenerate gambler, hey, go to Bleacher Brothers Bet on BleacherBrothers.com. And you guys can put in your bet and see how you make out. For me, I'm horrific at it, but we'll see. Maybe one day I'll become one. But nonetheless,
we're going to have to start getting your picks on a regular basis.
We'll see. Well,
you might have some. Well, you may have some hidden aptitude for it that you haven't really untapped yet. Much like, the thing with the girl in the napkin, right? Where a woman's basically telling you, come home to my house and do me. And you're like, should I call? I don't know what to do.
That's exactly what it was.
Yeah.
Felt like Urkel, but it's okay.
Yeah, exactly. You got your pants around your throat there, your Adam's apple. Unreal.
Exactly. All right, we'll be back. It is the Riptide Media Network here at the Naples Wealth Planning Studio, Tampa Division. We'll be right back.
Adopt US Kids presents What to Expect When You're Expecting a Teenager. Learning the lingo.
Today I'm going to help parents translate teen slang. Now, when a teen says something is on fleek, it's exactly like saying, that's rad. It simply means that something is awesome or cool. Another one is totes. It's exactly like saying totally, just shorter. As in, I totes love going to the mall with Becca. Another word you might hear is jelly. Jelly is a shorter, better way to say jealous, as in, Chloe, I am like so jelly of your unicorn phone case.
You don't have to speak teen to be a perfect parent. Thousands of teens in foster care will think you're, rad just the same. To learn more, visit adoptuskids.org. A public service announcement brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, Adopt U.S. Kids, and the Ad Council.
This is the story of a very special woman. In a matter of seconds, she turned herself into a great mathematician or an entrepreneur. Her knowledge was limitless and still is. She could also make monsters disappear, especially those that lurked in the shadows under the bed. Once, this woman put back together a teenage girl's broken heart, which had been shattered in 1,000 pieces, just by giving her a bear hug. She masqueraded as a regular person at work, but as a superhero at home. Everyone knows her as Gabriella. I still call her Mom.
Your hero needs you now, and AARP is here to help. Find the care guides you need to help, complete with tips and resources at aarp.org/caregiving. A public service announcement brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
Hey, Dad, your prescription will be ready in just a minute. Hey, Dad, your laundry will be ready in just a minute. Dad, your lunch will be ready in just a minute.
Hey, honey, why don't you take a minute?
When you help care for a loved one, you give them as much time as you can, making sure they're safe and comfortable. But it's just as important that you take some time for yourself. At AARP, we can help with information and useful tips on how you can maintain a healthy life balance, care for your own physical and mental well-being, and manage the challenges of caring for a loved one. Because the better care you take of yourself, the better care you can provide for your loved one.
Thanks, Dad.
Thank you. You're there for them. We're here for you. Find free care guides to support you and your loved one at aarp.org/caregiving. That's aarp.org/caregiving. A public service announcement brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
All right, class. Let's hear what everyone did this weekend. Jill?
Well, I raised my older sister to a big oak tree. It was at least 100 years old. My mom said I must have set a record or something. And then we went down by a stream and perched up on this huge rock and saw all of these little minnows swimming around way below us. And then I rescued my little brother from an evil slug king who was guarding him at the bush fortress. And my sister and I brought him back to our super twig fort for safety. And then we all laid out and told stories until it got dark. And the Big Dipper led us all the way home. Wow. Awesome. Where were you, Jill? Yeah. We went to the forest. It's not that far away. Anyone want to come this weekend?
Ask your parents to take you and your friends to the forest this week and find the fun, adventurous you. It's closer than you think. Check out discovertheforest.org. Brought to you by the U.S. Forest Service and the Ad Council.
That ad still makes me a little bit nervous. I guess it's a PSA for the Girl Scouts. Because my name, people refer to me as Defo. I've been known as that first four letters of my last name, which is DeForest. And I keep, all I'm picking up is somebody suggesting that you bring a bunch of underage girls to DeForest. So, but I don't know if that needs a clarification. They were talking about, like an actual forest with trees and everything like that. Yeah. So, just a final thing. I guess I don't know. Are you a draftnik? Because when I was growing up, nobody gave a flying one about the draft. It was beyond an afterthought. You would see your draft information. You would get from the agatype underneath the European soccer scores before anybody considered soccer to be a game here in the United States of America, and players themselves would find out, via mule train. They would come and deliver like a message to their door. Yeah, it really was not a big deal at all. Once in a blue moon, somebody would pop up there that attracted enough attention to make it exciting. And Now, I mean, look at this. Is it Mel Kiper, or was he solely responsible for escalating the interest in the draft to the exorbitant levels that it enjoys today? You can't stop talking about it if are listening to things about it. As soon as the draft is over, they're already analyzing. There's a mock draft out for 2025.
No, I think from what I understand, I think he was the one that kind of created the buzz around it. Unless someone else had added to it or he happened to tweak it, but
Nobody gave a shit about it before, Angel. Really?
No. And for me, the only thing is that I don't like about Defoe is just it's nice when it starts getting a little bit closer, because then there isn't so much of a multitude of breakdowns, because we know as soon as the NFL season is over and they start going to the combine, basically from the combine is where it starts. Well, here's where we believe so-and-so is going to pick, and he's going to be picked from this team. And then everybody adds their percentages, the Amazon, whatever it is, the AWS that comes in and they throw the percentages in there. It's just, it becomes information overload at one point when it's just too many things that are thrown out there. And then you come to find out on draft day, nothing of what was said ever came to fruition.
If I'm not mistaken, I mean, Matt Ryan, who just announced his retirement, I don't think he played last year. I think he was an announcer. Matt Ryan, a great quarterback out of Boston College. He was drafted, I think, like number 3 or 4 in a year where Bill Parcells had taken the reins as, he often stated, if you're, going to let me, cook the meal, let me pick the groceries, right? But it turned out he wasn't very good at that. And he went ahead and took a left tackle that year with the very first pick in the draft. Ryan was taking a few picks later, and we went with the Miami Dolphins. I say we here in South Florida. And at the time, I was doing a lot of work with the Dolphins organization, pregame shows, postgame shows, interview shows, all kinds of shit. And I mean, we were stunned. It was like, really? I mean, the one thing this team needed was a quarterback at that point. And imagine if they had taken Ryan, we would have never known that Jay Fiedler was going to be the best of a crop of just absolute grade Z quarterbacks that included the likes of Cleo Lemon and many others who, would just fall on their face trying to man the position. Just a tragic mistake. So you see a lot of that, it's interesting, though, this year. I kind of like it because there will be mistakes made. Now, I was looking at some analysis from a betting standpoint. How could they not have already taken this off the board? Is there any possible way that something else happens, but the Bears, after trading Justin Fields and getting essentially nothing back for this guy, right? Yeah. They let him go to what? Pittsburgh, and they get back a 6th-round pick. How do you turn a 1st-round pick that you traded up for, that you highly coveted a few years ago, and let this go for a 6th-round pick? We just saw it happen again with Zach Wilson.
Yeah.
Yesterday, going to Denver, where do you give this guy, and this is part of what's great about draft speculation, because you're looking at a lot of different things. Huge blunder by the Jets on Zach Wilson, correct?
Yeah.
They even thought they were so delusional about this guy, which is unfortunate. I don't mean to demean Wilson. Maybe he'll turn out to be a fine player. But remember last year in the preseason, Angel, he showed signs of life. They weren't going to trot Rodgers out there for too much work. And, zippity-doo-dah, he's out of the lineup after 3 plays with a torn Achilles out for the season. And people had the delusional impression that Wilson, because he played all right in the preseason, was going to magically step in and guide them right to the Super Bowl. And all those people that bet on the Jets to go to the Super Bowl, which, a lot of money went up in smoke there. I mean, you may as well have just taken that cash and thrown it into a wood-burning oven so that, you at least come out maybe with a slice of pizza. But people started to believe that Zach Wilson, before he actually played a couple of games, could somehow, find this magic, in a bottle and become a really good NFL quarterback. And, of course, he fell on his face. But could you possibly be sold on the belief that if anybody could fix this guy, it would be Sean Payton?
I'm about 50-50, only because Sean Payton's got to figure out what he did wrong in Denver for the past 2 seasons. And then also, I know Russell Wilson, a lot of folks in Seattle didn't like when, what he looked like for the last 3 seasons when he was out there in Seattle. Then you throw him into Denver. Too much money, I thought, in my opinion, for his services. But if Sean Payton can get into his mindset and figure out, just erase what happened in New York. I understand you went through a lot over there. Aaron Rodgers didn't make anything any better, because who was sold that Aaron Rodgers was actually going to take this kid under his wing, which he didn't do with Jordan Love, which he hated when Brett Favre didn't do it. So I don't know what in the world they were thinking, but I just hope that Sean Payton, he can improve Zach Wilson. Am I sold that he's the ultimate starter for Denver? I mean, they don't have much of a choice at this point, so it would have to go with Zach Wilson. But a change of scenery a lot of times does a guy good. Maybe a higher altitude will do him some good as well. And who knows, he may be able to smoke some stuff while it's out there because it's legal. And not legal for the NFL, but I think now partially it somewhat is.
How is that not legal in Florida where everybody's stoned all day long? Come on, Angel.
I know. I don't know. And maybe
it's on a ballot. Is that statewide? I would imagine so. Yeah, statewide it is.
We're going to have to talk to DeSantis. Oh, and by the way, before I forget, also the folks on LinkedIn, thank you very much for watching. The feed will cut off at 11 o'clock. So if you guys want to continue watching the show, you can do so at broadstsouth.com. Again, broadstsouth.com. Just click inside the LinkedIn on my profile there, and it'll take you over to the website. And of course, you can listen over on Sports Radio 102.9, the app, so you guys won't miss a thing. But no, as far as I hope that Sean Payton can make Zach Wilson at least more productive. I believe Justin Fields, I mean, no one believed in him in Chicago. I think he'll do much better under Tomlin in Pittsburgh, but he's got to be, I think it's just a much better environment in Denver than it was in New York.
Yeah, but Tomlin, he doesn't put too much on the quarterback. So interesting that they were able to acquire him for like nothing. I mean, zero. Literally like a thrift store. You went in there and you found some, a priceless piece of art hidden behind a bunch of, ugly looking outfits that somebody had donated to the guy. And, maybe, I don't know. I don't know if I believe that can happen with this guy, but, certainly wouldn't be rooting against it. Be kind of interesting if that took place because it's so interesting that, that there are a zillion ways to fuck up at the quarterback position if you're an NFL franchise. And there might be any number of ways to fix it, including, I mean, what's a better story on draft day than Brock Purdy being Mr. Irrelevant and then becoming a Super Bowl challenging quarterback who is likely, a year away maybe from all of a sudden being, one of these guys that's got a $200 million deal?
Yeah.
Unbelievable.
Yeah.
So, I mean, the stuff at the top of the draft, though, there's no way that Caleb Williams is not going to be selected. I mean, is that not a veritable certainty? They're still taking action on this, Angel. You have to bet $200 to win $1 on Caleb Williams being the number 1 overall pick. What could possibly derail that? I can't think of anything except that I mean, it's impossible to see anything else. So would you do it? Would you put up $200 to win $1? So it'd be what, 2,000 to win 10?
Yeah,
you would have to have Pete Sheppard type of money to get this done, or maybe
you do.
AJ Johnson, but. So if you bet 20,000 on this, what are you getting back? Like $200?
Pretty much. Yeah. Which is that's
worth it. That's a meal at Burns Steakhouse for one.
That's it.
That's it. Yeah, Joe Stonecrow's probably a little pricey too there.
Yeah.
You're doing a tale of the tape. Crazy, right? So I don't know who's taking action on that. That's kind of insane, and you would have to bet a ton of money there. But then right behind that, I mean, there's rampant speculation about these other guys that all seem to come under the same umbrella with Williams perceived to be a large quantum step ahead of the other
You can't. Okay. She's saying on X for some reason it's not coming through, but I'll check here on the fly. But
Okay.
no, I would like to know, where did all of a sudden? So you heard JJ McCarthy, maybe Defo, maybe in the 20th, maybe 22nd spot, and then within the last 2 weeks.
Oh man, climbing like a rocket.
Right, but so what did they see any different that we didn't see? I understand the thing with Michigan. I get it with Harbaugh. I guess maybe they're trying to sell goods that are really not worth the price. That's just like you said, right? If someone went to Goodwill store and they just happened to get lucky where that gold chalice was behind the crystal clear glass, one passed by.
Look at that, a Rembrandt. Exactly.
Yeah. What are they seeing inside JJ that the rest of us aren't seeing?
You know, everybody looks great on a highlight film. I don't know what your experience is in covering drafts, but I used to have to endure the hideous chore of putting together a short radio feature, like about a 2-minute clip maybe, on everybody that had any kind of consideration to be drafted all the way through like round 2.
Right.
And we used to get this book that was put out by a guy, I believe he was a sporting news guy or pro football news. Oh, yeah, it was Joel Bushbaum. I think he was the founder of Pro Football News. Is that possible, Angel? Have you ever heard of this guy, Joel Bushbaum? He checked out a few years ago, many years ago. But he had what was considered to be, I mean, this was pre-Kuiper, the consummate overview of what was going to happen in the draft. And he would have this analysis on every guy, and we would virtually plagiarize the thing to get this job done, because you're talking about making up a feature on 60 to 75 players. Mm-hmm. And what would happen was, I mean, there was so much time to fill between clips that some guy would get drafted. Let's say it was Michael Irvin.
Right.
And, they would go, oh, look at that. The Cowboys select Michael Irvin with the number something pick. And then we would pop in the cart, where this was way back in the day when you actually had like an 8-track. You ask yourself whatever happened to all of the 8-track cassettes out there that used to be very popular. They all went to radio stations at one time before that system was considered to be designed by Cro-Magnon man. And we would have a feature on every guy and essentially be saying the same thing. I mean, even analyzing body parts. Well, he has a large butt and thick thighs. And you're thinking, well, what the fuck are we talking about here? This is insane. I mean, what does this have to do with anything? Because you would think that just what you saw, the body of work that the guy had on the field, would be the determining factor in whether or not he can play or not. We're watching these guys play. So I guess with McCarthy, the thing that kind of stuns me about his sudden rise in value and popularity and speculation that Minnesota's going to trade up and, Belichick loves the guy, is that Michigan ran the ball like 100 times in all of their big games.
Right.
They never let the guy do anything, nothing, right? Now, he had some throws, like I said, on the highlight reel. All of a sudden, you're looking and go, oh, yeah, maybe the guy can play there. But he's throwing into triple coverage. Somehow the guy makes a miracle catch. I don't know. Is somebody going to get badly burned? That would be my my biggest speculation about this draft. Because I'm not rooting against the kid. He seems like a fine young man. But all of a sudden, the infatuation with J.J. McCarthy, I think, is kind of overwhelming, is it not? Is that part of some Russian conspiracy also? What do you think?
It could be. Who knows? Because
Putin is behind it.
Yeah, it could be. But I don't see it. That's why I'm baffled at the whole thing. Unless they got a hold of Harbaugh when he got that tattoo on his arm, because he said he would do it if they end up winning. So he ended up getting it. Maybe he was talking to the tattoo artist and just happened to say, hey, by the way, how's the stock on McCarthy? He's like, I don't know. He's at top 20. Here's $20. We'll make him up in the top 10.
Yeah.
I don't know what the deal is, but whatever Harbaugh is selling on this kid, people are starting to buy. But I just didn't see, and I watched games here and there this season, I just didn't see something that really stands out from this kid to make him now a top 5 perspective on draft night. I don't see it. And if my thing is, what happens if then they leap him over even Jaden Daniels, who won the Heisman? That's what I'm not getting. So whatever it is that they're selling on his goods, people are buying it. I'm thinking like, okay, so your top 10, who would be now in dire need to trade up for J.J. McCarthy? And then if you do, what happens? Just like you said, if it becomes the ultimate bust, and then what? How much did you give up to get this kid?
Well, it's not an uncommon practice.
Right.
You wonder if all of these general managers and the personnel people in the NFL at one time held high positions in radio management. Because, as I said, I mean, the expert that they're going to is Mike Tannenbaum. My God, this guy killed a couple of franchises. He buried the Jets and he buried the Miami Dolphins. So what does he do? He goes on to become an expert analyst. Unbelievable. Hey, Mike, what do you think about that? It's crazy. It's like David Sampson is very successful in podcasting. David Sampson he was Jeffrey Loria when he owned the Miami Marlins, or the Florida Marlins as they were known at the time. He was his son-in-law, right? So he married into the family there. I don't know. He seems like a relatively intelligent guy. There are some people that actually like him. But he was despised by Marlin fans. And what was always, you wouldn't believe a word he said if his tongue was notarized when he was running the Marlins organization. And you couldn't have buried a franchise any deeper than this guy did. I mean, you're right there at the bottom of the ocean. And sure enough, I mean, he became like a go-to analyst for like CBS on baseball. And you're asking yourself, see, that's where we went wrong, Angel. We didn't fail at what we were doing.
Yeah.
You're far better off being a total failure than you are. Did the future Mrs. Martinez fix this thing? Is it working?
She gave me the thumbs up and said it seemed to be fine.
Nice.
So, yeah.
Good. Special hello and thank you. Yeah. All right, my friend, what do you think? We get into the next hour, and we have a lot on the plate here. We're teasing a lot of different things, and yet I don't know that we came to any definitive conclusion on anything. So if you were tuning into the show to learn something, you got the wrong show.
It could have been
It's not only unscripted, it's unrehearsed, my friend. So for a second day out of the shoot, not too bad. What was your reaction? I mean, I was surprised that you didn't give me a call yesterday and say, okay, it's over. But... Richard Crenna in the movie, one of the Rambo 15 said to Johnny Rambo, "It's over, Johnny. It's over."
No, you know what? I thought about it. I said something to my fiance. I was going to end up calling you. I'm like, I'm not going to bother him because it wasn't, I wasn't hot to the point where I'm screaming at the TV or anything else like that. It drove me nuts on the ending. It shouldn't have been that way. And it made no sense, especially with the scramble with the ball. It really didn't. So for a second, I was thinking about calling you, but then I figured, well, if I call you, then we run into something and then we just blew it for the show for the next day. But no, it was just, I just didn't like the ending.
That was divine comedy there. Are you kidding me? That was amazing. I mean, you're literally looking at this. It was great that you had Nick Nurse getting up and essentially acknowledging the fact that the 76ers got fucked. Because you can clearly see, I did see the clip on one of the highlight shows. I didn't really notice it at the time he's screaming for a timeout.
Well, yeah.
It's kind of like when Belichick reaches for the challenge flag, but he doesn't get out there fast enough and they just overlook it completely.
Yep.
Where does he put that? He puts it like inside his underwear or something so he can't get it out. It would be more understandable if Andy Reid couldn't grab a challenge flag with all of that belly fat that he's got there. And why do we always have to see Andy Reid eating in commercials? Shouldn't there be, some kind of societal consideration that we don't want to see this guy just feeding his fat face over and over and over again? And it's not like he's eating anything that's good for him either, right? He's at Wendy's stuffing chicken tenders in his face. And it's like, Andy, you just got this extension. We want you to live. Take your health into consideration. But it was, he had every reason to be upset yesterday.
He did. I'm gonna bring up, this was, I'll say the guy's name afterwards. But no, you can clearly see here on the video, you'll have.
Yeah, he's screaming for a timeout.
You can see the timeout, then he does it again for a second time. And the ref saw it at that point, and the players are saying they're calling for timeout as well over on the bench.
And there's this man scramble happening at the time.
Yeah.
Unbelievable, yeah. No, he should have just shoved Spike Lee out there onto the floor, man. And then they would have stopped the game. But instead, they ended up getting hosed. All right, you'll get over it, Angel. You'll get over it. We got another hour for you to get over it. So we'll see what happens.
Yeah, it's okay. It'll happen. I'll get over it. It's no big deal. Because in the end, I don't get paid the big bucks for it, so it's fine. It's no worries. But yeah, after the break, I can't believe how quickly the time flies. It's incredible. But by the way,
it may not be that way for the viewers and the listeners. So they may be watching this and thinking it's absolute drudgery, like those first couple of games that we saw in the opening round of the NBA playoffs. Brickfest all the way. I mean, that was good. I mean, that's why last night was different from all other nights, getting back to our Passover celebration. And do you remember the Hebrew translation? Admonished on Halayla Hazeh. I'm going to teach you that, Angel. In fact, we're going to begin every show. Why is tonight different from all other nights?
No, we can do
You
it
never
that
went
way.
to shul, DeForest. You never went to shul. I can't believe I lost all my bar mitzvah money at Roosevelt Raceway that night, too. I mean, the same night. I didn't even have it in my possession like 24 hours. It was incredible. Welcome to manhood. All right, let's do the break. We'll come back.
Yep. We'll get into the break, and then we'll come back with more stuff, and we'll get into how the Lakers can't pull off a win with the Nuggets. So,
Oh, my God. Snake bit.
Yeah. You guys can call and text the show at 727-858-6650. Once again, 727-858-6650. And, of course, you can make your comments here live on all these social media platforms. Facebook, well, minus LinkedIn because it's a 4-hour time limit. And so those who are watching on LinkedIn can now go over to broadcastsouth.com. But YouTube, Twitter, Rumble, and everywhere else in between. Don't forget also on eSports Radio app. So we will be back as we are live here at the Tampa and Miami Naples Wealth Planning Studio, live on the Riptide Media Network.
To some people, the sound of a baby babbling doesn't mean much. But that's not necessarily true. By 6 months, they're combining vowels and consonants. By 9 months, they're trying out different kinds of sounds. And by 12 months, their babbling is beginning to take on some meaning. Especially if there's no babbling at all. Little to no babbling by 12 months or later is just one of the possible signs of autism in children. Early screening and intervention can make a lifetime of difference and unlock a world of possibilities. Take the first step at autismspeaks.org. A public service announcement brought to you by Autism Speaks and the Ad Council.
The following is made possible by Dad.
Why was the basketball court all wet? Because the players kept dribbling all over it.
The dad joke. Corny, grown-worthy, but also one of the simplest ways to share a moment with your kids.
Why do you have to be careful when it's raining cats and dogs? Because you might step in a poodle.
And kids that spend more time with their dads grow up to be smarter, more successful.
Can I tell you a cat joke? Just kidding.
And, with any luck, funnier adults.
Why didn't the skeleton go to the dance? Because he didn't have any body to go with.
Dad jokes rule. So take a moment to make a moment and give your kid a laugh. It's as easy as going to fatherhood.gov. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services and the Ad Council.
That's really funny.
Okay, men. This is your time. Maybe you didn't choose this, but you're here now. You're gonna go out there and be an all-star caregiver. It's up to you. So what are you gonna do? You're gonna go grocery shopping, cook, clean, be there emotionally and physically. You gotta dig deeper. Drive them to physical therapy, doctor's appointments. Don't you forget about the pharmacy. I know you won't. Because that's what caregivers do. Don't give up. Don't ever give up. This is your time to show the world, your family, and yourself that you're tougher than tough. Now go out there and be the best caregiver this world has ever seen. Caregiving is tougher than tough. Find the care guides you need at aarp.org/caregiving. A public service announcement brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
Hi, I'm Danica Patrick and proud aunt. Watching my nieces grow, play, and learn is amazing. But not every child gets to be carefree. 1 in 6 kids in the U.S. are hungry. 1 in 6. That little girl sitting alone at the playground, she can't play like the other kids. She doesn't have the energy because she's hungry. School lunch will be her only meal today. It breaks my heart that this is the reality in our country, but it's something that Feeding America is working to change. Each year, the Feeding America network of food banks rescues billions of pounds of good food that would have gone to waste. This food is then provided to families and children in need. Being a kid should be about using your imagination, learning, and having fun. These children shouldn't have to miss out on simply being a kid because they're hungry. To find out how you can help end childhood hunger in your community, visit feedingamerica.org.
Brought to you by Feeding America and the Ad Council.
One of my favorite songs.
Did you ever do any DJing at clubs or anything like that? You have the instinct for it, Angel.
Many
Yeah.
many moons ago, I gave it a shot. It wasn't too bad. Again, part of my nerd time. But yeah, a little while ago, I tried it. I say a little while ago, like it was yesterday. But no, I gave it a shot, and I enjoyed it. I had fun.
I know this may be repulsive to a lot of our viewers out there to see an old Jew like me chair dancing, but I can't help it. I really can't. And in keeping with our Passover theme, I just wanted to drop this in because I didn't even know there were any Jewish players in the National Hockey League. Did you? I mean, if somebody had said, hey, give me a number, over under, number of Jewish players in the NHL, you might think, I don't know, is Sidney Crosby Jewish? I don't think so.
I don't think so.
There's a guy named Zach Hyman. We checked this out on the Edmonton Oilers, and he had a hat trick last night on Passover. And that was another reason that you would have to say, why is this night different from all other nights?
Right.
Because maybe the lone Jewish guy in the NHL had a hat trick on Passover evening. So that was quite an accomplishment. And this Connor McDavid, my God. He made a move, literally, that looked like something Earl the Pearl Monroe would do in sneakers. He did this on skates. And that's what opened the door for Hyman's first goal. And Edmonton, who Portnoy had put $150,000 on at 7-1, they won their opener of their first series against the LA Kings, 7-4 last night. But that was quite a performance. And I think there is some connection there. I mean, God is looking upon the Jewish people for, the celebration of Passover, and he grants this Zach Hyman. I don't know. Is he a big-time scorer? I'm not sure. Grants him the opportunity to get a hat trick, for God's sake. They were firing yarmulkes on the ice. It was great.
That'd be great.
Yeah.
If they get a gun out there to one of the, I forget what they call it, but they started shooting yarmulkes out on would anybody be insulted?
Well, I remember I was working on a radio station that was broadcasting Yankee games here in South Florida. In fact, it's happened a couple of times. As there is a lot of interest, and you have, expatriates from New York here, and there is a lot of interest in Yankee baseball, I guess, around the country. I don't know. If the Yankees come to Tampa, certainly the stadium is going to be absolutely jam-packed, no? Especially with the ties to St. Petersburg.
Yeah, I would think so. Joey, hold on. As Joey B says, he says, laughing my ass off, firing yarmulkes on the ice, friggin' defo. Could be a good thing.
Yeah, I mean, it's possible. But what we decided then that maybe it would be advantageous for the station to come out with a New York Yankee yarmulke, since we were broadcasting their games down here, and it didn't go very far. We got stuck with a couple of boxes of those. But
oh, really?
Yeah. Nonetheless, it was. It was like when I talked a friend of mine into investing in a couple of hundred shirts when it was very popular, when the vaccine first came out, and the people that were all for it, which, I think it was a majority of people thinking, hey, I mean, how do I stave this shit off? I don't want to get COVID-19. They were wrapping people and zipping them up in body bags all over the place, right? Stacking them in trucks, refrigerated trucks outside of hospitals all across the country. Last thing you wanted was to contract this stuff when it first hit and became a pandemic. And so we came out with a bunch of shirts that said fully vaccinated. And we still have almost all of them. I gave two of them away, and that was it. So I have that for the show if anybody is interested.
Oh,
maybe we can offer that up and make a couple of bucks off that. Fully vaccinated with a syringe as the exclamation point.
Oh, very nice. Well, how about the, speaking of default, how about the people, which
failed business projects, I was going to say. Yeah.
What made me laugh were the folks that were okay. I understand you've got the vaccination, to each his own, it's your body, your choice. But what made me laugh, and of course I'll just use this, I don't know, Recovery Network, card here, for example, I can't tell you how many people would take their vaccination card and then put it up to the camera like, look, I was vaccinated. But in the meantime, all their information was up there. I'm like, did you guys not think this through?
Yeah.
Because you wanted to show everybody you got vaccinated, but now everybody knows your name and your address and your date of birth. And then some folks thought, well, I'll just put one finger up there. But in the meantime, everything else is still showing. I don't understand people and their personal information, even though it's out there like wildfire. But I don't get why people had this crazy fixation that they had to let everybody in the world know that they were vaccinated. I just don't get it.
Well, this was a way to do it. You want to buy one of the shirts, Angel? I'll give it to you for 20.
All right.
But, I mean, it's kind of weird, that whole thing. I mean, when you went to get vaccinated, right? You had to go to some location, and this was the first. When it first came out, I had friends over here on the East Coast, and there was some gas station over in Naples that was offering the shot, and they ran over there, and there were lines like miles long. It was weird going to a location and they had like military personnel on board there, and you didn't know who you were getting vaccinated with, right? I mean, it wasn't like Jonas Salk was on the scene,
right?
So, I mean, but the last thing you wanted was to contract this, and it seemed like, okay, I want to get in on this before it hits me with a haymaker. And it was strange though, because you were waiting to see if you were going to have some reaction. I didn't. Other people did. They said, for a couple of days, they felt like they got hit by a truck. They felt like Maxey, you did last night when he was on the deck there and there was no foul call. I don't want to get you started again, Angel, on that, because I know you wanted to comment on the Lakers game, which was equally spectacular in the end game, with Denver coming back and beating them for the 10th straight time. 10th straight time. I mean, it's insane. We were talking about how, the great line from tennis player Vitas Karolainis, where it's a classic. He says after beating Jimmy Connors for the first time following 17 straight losses, he says nobody beats Vitas Karolainis 18 consecutive times at the press conference. I mean, LeBron's got to be thinking about something like that at this stage. And this was another one of those, like Philadelphia, which was more stunning of a loss. Lakers blowing a 20-point third quarter lead, 10 points going into the fourth quarter, and getting beaten on a buzzer shot by Murray, where there were a lot of criticisms of Darvin Ham after this thing. That he got Gabe Vincent, who played for the Heat last year, did a pretty good job on Murray in the finals, even though the Heat lost in 5 or 6 games.
Yeah,
but he wasn't bad. So that was one of the reasons that the Lakers, I think, acquired this guy as a free agent in the offseason. And yet he doesn't play him. He I think was hurt a lot of the season, but you would think that at that stage, why not put somebody that can really dog Jamal Murray in that spot? And he didn't double team Jokic. Was receiving a lot of criticism. Now that's always going to come the way of the losing coach. But what did you think? What was more of a disaster? Are the Lakers blowing a 20-point lead in the third quarter, or the Sixers giving up 8 unanswered in the last 45 seconds of that ball game against the Knicks?
Good choices, and I'll tell you here in a second. As Joey B says, Default Angel, last night's games, both of the games, great night of NBA hoops. The league needed those 2 instant classics.
Yes.
Yeah, they did, for sure. But I still, I don't know. See, it's hard for me because the Sixers, yes, they did give up an 8-0 run towards the very end there. But the Lakers got to be worse. First of all, which Pete reminded me this morning, I think it's been 493 days or something like that between the last time the Lakers beat the Nuggets, in Denver. So if you're up a 20-point lead, and this is where LeBron, he's talking about how much of a great player he is. He'll be able to carry his team on his shoulders and blah, 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 blah. All that fun stuff that comes along with it. But I think that was a bigger collapse than the Sixers last night. It just, in my opinion, because you allowed for Denver to come back. They're the defending champs. They want to get back there again to represent the Western Conference and get back to the NBA Finals. But I would think so. And there was an article, I believe, earlier today, and I'll play the for those who missed it, the final moments here of the Denver Lakers game. But there was an article saying that, is it time for LeBron to stop saying that he can carry the Lakers on forever? It doesn't seem that way, because he's just, Father Time is starting to catch up to LeBron James, whether he likes to admit it or not. And I know he wanted to stay until Bronny came into the league so he can be, coerce him to where he thinks he's going to be the best fit. He's going to be the best player for this team. I think for me, Bronny should stay in for another season or 2 in the college ranks to get it. You're only one LeBron.
What did he do? Did he average 5 points for USC this year? Or barely playing?
So. Yeah. So you can't.
Hardly NBA credentials, you would say, for a one and done type of situation.
because he's going off his dad's success. That's a problem. And LeBron James, you know better.
Well, if you look at Jaime Jaquez Jr., who has had a great rookie season for the Heat, although he had a little bit of a lapse there in a couple of games where he was injured, and he's almost being asked, to be a key ingredient against what seems to be a futile attempt against the Boston Celtics, but and is stacking up pretty well. But one of the reasons he seemed so ready for the NBA is he played 4 years of college basketball. He probably could have come out and gotten in the league sooner. Certainly has NBA instincts and has been able to transform his game into an NBA style. But I'm not sure. I didn't see enough of Bronny James. In fact, I've never seen Bronny James play. Have you seen him play 1 second of basketball?
I've seen him play, but it's nothing like LeBron. LeBron's trying. He's trying his best, but it's nothing like when you get used to a LeBron.
This isn't Steph Curry, coming in after Dell and following his footsteps.
Or even like, Kobe Bryant. Kobe Bryant coming straight out of high school in the same way. It's rare that you find these guys these days, but LeBron believes that Bronny's going to be, you can't, as much as Deion Sanders' son, Deion Jr., knew that football was not his go-to. And he admitted to his dad, listen, I'm not good at this. And Deion apparently said to him, what do you think you are? And videography, photography, that's been his thing. And he's been very successful to the point where he's created his own company and is doing really well. Now, the other son, of course, he's going to be, for the most part, it seems like he's going to be pretty good at least in the college ranks coming into the NFL. But for LeBron to convince people that his son would be like him, he's sadly mistaken. And no parent wants to give up on their child, but Bronny really needs to stay in another 2 seasons in college to make his game a little bit better, because it could be, and who knows, I might be talking out of my ass for all I know. But for me, it's someone's going to see it and they're going to bring him onto the team, and they're hoping to get LeBron James, and you're just not going to get that. No matter which way you look at it, how you want to slice it, dice it, caress it, whatever, it's not going to be LeBron. It's just not. But he is very adamant about his son, and it's just the proof will be in the pudding when it comes to the NBA draft. But Joey B says, for being almost 4 years old, LeBron still hoops. Those 3-pointers he hit in the fourth quarter was amazing. Not a LeBron lover here, but respect his game still. He's not the guy any longer, obviously. And I would have to agree with that with Joey B. But it's getting to the point where listen, LeBron has a passion. He's always going to be passionate about the game until the day he hangs up his shoes. And if he throws it up in the wire, like back in the day, if you lived, in our neck of the woods, when you threw it up in the wire just because, but when he gets to
I thought that was a drug thing when you throw your shoes over the telephone lines.
Some people say it is, but in our neighborhood, it wasn't. We used to do it to piss off some of the kids who just throw it up there because you knew you couldn't get it. And then it became a thing. But yeah, I did hear that. I don't know where that came from, but yeah, we used to. I think only one kid, and he
throw a pair of Converse up there.
That's exactly what he threw.
Holes in the bottom.
Yeah.
The thing with LeBron, you know what? I've sort of come around to a different point of view. Not that I didn't have this emerging over the last several years, but and everybody gets into this. It's standard sports talk. It used to be, in South Florida. Everybody had this big debate. When you were running out of topical material and there was nothing else to discuss, you'd throw it out there. Hey, who's the better quarterback, Marino or Montana? And the people would line up on the phone lines. They'd call in, oh, well, you got to be kidding me. You're a homie. You're a shill. You love Marino. While it was debatable, it came down to the championship thing, naturally, that Marino was ringless. But in this debate, which will go on into perpetuity, I would think about who really is the face of basketball. What was it, Michael or LeBron James? In terms of being the best, so-called greatest of all time. Now, you could throw other names into the mix, although I don't think anybody would, say that the challenge wasn't to eclipse people's opinion of Michael Jordan as being that. But, if you look at LeBron, Michael Jordan had his share of times. Remember when he was a veritable NBA bag lady with the Wizards at the end of his career? LeBron James has had none of that. The guy's 40 years old. He's still a major impact on every game that he's in. Any team that he's on, he makes them a contender. Even if he was going to kind of adapt, if he plays, I don't know, how many more years can this guy be in the league? If he plays a few more years, you would have to think that he assumes a little bit more of a role-playing position. And yet, what role is he playing? He can't stop him. Guy's literally amazing. I've come to the point where, and people love to troll LeBron James for some reason. It's one of those things where you either love him or you hate him. And even though I was not like a huge LeBron James lover, I thought maybe his outside shot was going to be suspect.
Mm-hmm.
This guy has done more than anybody, I think. And I go back a long way with this thing. I mean, holy Jerry West, what are we talking about here? I love Magic Johnson. Should be more, getting more consideration in the conversation about greatest. Kareem, how do you, not talk about him? But I'm thinking LeBron has done more in the game of basketball than anybody else. The fact that he doesn't have as many rings as Michael Jordan, I think, is offset by the idea that he has rings with 3 different teams.
Yeah. Yeah, no, it's just, well, it also makes you wonder too. I mean, I know he's.
But we love seeing him cry after the ball game, don't we? Fumble
true.
his way through the press conferences,
Yeah.
Mumbling about, well, you know what. But I don't know. People like to see him lose for some reason. You would think he was Grayson Allen the way that people like to see LeBron James lose. And they got their money's worth last night. I mean, that was unbelievable. 20 points up. I was watching parts of that game, flipping back and forth between that. And as you might have experienced at that time, dozing off, and then I'm watching some of the hockey, and I was thinking they were going to cruise and even the series and finally get off to Schneid there, and beat the Denver Nuggets. But no, I mean, then you see this Jamal Murray jumper go in over Anthony Davis, no less.
Yep.
Nothing but net. I mean, holy chick Hearn, and the Lakers are tagged with a second loss there, making it seem very unlikely that they would be able to come back somehow and win the series.
Yep. Well, speaking of, here is the highlight for those who missed it and those who are listening on the digital radio side of the house here on the Sports Radio app. You guys can look it up over on, ESPN, anywhere else, but then it's still out there on the Twitterverse. You guys can check it out. I can't call it X no matter what, but here is here's the play that won it all for Denver last night.
Nuggets, 12 seconds remaining. They're not going to call timeout. 9 seconds remaining. Murray's got to go. Murray lets it fly. Yeah! Oh
my God. Lakers money line. How disgusting. That is an ugly beat, no matter what perspective you were coming at this game from.
Yeah.
Nice shot by Murray. How'd they let him just float over in the corner there and have Anthony Davis laying on him? Should they not have put somebody in his face the entire time? Well, what was that? I mean, was that like the worst zone defense that you've ever seen? The guy's at the top of the key. He's at Caitlin Clark territory there. He's outside the Coke machine. And the clock's going down to like 2-3 seconds, and they let him float over into the corner. He ended up taking like a 15-footer.
Yeah, no, it's
17 maybe. I don't know. I mean, it wasn't the easiest of shots, but you would hardly say that he was challenged there, no?
No, not at all. But it's been like that. You look at all that NBA games this year, especially towards the end part of the season. It's been a lot of it. And I think there's a lot of these guys, it seems like after the All-Star break, when, first of all, the All-Star game should be completely an embarrassment because that was horrible.
Yeah.
The All-Star game should not even be played anymore because these guys were, listen, I get it. It's, it's to have fun. I get it. I understand it. But there was like zero defense. Everybody just, who could make the longer shot? Who can make the trick shot? Who can do it? If that's the case, then I don't know, make it flag basketball since the Pro Bowl has become flag football.
Yeah, it's all threes.
Yeah.
You sound like you have an old soul, though, that you're jonesing for the game the way that it used to be played. And this was true of the playoffs, so in the past, although it's changed almost completely, where only the 3-point shot is of consideration if you're shooting from the perimeter, because the mid-range jumper used to be a big thing, right? You would have to hit your mid-range jumpers, and they were available, and the teams that were efficient at it usually were the ones that prevailed. But now everybody's bombing, and that was pretty crazy to see how that game finished, because there were a bunch of missed threes, and it was funny too because those two games really restored some faith in the entertainment quotient from the NBA. Because prior to that, most of the games, I don't know if you've ever seen this movie, but the worst basketball ever played, what was played in the movie One-on-One with Robbie Benson, which I think came out in the 70s, Angel. Yeah. One-on-one, I want to play that game tonight. And I remember Robbie Benson, what was this kind of high school hotshot that now is playing for this hard-on college coach that hated him. And he did everything he could to deflate Benson's ego to the point where he literally he was crying to his girlfriend. He wanted to quit the game. And then, of course, when called upon in the magic moment, he comes back and shines and eventually overcomes all of the difficulties of being abused by this coach. What was the coach modeled after Bobby Knight? It seemed like he might have been.
It could have been.
But it was a horrible movie. I mean, it was one of the worst movies ever made about sports. And yet, if you Wikipedia Robbie Benson, that one of the highlights of his career, this was the thing that launched him, this shitty movie about basketball. But I think the entertainment value in the first, 12 games that we saw was right there, equivalent to that. They may as well have just said, hey, the game's postponed because of a leak in the roof, and we're going to show you one-on-one with Robbie Benson instead, and hope you guys get some entertainment out of it.
That'd have been something. And what was the other one that was what was the one with Ricky Schroeder? He was young.
Oh, yeah. I don't know. I mean, there have been a lot of good basketball movies. Blue Chips, of course, legendary. But, and that documentary about the two basketball players from Chicago, that Hoop Dreams. You ever see that? That's real good. And there were a bunch of others. My man Rick Pitino was featured in Sebastian Telfair. They had a great documentary from Sebastian Telfair, Through the Fire, it was called.
Yeah.
But disgrace that any studio, I mean, what were the studio executives? What were they thinking? What were they smoking? What were they drinking when they said, let's run with this one? Yeah, it looks really good. Sports fans will love it. Ugly basketball. But this was redemption for the NBA last night. So that was good. I think too, Angel, we can't emphasize this enough. People they need to redeem their water supply. You have this thing that is as remarkable of an advancement in this regard that I think has ever been on the market. How are people not just flooding the market, with and the phone room with calls right now?
But it should be, because you got to figure, who doesn't want, like, just, you come out the shower and you see in the movies. In the movies, they come out and they always have like this nice sheer, this glow about them, and their skin looks like, wow, how did he get that look? How does the hair look defined when you see the commercials of the girls throwing it back or the men running their fingers through their hair? I think
I clearly need this, Angel. I really do.
Well, because if they had the Palm Beach water purification system, I think it would be better off for them. And if they want their whole house with water filters, and our deal, if they want water filtered throughout the entire home, including their showers, bathroom sinks, and running appliances like your washer machine and dishwasher, even if you only want filtered water from the sinks in your home, a whole house system could be cost-effective and time-efficient versus purchasing several under-sink or countertop filters that need to be installed and maintained, which is true because a lot of times you have to go back through, change out the filter, you forget, or it falls off because it's not installed properly, but not with the Palm Beach water purification system, because a whole house water filtration system from Palm Beach Water Purification will reduce or totally remove contaminants in your water, give you healthier skin and hair, improve the flavor and quality of your food and drinks, provide healthier water for your pets and plants, and also give you brighter, longer lasting, softer clothes by removing chlorine. And some clothes you want to keep extra soft, allow you to breathe easier by removing chemicals that evaporate in steam. So call South Florida's top rated water guys and schedule a free water test and consultation at 561-801-7337. That's 561-801-7337. Or visit them at pbwaterpure.com. That is like peanut butter and jelly, pbwaterpure.com. And make sure you tell them that we sent you. Default and myself, you get 10% off when they come over to the house and take a look. But yeah, how could you not want to go with this water system?
Now, is this available around the country? Because I'm thinking, man, if you look at the babes on Worth Avenue, I would imagine all of those people have this water system in their house, the Palm Beach water system. Is it available around the country or just in Florida?
I believe that even though it is based out of Florida, I believe they will send where they need to send their purification system out and come and install it. So yeah, if you call it up, just because you may live out on the West Coast, like you were talking about, even out in Texas, no matter where you are, even in the driest points of the desert, you can call up and they'll get it shipped out there. Make sure they get maybe they get a local installer come out there, but I'm pretty sure the professionals want to come to your home and install it. And I know AJ has it, and AJ swears by it.
You see this guy? I mean, does he look great? It's unbelievable, yeah. I definitely need it, Angel, the way my appearance has been deteriorating rapidly over the last, especially the last couple of months. But so if you're in Minot, North Dakota, where Virgil Hill, I called the Virgil Hill fight once, fucking freezing. You talk about cold. You were talking about the cold yesterday. I have never been that cold in my life, and I went to Syracuse, like I said. I get off a plane there, and my balls literally were frozen. It was 50 below. That wasn't even wind chill factor. It was just actually like 50 below. But if you're there right now watching this show and listening to what we're doing, you could get one of these things. Somebody's going to schlep out there and install it. That would be awesome.
It would be. I
All
think
right.
so.
Beautiful, man. All right. Good. I love the concept. I really do.
I do too, as well. Like I said, we have one here at the house, but I don't think it's anywhere. AJ was talking to me about this, and he was giving me the dimensions of how the stuff worked. And I mean, it would probably leaps and bounds till we have here at the house and home studio. It would become something completely different. But no, I think it would be something great. So don't forget, you guys, you can visit pbpurewater.com, and you guys can take a look there. But we will go into our final break here as things are quickly coming to an end.
Beautiful, yeah.
Yeah, the morning show.
You know what's funny? I mean, you gave me an idea because I wanted to meet AJ personally and talk about things here with Riptide and see what's going on. And, he's about 45 minutes away from me. And so we were going to meet halfway, but I'm going to make a little cheese platter and invite him to the house now.
There you go.
This way he can take a look at what I have. And the next thing you know, I'm going to be looking like you. I'll find the fountain of youth with this thing. It'd be great.
It would be good.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure he would enjoy it. He'd give him another time to be able to get closer with his water purification system, which I'm pretty sure he'll end up enjoying. But no, just give him a cheese platter. I'm pretty sure he'll enjoy it. So
see what it tries. I don't know what he likes to eat, but how do you see AJ? Is he like a hot dog and a beer type of guy at a ball game? He seems to be a diehard sports fan. This guy.
Yeah, no, he would. I mean, a hot dog and a beer would be great. I'm pretty sure steak and beer would be good as well. But no. He's AJ by no means is not. He doesn't look for caviar. That's for sure. He's comfortable with this.
That's good because he's not going to find any here unless he brings it.
No, I
don't even like a filter fish, man. And here I am talking about how Jewish I am and that it's Passover.
No, he'll be fine. I think it's one of those things like even if the steak falls off the grill, quick, pick it back up and throw it up there. I don't think he'd have a problem with that either because he's not fancy by any means. But after the break, we'll get into a little bit more. Don't forget, you guys can still call in or text into the show at 727-858-6650, 727-858-6650. Of course, you can make your comments here live on the social medias. And we appreciate everyone hanging around after Pete Sheppard Show to us right here, Martinez and Defoe Unscripted, as we are live from Miami and Tampa, the Naples Wealth Planning Studios on the Riptide Media Network.
Right now, our country feels divided, but there's a place where people are coming together.
I gotta tell you, I was nervous to talk to someone so different than me.
Me too, but I'm glad we are.
Love Has No Labels and One Small Step are helping people with different political views, beliefs, and life experiences come together through conversation, and it feels good.
Wow, your story is so...
interesting?
Yeah.
When people actually sit down, talk, and listen to one another, they can break down boundaries and connect as human beings. At lovehasnolabels.com/onesmallstep, you can listen to amazing, life-changing conversations and find simple tools to start a conversation of your own.
I know one thing. This conversation gives me hope.
It gives me a lot of hope, too.
Take a step toward bringing our country and your community together by having the courage to start a conversation at lovehasnolabels.com/onesmallstep. A message from StoryCorps, Love Has No Labels, and the Ad Council.
People do some pretty cool things in their 40s and 50s. Why should saving for retirement be any different? I mean, they go back to college, learn new instruments, start skateboarding. Whoa! Okay, maybe that one's not for everybody, but saving for retirement is. With aceyourretirement.org, you can get on track with your retirement savings no matter your age. Just have a 3-minute chat with Avo, the friendly digital retirement coach from AARP. You'll get personalized recommendations based on your input that are easy to understand and work with your lifestyle. It's quick, easy, and free. Plus, it's sponsored by AARP, so you know they got your back.
Woo-hoo! Gnarly move, Dad.
Thanks, sweetie.
So wherever you are in your retirement savings journey, head to aceyourretirement.org and start chatting with Avo today. That's aceyourretirement.org. A message from AARP and the Ad Council.
Adopt US Kids presents What to Expect When You're Expecting. A teenager. Learning the lingo.
Today I'm going to help parents translate teen slang. Now, when a teen says something is on fleek, it's exactly like saying, that's rad. It simply means that something is awesome or cool. Another one is totes. It's exactly like saying totally, just shorter. As in, I totes love going to the mall with Becca. Another word you might hear is jelly. Jelly is a shorter, better way to say jealous. As in, Chloe, I am like so jelly of your unicorn phone case.
You don't have to speak teen to be a perfect parent. Thousands of teens in foster care will think you're, rad just the same. To learn more, visit adoptuskids.org. A public service announcement brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, Adopt U.S. Kids, and the Ad Council.
This is the story of a very special woman. In a matter of seconds, she turned herself into a great mathematician or an entrepreneur. Her knowledge was limitless and still is. She could also make monsters disappear, especially those that lurked in the shadows under the bed. Once, this woman put back together a teenage girl's broken heart, which had been shattered in 1,000 pieces, just by giving her a bear hug. She masqueraded as a regular person at work, but as a superhero at home. Everyone knows her as Gabriella. I still call her Mom.
Your hero needs you now, and AARP is here to help. Find the care guides you need to help, complete with tips and resources at aarp.org/caregiving. A public service announcement brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
Final segment of Martinez and Defoe Unscripted here live at the Riptide Media Network. And I like to think as Jerry in Rhode Island becoming a nice fan and a good fan of the show here, as she says, Angel and Defoe, I really enjoy this unscripted format. And Jerry, I appreciate it. We appreciate it.
Essentially means we don't know what we're doing. We have no idea what we're going to talk about. We've never worked together before. We changed some texts back in the day.
Yep.
And here we are, man. And no, it's great. It's absolutely fantastic. And there's also a line out there, whether or not you will be speaking fluent Hebrew before I learn to speak a minor amount of Spanish here on the show.
There you go.
Yeah, but we've been having some fun. It's interesting too, because like I said, I mean, I don't mean this in any kind of a disparaging way, because I was, a practicing Jewish kid there growing up, and I enjoyed the whole culture of it or whatever, but hadn't been to a shul since my bar mitzvah, and then the rabbi that gave me my lessons, where you have to take lessons to go through this ceremony,
right,
and lead the ceremony, he ended up getting busted in a pick six scandal when he had taken the congregation's money, and he had formed a syndicate, and he was betting pick sixes at Santa Anita with the congregation's cash, which was why they could never fix the sign there at the Belmont Jewish Center. So there's a lot of degeneracy in there. I used to dig it because this was back in the day where everybody didn't have instant information. And, it was particularly hard on the people that were baseball fans to have to be in like a Saturday congregation.
Mm-hmm.
The Sabbath is on Saturday there, so you were going to shul on Saturday, temple on Saturday, and the rabbi would be speaking in Hebrew, and he'd be going, Baruch atah Adonai, Brooklyn is up by 2, and he would update World Series scores in the middle of this religious performance. So that's what I was schooled on with that, and it was kind of a lot of fun to think back, and I can still envision when they had pro wrestling at the temple. They had some of the greats. Are you a big wrestling fan, Angel? I mean, modern day wrestling, I think, maybe this is always said by, some old geezer like me, but modern day wrestling has nothing on what was going on in the distant past back then, when you had wrestling every Saturday night on TV.
Yeah, no way. You talk about, what, Bob Backlund,
Yeah, I mean, Gorilla Monsoon, San Martino, some of the greats.
There's never, ever, ever, you can never duplicate what happened before in the past. So Jimmy Superfly Snuka coming off the top belt there and coming across the stage, or the ring, excuse me, not the stage, even though it's stage now. It was what I kind of meant to say. Not that it wasn't any different, but back then it was a good sell, the way they did it. And you went every venue that they went to. So in Philly, we had the Spectrum, that's been long gone. And now they have, I think it's the Wells.
Did they wrestle at the Blue Horizon in Philadelphia? Did you ever go there? That was always one of those ballparks I had on my sports bucket list. Blue Horizon was a big boxing facility back in the day, and the people literally were hovering. If you were in the upper deck there, you were hovering over the ring. It was great.
Yeah, no, it was great. And they just brought back a Metropolitan Theater that had been closed for years. An investor finally went in, although now he's probably second guessing himself over there by Temple. But it was an old theater when you go, not as in the movies, but when you actually went to go plays. For those who are kind of keeping up with us, before back in the day, if you wanted to see an actual play like you do here at the in Tampa at the Straz, you would go to this place out in Philadelphia and you would see live theater and it was great times, but like everything else, as times changed, it started going away. There weren't many people, and there was an investor came in. I want to say he spent probably close to $20 million. I think originally he was thinking about $2 million, ended up being $20 million altogether. Started bringing people in, but now the area has gone back to being bad. And I don't know if they're still utilized in place or not. But no, wrestling back in the day, compared to what it is now, it was so much fun. And how did you not get into a wrestling match with your friends? Because you were always a polar opposite. It was rare if you and your friends liked the same wrestler, which was great because now you're beating the crap out of each other. Your parents are yelling at you. And we have this thing called a basement for those of us who live up north. And it was the under part of your house. So it
may as well have been Madison Square Garden.
Yeah.
But the stuff that went on there in terms of imitating and various hybrid versions of sports that you watched on TV.
Oh, yeah. There was no way. But you brought up, it was funny because you brought up a point about the rabbi kind of telling the scores in between. So Father Daniel, this is in our
Same thing, yeah.
Well, yeah, he would. So the one that he brought in, of course you had the small TVs that you would plug in. But the one that he says, Angel, I just wanted I want you to take this, and there's an extension cord back in my office. I want you to grab that and bring it out. I'm like, okay. So I wheel it out, and he says, we don't have a plug by the altar. So what I need you to do is over at Father McBride's office, he has an extension cord. Can you go grab that? I'm like, sure. All right. I'm thinking I'm getting ready to do this massive project. Wow. This is going to be an interesting mass here for Sunday. So he says, how much time do we have left? I said, Father, I think we have about another 10 minutes before we open up the doors. He goes, okay, now go over back to Father McBride's office. And he has this box, right? But it looks like the Bible. You can't miss it anyways. Grab that, bring it back. I'm like, okay. So I run, come back.
It was a dummy Bible? Wow. That's awesome. Yeah.
And so what he did was the TV fit perfectly in there, and he would place it next to the actual one. And as whatever game that he was interested in, which was at the time that Mass had started at 12 o'clock, he would tell me, he said, you've never seen this. I just want you to turn it on. Don't bring up the volume. And then we're going to kind of speed through Mass here because there's an important game that I want to watch. Well, the game was so important that just before we go around, and peace be with you, we go and shake, everyone's hand. He's just getting ready to say it. And he looks over at the TV, goes, no way. And everybody's thinking like, what's he going to say? I thought he was going to curse actually. Yeah. And he kind of looks like no way that it is his time of the Mass where it's come for us to go and take the bread and got completely screwed up from what he was supposed to say. But people were believing it. And then out of nowhere, people started clapping like, hey, you kind of came back. I'm like, from what? He just screwed everything up because he was watching something on TV. No one ever knew. Well, until
it was probably a Red Sox game there, or maybe the Celtics over there. Oh, I guess this had to be in your early childhood there in northern Massachusetts. Yeah, no, I love a degenerate rabbi or clergyman. It's fantastic, right? I mean, and the bookies tended to be a little bit more lenient with these guys. Maybe not so much with the rabbis, but certainly with the the Catholic priests. They had a tendency to maybe even turn off the juice for a week or two, which is great. Speaking of degeneracy, is it time not to bury some people here, Angel Martinez? as we've been talking about what's in the past. I have in front of me, and this is fantastic. It's a testimony to what's going on today in the world of sports. Although this was going on, with the New York Post sports section for a long time. I have 2 full pages of complete degeneracy here. One on this side,
right,
and then and that's where I got this thing about you have to bet $200 to win $1 that Caleb Williams will be the number 1 pick, which I still think I can't imagine what would prohibit that. I mean, God forbid something catastrophic happens to this guy between now and Thursday, but otherwise you're cashing on that. But and they go on and they give various odds. Yeah, we were talking about this J.J. McCarthy thing. It's relatively prohibitive. The odds are that he will be the number 5 pick. Are 450 plus 450. You get 4.5 to 1 if he's the number 5 pick. And in some other books, you can find that as low as, you'd be unfortunately finding it as low as 250 to be the number 5 pick. So do you think that would be 4 quarterbacks in the 5 picks, with Marvin Harrison Jr. being the first non-quarterback taken at number 4 here, which most people are thinking he's going to Arizona for sure because they still believe in Murray. And while Murray may not blossom, they figure that he needs something like Marvin Harrison more than they need a quarterback, an unproven quarterback. But would you go ahead and bet that? And then a zillion prop bets on the NHL. And you have all of these games tonight, right?
Yeah.
So we saw some bounce backs. I mean, Philadelphia, did they bounce back? No, they ended up losing to the New York Knicks. But would you say that they made a little bit of progress in terms of being believable to win? Can they win the 2 games in Philadelphia? I don't know. But tonight you have the Timberwolves and the Suns. The Suns got shellacked. Did that surprise you? Because they got absolutely annihilated by the Timberwolves in game number 1. Did they bounce back and make this competitive tonight, at least to the point where you would go ahead and be in favor of taking 3 measly points with the Phoenix Suns, who were just crushed like a grape?
Yeah.
You would? Okay. See, I'm gonna go ahead and write these down because I think we're going to eventually convince you to become a stone degenerate. That you'll find that you have a great instinct for this.
All right.
The Bucks, who were underdogs on their home wood to the Pacers, who everybody thought was going to just take advantage of no Giannis Antetokounmpo, and they got crushed as well. And they're now favored over the Pacers. Did the Pacers at least get within close range of the Bucks tonight, or actually outright beat them? Can they then orchestrate that kind of a monumental turnaround from game 1 to game 2? What do you think there?
I think that I would take the Pacers. I think the Pacers end up bouncing back tonight. And I'll give the Pacers 7.
Okay, and we never know what's happening with Kawhi Leonard. Do you have any idea with the Clippers? Is he playing? Is he out? Was that load management in the playoffs? What are they doing with this guy?
They haven't got any updates. No one said anything. They've kept it quiet for at least the last 24 to 48 hours. So there's been no word of what he's planning on, or what they plan on doing with him.
You think the odds makers are assuming that he's not going to play? I didn't see any kind of injury report, but they have the Mavericks favored on the road against the Clippers after losing fairly convincingly in the first game of the series, and they have the Mavericks favored by 2 and a hook. Is that too marginal of a prospect for you, Angel Martinez, taking the Mavericks and laying points on the road? I mean, would you not be inclined to immediately come right back to the Clippers, or are we walking into a sucker punch by thinking that the Clippers will prevail again, maybe even by a bigger margin?
Yeah, I think you got to take the Clippers. I don't see the Mavericks going into LA and be able to beat them there. So I mean, and again, stranger things have happened, but I think the Clippers. I would go with the Clippers on this game.
Okay, so you're taking the dog there. You like the Bucks? No, you like the Pacers.
Yep.
All right, we're giving you 2 underdogs and the Timberwolves to prevail, right?
Yep.
Okay. All right. So we'll see how you fare. We'll keep track of this kind of thing. And then tomorrow you get the rematch. We didn't really touch on the local teams. We have Tampa Bay, your hometown team.
Yeah.
Are you a Lightning fan? Well, will you and the future Mrs. Martinez, whose name I don't know. What is
Debbie?
Debbie. Okay.
Yep.
Is Debbie going to be in a Lightning jersey tonight, sitting with Angel Martinez at some sports bar somewhere? I mean, you need to get some sleep, kid. That's for sure. But
I try.
Yeah. Will you be rooting home the Lightning tonight as they take on the Florida Panthers? And the Lightning, surprisingly, are heavy underdogs in this game. The Panthers, you have to lay 185 to win 100 on the Panthers, where you're getting plus 150 with your Tampa Bay Lightning. I have a tendency to think maybe they even up the series tonight. Is that possible, or am I dreaming?
No, it's possible, and funny you should say that because obviously everybody knows from being in Philly, I'm a Flyers fan, but because they are out, of course, I'm going to be here for Lightning. And as you say it, of course, I have to make sure that.
You've got the jersey on. Fantastic.
Yeah, the t-shirt on. Yep. So yeah, got to support them. But the Lightning tied up. I don't see the Panthers going up again in this game. I think the Lightning do tie it up. At least I'd hope so. I want to see him pass the Panthers. The Panthers are going to be hard. I mean, no different than the Canes last night in that shellacking. But for me, I think Lightning have got to come back, and they've got to tie up the series. They have to.
Well, if they're going to have any chance, it would be kind of a. I don't know how overwhelming it would be if they went down 2-0. And the Panthers are playing. They're very capable. I mean, they had a great season going until they hit that, as we said, that moment where there's a little bit of a stench in the air. And you're just hoping it clears out before somebody comes and notices it was you, right? Which, is the meme that's going around about Donnie Trump there in court, where I guess he obviously passed some gas, and it was readily apparent to everybody. And all of a sudden, they were showing people in one of the drawings, all of the people in the courtroom were wearing gas masks. Not particularly flattering, these watercolor artists that are, making,
not at all.
And portraying images of what's going on in the courtroom there. So that'll be interesting. I don't know. I mean, the Panthers, a very good team. They just rewarded their upper-level brass with extensions, and rightfully so. This Bill Zito has done a phenomenal job with the franchise after years and years of just – I don't even know if they were mired in mediocrity. We used to have a speculation thing going here with money riding on it. At what point in the early – winter months would they be mathematically eliminated from making a postseason? And now they appear there as somewhat of a force. So that'll be interesting. That's not till tomorrow night, though.
Yeah.
As that's going to be a real good match. A bloodbath, though, to win the Stanley Cup. You would have to say. I mean, all of these games last night. You got Boston and Toronto. They now are 1-1.
Yeah.
Carolina, which I was surprised was a favorite to win the Stanley Cup. And because they were like a 4 seed, they drew the Islanders, who didn't have a great year, and they were down 3-0. The Islanders had never lost in franchise history from having a 3-0 lead in any game. I mean, they go all the way back to like Al Arbor and Mike Bossy skating around there, and they lost last night. Pretty crazy stuff, yeah. So Carolina came back and distinguished itself with a 5-3 victory, and then Vegas and Dallas is a pretty interesting series. So a lot of good stuff going on there. I mean, are you flipping back and forth? What are you going to do? Are you more of an NBA or an NHL fan, or are you equally divided? How are you going to plan your evening tonight? Or do you have to be in a sports bar or have multiple TVs to survive the evening?
Oh, so what I end up doing is, inside the studio, what I can do is load up one of the games in front of me. And then, by the way, which then, like last night, what I was doing was I had the picture-in-picture up on the one TV here in the studio as I was producing another show that comes on at 8:00, which is another one that comes on at 8:00 tonight. So usually,
how the hell are you doing it, Sejal? I mean, is Debbie convinced that this is a good thing? You're working 11 shows. It's amazing.
Yeah, she heard you, so I don't know if she's going to be convinced or not. But
she's probably giving you the flag, saying, "Hey, you guys, it's over, man. This show number 2 is in the books."
Yeah, no. Well, the funny part is because I also got a call too from the Orlando Predators, so I have to find out after the show and to see because I'm to do.
You're the voice.
Yeah, for the Predators for the Spanish side of the house for them.
Tell them you can do the game in Hebrew too. I mean, if they want to broadcast it to countries that would be the national language.
Yeah,
that would be good. Yeah. All right. Well, that's great. Call these guys. I hope you still. I mean, maybe they saw this show and they're thinking. They're rethinking their position on you having a job.
Possibly.
No, I wouldn't imagine so. You obviously have been brilliant here, and it was a lot of fun. Went by very quickly again today, my friend, at least for me, and I hope it did for everybody out there in the audience.
Yep, sure did. And by the way, real quick, because I know we'll end up getting out of here. But if you want the quickest way to learn the Spanish language, and this is a bonus for everybody who's still listening in, and you would be surprised that you can actually speak Spanish. Spell the word socks.
Socks, as in SOX?
Yeah, socks. No, not the X version. The ones that you wear.
Oh, SOCKS.
Yep. So
okay.
That's what it is.
There it is. That's Spanish. Yeah.
Yep, that's Spanish.
All right.
See?
I have one word. I knew a little Spanish because I worked in restaurants in Los Angeles. And so I picked up, and I used to go to the fights at the Olympic Auditorium, which was essentially based on the promoter, who was a genius. Don Chargan was his name, having a Mexican fighter that had some acclaim and a Mexican-American fighter that also had a big following, and the crowd would be equally divided. And I learned a lot of Spanish, including, and I don't know if you're aware of this, they had a derisive whistle that they did in Spanish. Whenever they thought the action was hitting a lull,
right,
the crowd would go, and that was like offensive. I mean, that was essentially whistling like a bunch, of ugly expletives about the person's heritage.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. So be careful where you use that, right? Because somebody might have been familiar with it. All right, I will see you tomorrow, Angel. Always a pleasure, my friend. Always a pleasure.
Nah, same here, Defo, and we thank you all for hanging around after this morning. The Pete Sheppard Show, of course, got to start off from 7 to 10 a.m. So Pete started today, thanks to Michelangelo, who's on with us, Michelangelo, John Meter Perel, of course, Defo, myself, Pete, and everyone, Jerry, who was nice enough to give us a compliment there, along with Joey B, and everyone who tuned in. We do thank you guys. Don't forget, we will be back here tomorrow morning from 7 to 10 a.m. Starting this evening at 4 o'clock will be Coach Gene with Talk Spicy from 4 to 6 p.m., followed by the Bleacher Brothers from 6 to 9 p.m., and then Robbie and the LaStella Report from 9 to 10 p.m. So thank you all. We will talk to you tomorrow, and don't forget, have yourself a great rest of your day.
I like how it feels. I like how it feels. I like how it feels. So just turn it up, let me go. I'm alive, yes or no, never stop. Give me more. 'Cause I like how it feels. Oh yeah, I like how it feels. You know I like how it feels. Oh yeah, I like how it feels. Show me love, make us one. Let's make a beautiful world. Take my hand, it's alright. 'Cause tonight we can fly, so we keep living. 'Cause it feels right, and it's so nice. And I'll do it all again this time. It's forever, it gets better. And I like how it feels. I like how it feels. I like how it feels. I like how it feels.